Hello, everyone, and welcome to a totally normal day. Hey, Skeleseller, hey, Raven. I want to pin this message. I apparently don't even know how to do that. Have I ever pinned a message before? Huh. Mods! Mods! Ski, are you there? Hey, Casey. I think there's a moderator view somewhere, but I just never end up using this. Thank you, Cowardly Fool. Welcome in. Let me take a look. So just so that everyone's aware, it is currently 8:22. The launch is in about 40 minutes, so I'm not actually gonna like click the button yet. But yeah, hey Galaxy Inferno, hey Blub. Let me figure out how to pin messages. I can't believe I don't know how to do this. I've done so much stuff on Twitch. I guess I've just never pinned messages. Moderation. I don't even know where this view is. Man, this goes to show you that everyone's just been really nice, such that I don't ever need to know how to moderate my own channel. Streaming tools? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know where this is. I'm gonna wait for someone who knows more than me to come in. Anyway, yeah, so I'm very excited. I want to open Steam Chat here, and I'd like for someone to help me test this and just make sure it's working. Can someone go onto the Steam page? How do I get to the mod view, though? Hey, Mannequin. And hey, Becca. Thank you. And hey, Cavino, thank you very much. It's a very exciting day. Very hyped up. Don't have Steam on this computer. There we go. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you, Sinistello. I just want to make sure I was getting chat. I don't think many people are going to be chatting through Steam, but I don't want to miss the messages. I'm kind of curious. I mean, the game's launching very soon, but... Oh, that's weird. Oh, because I have it zoomed in super far. Yeah, it says 82 people are on the Steam page right now. Well, hi, everybody. Welcome to the launch day. Twitch/moderator/channel name. Thank you. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Moderator. Aha. And there's the pin message button. Oh, in case he had said if you type /pin. Hey, SMC. Okay, let me... Wait, what? Where is it? Where is it from my message? Oh, it's got to be a new message. Oh, I can't pull it from the history. Okay, there we go. No, it's still not working. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm an idiot. How do I pin my own message? I saw a pin thing here earlier. Huh, that's weird. Yeah, it's weird. Okay, well, I'll have someone else figure this out later. Or maybe /pin. All right, there we go. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Unpin manually. Cool. Goose, thank you for the resub. Anyway, hi, everybody. I'm sorry I missed some people there while I was doing the whole moderation fiasco. But yeah, welcome in. Massidian, Cyan, Rough Cookie, TJ. It's good to see everyone here. Got to turn on the mod settings. Yeah, I should probably learn how to do that stuff. And hey, DJanelli. Did I sleep? Yeah, I actually got some pretty good sleep. I got 5 or 6 hours. And thanks for subbing, Rough Cookie. Okay, so Steam Chat is working. Twitch is working. I got that message pinned. I want to pin it over here too. This one's much easier to do because it works like how I'd expect. Pin. There we go. Thank you too, Codex. I appreciate it. Let me make sure my audio settings are good. This guy is so cool. Excited for this game to go live. You're pretty cool yourself, Cavino. Takes one to know one. Huh. Okay, this is not loading. Show all windows. Oh, there it is. All right, cool. Yeah, I recorded a video yesterday that I'll be publishing today, just announcing that the game is launched. I needed to change my monitor resolution, and that messes everything up. Don't expose me like that. Crusader, thank you too for resubbing. And Xyletics. Hey, Leaper Girl. Hey, yo. Hey, Cruddlefish. BKRW Smash. Is there a reason you didn't do pre-orders? I just don't think many people expect it for indie games, and it's not like I needed the money early. So yeah, just did a regular launch. Thank you, Zaphoid. Yeah, happy Skele Day to everybody. So we have the actual release. So this is done. This is done. We have the actual release process here. I'm going to release it on Steam and Itch. I'm going to make a couple of posts live, actually like 4 posts. I'm going to post on Discord. And then we celebrate. Oh man. I'm very hyped up. Like I feel adrenaline in my system, and it's not from streaming. I've been streaming for a very long time. Thank you for the bits, DJ. But it's weird. It's like nothing's really riding on this, so to speak. Like let's say launch doesn't do well. It's not like that's the end of the game. There's still ways to improve it or to hype it up more. I could always just work on the next game. I think it's anything that's been going on for a long time, whether it's good or bad. There's this just release of emotions afterward. And yeah, that's how I feel right now. Smurf, thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Izzy, happy launch day. I've been observing your journey over the last year and a half. So excited for you. Thank you. Yeah. Almost a year, man. Almost a year of stream days. So the stream days are at, I think, 324. But I started working on this full time just a little over 2 years ago. So it was, I think, April 17th, 2024 that I started the GitHub repo. Now, that's not 2 years ago. I know that. But I started working on the prototype sometime back in March of 2024. And yeah, I think it's like just barely over 2 years that it's been. Hey, Thoros. Hey, Jigenzo. Hey, Kaiser. And thanks for the resub, Kaiser. Is there anything still on the cards you were hoping to get in before today? No. In fact, you know what? I'm super, super happy. Someone left a discussion post yesterday. I was showing off a part of the game. I didn't even realize this happened, but there is... Wait for it. There is a little pointer pointing at the extractor that you unlock. And when you click the lever, it was causing a crash. And the reason I didn't see the crash is because in the dev version, it was just an exception that was thrown. And I felt really stupid for that. And I'm very glad someone posted about it. Hey, Darkest Solid, thank you very much. So yeah, I fixed that yesterday, but that was just a bug fix. Is there any like feature-wise thing I wanted to add? Not really. No, I got pretty much everything I wanted done. And there were some other things I thought about doing, like leaderboards. I actually don't think those would be such a great idea. So I'm glad they're not in the game, because if people ask for them, you can add them. But if they're in the game and people don't want them, then it feels like you're adding pressure. Have you had the t-shirt before? Yeah, I've only worn it once or twice on stream. I've mostly worn this hoodie that I have. I mean, it's the same logo, but it's unzipped right now, so you can't really tell. No shirt? I mean, not no shirt. No fancy shirt. A no shirt stream would be a very different kind of stream on this channel. Hey, Wendy. I did not find the party hat. We moved since I last wore them, and I think I probably threw them out then thinking like, what's the next thing worth celebrating? Set that stream category to the game. I think it's better to have it be in software and game dev. I feel like this is a celebration of the game dev stuff, and I'd like to be able to look at Twitch and see who's streaming the game, who's not me. And I mean, so far it's nobody, but the game's also not out yet. I should probably start a timer or something, right? So I don't actually miss the launch of my own game. Let's set this for 27 minutes. And I'll just put this off to the side. Although, please, someone let me know if I don't see it and it's like 2 minutes until launch and I haven't done anything. Soon, right? Yeah, soon. Soon. There's some games where there's a score attack and leaderboards work well. Other games, it feels like a cheap way to coerce you to keep playing. Or I just think it sometimes adds pressure. So one of the other things I removed, I'm really glad I sent the game out to some people before launch, because people were trying out bone mode. They generally didn't like it. I feel bad about that. But there were some rough edges that I could have fixed pretty quickly. One of the things that I did, and this is just an easy win. So in the mode, you have a certain amount of time to get a gold medal, a silver medal, or a bronze medal. So it says in that tooltip, I can take a picture of this so I can zoom in. It says it's 26 minutes to get to a bronze medal. So at the 16-minute mark, we would show a notification saying you have 10 minutes left if you want to get a medal. That kind of pressure is just not welcome in this game. And I know people commented on this a while ago, and I was like, well, if you don't want that pressure, you just ignore it. You can't really ignore pressure, right? If someone's like, do it. It's like tuning them out is kind of difficult. So I got rid of that. I think that was a pretty easy win. We still have the times. If you care about this stuff, you can just look at the time and see what time elapsed you're at. And if you're like, oh, okay, gold medal's 18 minutes, then you can just keep an eye on the timer. And if people want this eventually, I could add it to a setting or something. But yeah, let me turn that off. Salty, thank you for the sub. Welcome in. Speedrunner's gonna go crazy. How did you manage to be sustainable? Did you take on contract work? So before this, I was working at Google, and it's pretty much a combination of savings, and my wife has been working. With that said, so the game itself, the budget was $500, and I spent about 250. I mean, if you do some funky accounting, you could maybe argue that it's a little closer to the 500. But yeah, a lot of the payouts for people who worked on it are like contingent on revenue. I mean. So I set up some things, and we're hoping the game does well. I say funky accounting because there are some things that I didn't really count, like, what was it? Like hardware that I buy, for example. Like, let's say I got a new monitor. I'm mostly using it to develop the game, right? But I do also play games on this computer or something. So it's like, if I were purely a business and this were at an office, I would for sure count that monitor as like a business purchase. But yeah, anyway, that's why I say it's a little different. What was my role at Google? I've got the Google command there. Hey, you here? Good luck with the release. How many wish lists? Oh yeah, I haven't checked. What will the game cost? There is the price command here. Let me make sure I didn't miss something else. Hang on a second. There's a whole bunch of stuff happening in chat right now. Hide for yourself. There we go. Hated that notification. And I'm someone actually trying for the times. Yeah. Hey, Sunset Night. Thank you. And hey, Maya. All right, so wish list. Let's go take a look. Last I checked, we were about 17,000, maybe a little bit more. 18,500. Wow. Yeah, yesterday we ended up getting, I think, the all-time record for one day. I'm not sure if that is the record, but 1,400 additions, 49 deletions, so total of about 1,400 additions. Hey, Scholar. Well, I'm sure someone told you you look great. Thank you, Scholar. We made it to the second Atom release. Yes, hopefully there will be at least one more, possibly many. And then in terms of people who are playing the game right now, there's 14 players. And, oh wait, that's today. And then there have been 87 demo claims today. I suspect people are probably waiting for launch. Although I would still want people to try the demo first to see if it's worthwhile for them. The median playtime's been dropping ever since I pruned the demo. So this is expected. The median used to be 2 hours because it was pretty much just whatever I had for the full game at that time. Now it's changed. Zapboy, thank you for the resub. Happy 17 months. Do you think about a publisher for the game? I thought about it, yes. The reason I didn't go with a publisher is I think a couple things. One is trust. So you'll get a lot of publishers reaching out to you, and there's no way to know if they were actually good. They have testimonials on their page, but unless you reach out to those people and say like, okay, what did they actually do for you? And even then, you don't know if that game was just a good game. Like imagine if Stardew Valley had a publisher or didn't have a publisher. It probably wouldn't have mattered. It probably would have been successful regardless. So if it had a publisher, you'd be like, oh, it's a publisher who did that, right? But I don't think so. So anyway, it was trust. It was also partially an expertise thing. I wanted to learn a lot about what goes into this myself. I spent a lot of the last couple months marketing and making videos and just a whole lot of different things. And I'm glad I got that experience because now if I were to get a publisher, I'd know what to expect of them and what's reasonable and also what kind of traction to get. I also built up an email list myself. And I just got to know different people in the community. That was really cool. Actually, part of this is I found someone who made a video in Portuguese, and I reached out to that person with a game key, and then more and more Brazilian people, I guess, who speak Portuguese are covering the game now. And I feel like I've got a connection to the online Brazilian community now that I didn't have before. And I bet if I got a publisher, I would have just been completely blind to all of that. Rafferty, thank you too for the sub. Happy quarter of a year. Thinking about making another game? Yeah. I have the next game command for that. And maybe we'll talk more about that today, but probably not a lot. I'm actually not totally sure what the plan is for today, but besides launch, of course. So I just removed my timer. Okay, we still got 21 minutes. Yeah. Until I need to start paying attention to that. So in terms of plan for today, I've got celebrate, but a lot of times celebrate means something like, I don't know, I have a speech or something I want to give. I'm just going to be probably talking all day. Giveaways, I'm not sold on yet. I don't want people to be like, oh, I bought the game and then he kind of cheapened it with a giveaway or something. So I don't know. In fact, I'll delete that. And if I feel like doing it, I can do it. I will not be looking at sales today. This is not some like marketing gimmick where I can reveal a larger number tomorrow. It's just that I don't want to fixate on it because today's supposed to be a celebration. So if I were to look at sales and I'm like, oh God, it's less than I thought it should be, I don't want it to like ruin my mood and then I'm like down for today. I don't know how long I'll be streaming for. A lot of this depends on my kind of energy level, what we end up settling into the groove of. But yeah. You feel excited? Is that normal? I think it's normal to be excited. I mean, you've all been invested in this, and you're not like, it's not investment from the point of view of a consumer of a big company or something. Like, it's one thing, new Nintendo game comes out or something, I get excited about it, but I don't know the people who worked on it. And Nintendo at this point is a big enough company where it's not like, oh my God, this is going to make or break the studio. So yeah, it's very different. Congrats on the release. Do you plan on talking directly or publicly about financial success of the project in the future? So future, if you mean tomorrow, yes. After that, I don't know. Because I don't think it's probably good to just publicize, like, here's how much money I made, here's how much money I made. Let's say it's what seems like a lot of money. Like, let's say it's $100,000. For an indie game, that is a lot of money. But for a product that took 2 years and will hopefully fund the next product, that's not a lot for my area. And I don't want people seeing this and being like, that guy made a ton of money and now he's charging whatever more money, or he's not. I don't want there to be speculation around this stuff. So I probably won't share after that. But maybe I'll do like a 1 week check-in or something. And people can approximate anyway. If you go to any Steam game, typically based on the number of reviews, like if I just type Factorio, for example, based on the number of reviews, there's like a general factor you can multiply this by to figure out how many sales there were. And then you can typically figure out like, okay, well, the price was $35 and they probably had this many sales, this many refunds, etc. You can approximate it all. So you'll still be able to do that, but I probably won't confirm or deny if you're accurate. Thanks, Shoe Strikers. Hey, Magnus. I think I'd still keep the $15 anyway. If it's too hard, that's not a good enough reason for me to lower the price. It's not that it's too hard. It's that people didn't like it. There were at least like, I don't know, 6 people who said they didn't enjoy it. And only maybe 6 to 7 people gave their opinions. So it's not like it was a tiny amount of people, like, oh, 1 out of 10 or something. At that point, I'd say, yeah, whatever. You bought a game that didn't have a feature that you liked. But yeah, it was enough people who said they didn't like it where I just don't feel right charging what I originally wanted to. Can you confirm or deny -3 sales? I have given away enough keys where it's technically like minus 190 sales or something. So yeah, I guess there will be a point where we get to -3 and Casey will be correct, but only for a moment. Yeah. Hey, Pickle. Revenue versus take home is often quite shocking to people. Yeah, that's another thing, actually. I know that most people in this stream probably know about this, but if a game is priced at $10, and let's say it's only available in the US, so it's $10 US, Steam will only give you 7 of those dollars. They take a 30% cut. And then obviously you have taxes, you have any expenses that you had. So of your $10 sale, you're probably making closer to $5. So what looks like, oh, hey, that person had a gross revenue. Well, it doesn't look like you will have had a gross revenue, whatever it is, but your actual take-home money is not anywhere near the same amount. What new feature are we implementing today? We're overhauling the game. I don't think Skeleseller was working. So we're going to make a card game, roguelike, survival game. You start on an island. You're given 2 cards. One of them is eat food. And if you don't use that card, you don't survive the first day. One of them better be desk mounted. I just don't want to return something if Abby doesn't like it. Yeah, horror game. The second card is just a very scary picture. That's how we'll say it's a horror game. Hey, dig it. I'm hyped too. Usually count closer to $3.50 in that scenario. Yeah, so I don't know how this is all gonna feel in the end. There might be a shocking number tomorrow, either low or high. Maybe it's a shockingly expected number. But then I don't know what that's gonna equate to for me in the future. How much time left till release? About 20 minutes. It's time. Where's the beautiful game we're waiting for? Yeah, it's gonna be about 20 minutes away. Although you can play the demo now if you want to. I should probably just have the game open, even if I'm not really like doing anything in it. Start a new game. Where's the countdown? The countdown's on my other screen because it's actually a countdown until I need to make things live. I will probably publish the game very slightly before it's time, just to make sure I didn't do anything wrong. But actually, at this point, we should be on like #1 popular upcoming, right? Unless another game's launching at exactly 9. Thomas and Friends. How dare you? How dare you be #1 on this list? How much are they selling their game for? They don't have a demo. They need way more memory for their game. This is 8 times worse than my game. That means the game's going to be 1/8 as good. Thomas. Actually, it's kind of interesting to see. There was another shopkeeper simulation casual game. There's another casual indie idler game. I guess there's not a lot of other genre overlap, is there? Maybe this one's a little bit close. No, whoop, sorry. I'll hover over some mature game on here. Beat out by the choo-choo train. Hey, Joseph. Yeah, we have our hyped games. Hype trains, excuse me. Demos capped at 199. Was a little trigger, but it was nice to play. Yeah, I wanted to put a message in there. The problem is that once I realized that people didn't read the tooltip immediately, I didn't add the message because we'd already translated the game to 5 other languages. So that's... I'm going to make a video at some point about all the lessons I learned from making this game. But yeah, one of the things... Localization, I think, is really important, especially nowadays. It's like you want to reach as many markets as you can. It's probably important to have at your first launch. It takes a very long time to set up the foundation for it. And then once you've done that, now if you just want to say something like, hi, player, here's how X works. Now you need to multiply that by 6 or whatever, because you can't just write the string in English. And unless you speak all those languages, you can't even come up with the strings yourself. So you throw it onto the pile of strings and you hope the translators did a good job. And yeah, so it's a little tough. And a lot of the features that I worked on in the last month, I had to think about, how do we do this without adding a message? Or is it important enough to add a message and then ping everybody about it? And I did do that sometimes. To land on the upcoming releases, is it wishlist based? On popular upcoming, yes. I believe so. There's some wishlist threshold. It is not a set number as far as anybody knows. And then once you're on there, it's chronologically ordered. Yeah, step 1 of becoming a game dev, learn the 5 most spoken languages. Yep. It must be step 1. 2 people have announced it. Hey, Rami. Rami, are you already a mod in the Skeleseller Discord? Yes, you are. Okay. Yeah. I just want to make sure. You should be head mod everywhere. Hey, Swat-Kid, thank you very much. Thank you. Then, hey, Karada. All right, it is 8:44. I said I was going to start up a game, and then I did not. So let's get ye old garbage slime and ye old town hall. And let's ye old start a battle. There. Front and center. Debug +1 button. Who moderates the rest of the body? Nobody knows. We do know who moderates the bottom parts, though. The leg end. Congrats on launch day. I'm waiting months for this. Thanks. Flew from Answer. I really like the name, by the way. Music is not. Yeah, I should probably turn that on. Is it in between tracks? I hear music. There's 10 seconds in between music tracks. Okay, there. Whew. I was like, did I break something in the game? I really hope not. It was just coincidentally in that 10-second window. Thank you, Olgo Dev. Do you press the button live? Probably. Yeah, probably. Hey, Sloth and Ojun. You have 15 monitors set up like NASA launch control. I'd like to watch people streaming it, but I'd like to actually be present for that. Cakes should be streaming it today. Cakes just launched his game 8 days ago, I think. And Manilov, thank you. Congrats on launch. I appreciate it. 199G kind of mess with you. Yeah, sorry, Fire Dragon. Yeah. I figured people would eventually realize. And maybe that's one of the things where if the game is really popular, well, see, the thing is, even if the game's popular, I don't know, play it and probably hopefully have fun and then move on. So I don't know if it'll be in the public consciousness for a while. Where's the cake, or was it a lie? It was a lie. Some machine tricked me into doing puzzles. Really caught the viral jackpot with his revenue clip being posted on Livestream Fail, then being played by huge streamers. Yeah. So I've been training Abby over the last few days to come over and meow out, how are the sales of the game? And then I respond to her, I hug her. I gotta have a little twist on the same clip. Hey Bedroom, thank you very much. Do you do short videos to promote the launch? Sorry if this is from past streams obvious. I wasn't around lately. Oh no, that's totally fair to ask. Yeah, I did. Hey Ski, I did a short that should be automatically getting published in, I guess, like 15 minutes. Yeah, Skeleseller is out right now. I was editing this last night and I was just so tired. I hope I don't look tired in the video. But I was just doing a lot of work. Someone dropped a Skeleseller's out and it's fantastic video an hour early. Let me see. I didn't tell people the time it launches. Oh, hey, nice. Ash released a new video too. Where's the... Oh, cool. Another video. Kayla, thanks for the sub. And thank you, Nix. Where's the video you're talking about? Go to filters in the top right. You can show release today only. I would expect recently updated to show that too. Ah, here we go. Welcome back to another game we need to try together. Today we're going to try Skelar. Closed captioning never gets that right. We need to train AIs on Steam games. Yeah, I want to watch some of those videos. I also, man, I published some changes in the last like couple of days. Like this one, for example, just the arrow pointing at the lever, that I think will help new players. I actually made it so that this is sort of retroactive. If you saved your game with this on and you load it, it'll be off and there will be an arrow pointing at it. So actually anyone who had played the demo and plays the full game is going to be like, why is this off? But that's hopefully when they notice this. Hey, TCAP. Well, it's more like that. Got to angle the emoji. Is there a way to donate so you can develop more games like this? I guess technically, yes, through Twitch, you could subscribe or something like that. And if you have Amazon Prime, then you can do it for free. But I like to say this. I want to make games that are sort of organically sustainable. As in, I don't want people to have to donate so that I can fund game development. If I'm not able to fund game development from the games themselves, it means I should be making different games probably. So please don't feel any need to. Your vote of confidence that you'd like to do this is enough. And if you really want to, you could gift the game to a friend or something. Am I still on time? Yeah. Hey, wake up. Can I celebrate? Oh no, that would have been the best pun for me to use. It's too skele late. We'll be curious to see notes on your post-release workflow too, like gathering feedback and monitoring feedback. This is pretty similar to what I was doing during the iterative cycles of the first 2 years. So I can just tell you briefly what I did. So first was like enlist playtesters, and we mostly found them through the stream. Oh, thanks for the sub, Gleska. And hey, Syracuse. Mostly found them through the stream, and then we asked for feedback. It was through a Google form, and there was a lot of long form feedback. And I went through all of it, and it was very, very tedious to go through it all because you start to see some patterns and things, but you don't know for sure it's going to be a pattern for the entire message. So you have to read the entire thing and make sure that you're getting their opinions. Then generally what you'll find is that people give feedback based on a bunch of things. Part of it is some preconceived notions that they have. So like some personal context. And if you don't have that context, their feedback might almost be meaningless. And I gave an example of this a while ago, but imagine if they just said something like, I started the game and the screen is black. And this is contrived, but let's say their monitor is off. Like, you would think it's a bug in your game if you knew nothing else. But if you find out, no, hey, you just didn't plug in your monitor, it's like, okay, well, you have to reject that feedback. And it's kind of the same thing. If they come in and they're expecting like an action game and it's not an action game, it's like, well, that context would have been set through the Steam store. You wouldn't have come to play Skeleseller, seen this trailer and been like, that's an action game. But if you're watching the stream and you just hear, oh, hey, the streamer's letting me playtest a game. So anyway, I think that's really important. Then after you've done that, you need to go through a prioritization phase and figure out what should you even tackle, and then figure out how do you tackle it, and then tackle it, and then get feedback again. So the process is kind of generic, I'd say, but yeah, it's going to be hard to say how much of that will happen on stream in the next couple months, because I still don't know what my plans are with Skeleseller. Hey, MBK, thank you very much. Inflixer, thank you for the sub. They started game with monitor off. Yeah, like I said, it's a contrived example, but I've had feedback like this over the years where someone suggests something and I'm like, oh, hey, this is maybe a totally unrelated problem, has nothing to do with the game, or that it is a problem with the game, but it's something that I said it's a known issue and it's going to get fixed later. Plam, thank you for the resub too. So many steps to game dev. Yeah, no, it is a lot, and it encompasses almost everything. I mean, you've seen game devs who are artists as well. I'm not an artist. But imagine if I had tackled art on top of all this stuff. It would have taken another, I don't know, some number of months. And then every new feature I do is that much more involved because I'm doing every part of it. Thank you, Defined. Yeah, I got it from the Rugby Book of Feedback, Magnus. You caught me. Hey, Train. I have a bug with Mugenics, but it's hard to tell if it's on my side. Every time I close specifically that game, my whole display brightness will be set very low. I think it's an HDR setting. Yeah. Yeah. Those sorts of things are kind of interesting because they might only happen with one game, so you think it's a fault of the game, or maybe the game engine, I guess. But it's hard to sort of prove. Although I would probably submit that as a bug if they have a tracker somewhere. Do you hire or contract out an artist? So it was contracting out, and yeah, the credits are there in chat now. Hey, Corpsey, how long left? It's going to be 6 minutes, I think. Well, 8 minutes, I guess. I should probably load up the pages. God, can you imagine if Steam maintenance stopped me from publishing this? Oh man, what a bummer that would be. All right, let me see what's going on here. Give me a sec. I'm pulling this up off screen. I am glad I pulled this up now. Okay, so here's a Steam page. Select the button below and you're ready to make the title available on Steam. So I should just be able to click release app. Let me click this off screen, just make sure nothing private shows up. Yeah. Okay, so I would need to click this button. I'm not going to do that just yet. We're like 5 minutes away. And then on itch, I want to get both of these tabs together. On itch, we need to uncheck hide this file. This file is a demo, can be downloaded for free. It's a pre-order placeholder. Set a different price. Okay, yeah. So hide that, unhide that, and unhide. Where's Linux? There. Okay, and then we just hit save on that page. So we got to click release here and save on this page. Everything will be launched. Oh, welcome to Twitch chat, Kalo, and thanks for subbing. You have a sub badge. But I didn't see a sub message. I'm sorry if I missed it. Yeah, well, thank you. Please confirm that this is indeed your password. It's a pretzel. Feels like an RPG tycoon, which as a concept is very interesting. Looking forward to playing it. Yeah, I hope you have fun. Like I said, there is the demo. If anyone wants to, this is what I'm kind of hoping acts as a filter for bad reviews, is like, if people play the demo and they don't find it fun, hopefully they're not going to like go buy the game, then leave a negative review to say that it's not fun. You can review the demo. In fact, a bunch of people have done that. I wonder if you've gotten new ones. I think I've read all of these. Are there any new discussions? I actually did happen to see, this is a little bit disappointing. I hadn't seen this thread. First of all, I looked at this thread. How long is the game expected to be? I answered. Someone responded with, they give many full copy to YouTube, or almost everyone finished the game in about 3 hours. And I'm like, hey, the price is $10. I don't think this is greedy. But yeah, then they posted another topic, which is rather unfortunate. I didn't see this one until afterward, and I just didn't have time to respond to it. But yeah, I might have, I don't know, maybe I somehow bothered this person. Maybe they were in my stream or something. So I'm sorry, Max, if I did something wrong to you. Yeah. Hey, Charles Barkley. Unlocks in less than an hour. Unlocks in like 5 minutes. Internet goes out in 543. Yeah, actually, that's probably a good reason to just click this button soon, right? Evil, greedy devs. Yeah, 5 minutes is less than an hour, yes, but it is more specific too. If no one complains about the price is too low, that's probably a good way to look at things. Yeah, so Skeleseller's launching at $999.99, but with a negative 10% discount. So it's actually plus 10%. And that way I just need just a handful of sales, really. And we'll be fine. Hey, Mysterious. Claiming greedy is wild when AAA. Yeah, I don't know. I just have to take it as like, if this person buys the game despite that it'd be a bigger problem. It's one thing to leave it on the discussion forum, and it's fine. I don't mind people sharing their opinions, even in negative reviews. I think that's okay. It's just, if you had a feeling ahead of time and then you bought it anyway, and then you left a negative review, that would be a little bit weird. What is it, 4 minutes? Yeah, actually, I'm probably going to post it in another, like, minute or so, just in case something were to go wrong. Someone develops a game for $10, not $60. Need food too on the table? Oh, the translating's good? Yeah, there were a lot of German translators who offered some help. And yeah, I think they did a good job. Everyone really likes the garbage slime translation. For those who don't know, in German, garbage slime and garbage can are like one sound apart from each other. So it works really well. Okay, so yeah. My timer has gone off. I could technically post this now. I want to check one thing super fast before I do this, which is, did we ever make it to #1? Did we beat out Thomas the Tank Engine? No, we didn't. I'm gonna take a picture, put this on my gravestone later in life. Okay, let's click release. We're doing a chat. If you are ready to release your app, type your password so that everyone on stream can see. All right, release my app. Loading, buffering, maintenance mode, not gonna happen. Rejected from the Steam store. Gabe N claims all my money. Is it live? All publishing tasks have been completed. Your application is now visible on the Steam store. It may take up to 10 minutes for your product to appear. Nice, we did it. Okay, now let me launch on itch, which is just hitting save page. Thank you, chat. Oh man. When release? Release is very, very soon. If it hasn't already hit the store, it said it should be visible now. Oh, 10 minutes for it to appear in other lists. Okay, yeah, it should be already on there. Yeah. Okay, so now we gotta go make some posts public. Let's go do that. Make itch post live. Edit post. Published. It's visible? Okay, good. Yeah, I want to look at that in a second too. I just want to make sure I get through these things. Oh, thank you, everybody. Skeleseller has launched. Let's publish this. Oh, I probably could have scheduled this if I didn't already. All right, there we go. Oh, already purchased. Loading now. Let's break the Steam store. We need everyone to purchase the game now. No, thank you, Wendy. All right, now I have some other posts I want to make. Smalls, thank you for the raid. We literally just published Skeleseller. And hey, Katie. Yeah, just released it now. Yeah, I'm trying to pay attention to 3 different chats. There's Steam, there's YouTube, and there's Twitch. I can see it. Hey, Harushi. It's live. Yeah. Completely fine, and congratulations. Thanks, yeah. I'll post those Reddit threads in a sec. Thank you, Rami, for the resub. Congratulations. Your resilience is truly commendable. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, my bank account getting to 10 million. Yeah, that's a lot of sales it would have to be. Yeah, thank you, everyone. Hey, Magnadra. Into my library if I ever have time to play it. Yeah, thank you. Is your heart rate at least 240? If not, you're not hyped enough. I need hummingbird levels of hype. Congrats on the release. Thank you. Good luck. Good luck. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. Okay, let's go post these threads too, because I had some drafts and I want to make sure we put these live. All right, so what did I write here? Copy text, change images and video, paste text as markdown. Okay, so copy this. Switch to this. Oh, it kept it. Okay, and what about this one? It also kept it. Nice. Okay, let me go find the trailer because I wanted to post that. Fixing his current bug I'm playing. Nice. Nice. EJ, thank you for the resub. Happy 5.5 years. Happy launch. Thank you. Okay, now we got to put in final launch trailer improved. You're now before Thomas. It will probably disappear from that list though, right? Because I'm no longer upcoming. Congrats on the release. Really enjoyed the demo. Bought the full version. Would have been happy to pay more though. Maybe implement some of that stretch content ideas I shared in the forum as DLC or a part 2 and change more. Oh, that's weird. It's cut off. And charge more then. I see. Hey, Boozy. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I will say this. I don't currently have plans for any new content. Like I did all the stuff I wanted to do. There is an extra mode in the game. People have not been enjoying that, unfortunately. I spent a lot of months on it, but I'll see how I can improve that. Already gone from upcoming, yeah. Hey Flick, welcome in. Is there anything you recommend when playing the game for the first time? I think the only thing I'd recommend is pay more attention than you would to most idle games, and don't expect an incredibly long game. I think those two things are pretty important for setting your expectations. So if you were to step aside from your computer and like just let the game run for 10 hours, you will probably not have fun with the game. Thanks, Programmer D. Will you continue to stream during your break? What? During what break? Because I plan on taking breaks today. We'll do the normal, like there will be Jump Royale during that time. And then I plan on taking like kind of a vacation. I probably won't stream during that vacation. But yeah, otherwise it should be probably mostly a normal streaming schedule. Ski, thanks for the gifted subs. Amazed by the third-party access linked to games. I deleted everything possible. Oh, wow. Yeah. Bought the game on itch. Nice, 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 nice. Well, I've actually got the game for free, so I'm kind of surprised. Thank you. Come from Cake Stream. Thank you, Tin Can. I can't buy the game. Yeah, I appreciate it, Ski. And thank you for the help. All right, let me reread this. I do want to make these posts. So sorry, let me check this really fast. So I spent the last 2 years making Skeleseller, a laid-back incremental game where you send adventurers into battle, sell loot that they find, and build up your town. I made almost the entirety of the game while live streaming, and during that time I took a crazy amount of notes. I used C# for the development and have some C# specific notes in there too. Skeleseller is a free demo. Feel free to ask me any questions here if you want. Okay, let's make this post. This all looks good, right? Yeah. I got the self-promo flare. I got the trailer. Post. Okay, now we want to go over here. I spent the last 2 years making Skeleseller. Same thing. Good news is that in order to play the game, you won't see anything from the starter pack. It's a free demo. Okay, cool. I really look forward to seeing if someone uses the sheet music. All right, so we made a couple of Reddit posts. Anything else I had here? No, I think that was it. I'll keep the links for this stuff. Oh, and then the message on Discord. Oh my god. Almost forgot that. All right, let's go post in news. Hold up, you're using everyone. Oh, I know what I'm doing. All right, let's make sure all the links work. Yep. Yep. And yep. Okay, cool. Now let's publish that. Let's click the party emoji. There we go. And then over here. Oh, wow. That's that sure is something. All right, cool. I got pinged. Some people got pinged twice. Congrats, purchase is installed. All my demo stats are in. Nice. Oh, good. I'm glad, because I spent some time making sure that would work, and I'd like to hear it from, you know, after I launch the game too, that's still working. Thank you, Ryan, on YouTube. Congrats on launch. I needed to publish. Did I not publish this one? Oh. Thank you, Ultramar. I think I played the demo too long ago. Yeah. Did you get a message about something like, yeah. Or it just didn't have your save file? That is known, and if you want, I could get you your progress back, but it's probably better to just play from the beginning. There was a certain amount of time that would pass that I thought people might not know the mechanics of the game anymore. Hey, Broken Crown. And hey, Cornelius, thank you. And Null Exception. How do you feel as a new dad? We have a beautiful baby skeleton. I'm a little overwhelmed now, to be honest. I feel like I just walked into an amusement park and there's 10 different exciting rides, and I don't know what to go look at first. Like, should I be reading reviews? Should I be paying attention to anything? Should I go see how many people are streaming it? Because Cakes should be. Cakes, TCap, Matt. Nice. 282 viewers in the category. Thank you for the sub, Max. I appreciate it. And thank you, Super Cuber. Cynical Dev. New to the party. Here to party. Where's the cake? It's just this emoji right here. But there's not enough to go around, so take a tiny slice. Wait, why isn't this working? I don't have a cake emoji? Huh, I have to fix that. Melzy, thank you. Good to see you. And happy 52 months. Thanks for the resub. Very, very generous of everyone. Vibe Hub, thank you too. Happy 25 months. Cake. Does it not fill this in? Oh, it's just a slice of cake though. I want the whole cake. There. Okay, so now we should be able to type cake. Good. Holy cow, Leap Year Girl. Thank you for the $100. And everyone who worked on Skeleseller, happy launch day. No matter how many sales there will be, it's a great game and you should be very proud. Don't forget to celebrate. Thank you. And thank you, Frosted Sentry, Cynical Devo, June. My goodness. And General Mudkip. This is very nice of you all. Do you have any plans on your next project you can share? I only have one small thing that I've been sharing so far, which is this little blurb. I'll just paste it in the Steam chat. Hopefully that all fits. Steam chat is truncating text for some reason. Oh, yeah, I don't think the whole thing showed. But yeah, I only have very vague plans. And thank you, Vefe. I appreciate it. Vibe Hub, 10 gifted subs. And hey, Nazgo, joined the stream but just bought the game. Man, Neil Online, Leftist, everyone's resubbing. I mean, look at this right now. It's very, very nice of all of you. How long have you been developing this game for? The 324 days is stream days. I've been developing it for more than 2 years now. So it's been just barely over 2 years, and it has been full-time work, but my stream schedule was like Monday, Wednesday, Friday for a while, and then I added in Tuesdays and Thursdays, so the days didn't increase with every calendar day. Ember, thank you too for the gifted subs. Thank you, Fen, and thank you, Bob. Game is so fun. Congrats on an amazing game. Thank you. I poured so much into this game. Fatudi, I appreciate your gifted subs too. Let's go. Let's do it. Adam is popping off, as the kids say. Poelo, also very nice of you. 5 more gifted subs. Can you see how many active players there are? I think you can, but I don't think you can and cover up how many sales there are. And I'd like to see how many active players there are, but I don't want to see the sales count until tomorrow. Have you created any devlogs on YouTube? Yeah, there are some. I think the best video for you to watch is this video. This one about the evolution of Skeleseller. It's 30 minutes long and it covers the entire development, basically. Hey, Magnadra, thank you too. And Vince, yay, release. Should you order a cake, though? Everyone's asking about it. I have plans to celebrate tonight. My wife and I are going to a sushi restaurant that we really like. So I know it's not cake, but, I mean, it's pretty exciting still. Happy launch day. Maybe Bugless and Beloved. Thank you, Ecliptic. Yeah. Sushi Cake. Hey, MPV. How you doing? You see active players on SteamDB? Okay, that I will look at, because that doesn't show sales. Although I guess we know that that was the minimum number of people. There could be people who bought it who aren't. No, that's not the minimum. Because, yeah, they might not be playing the game, right? All right, let's take a look. 129 players right now. Man. By the way, this is an estimate, and I don't remember what it's based on. So it might be over or underestimating. Leave Your Girl, thank you for a gifted sub on top of that. Windy, thank you too. Enjoy the celebration. Game is awesome. Yeah, I really appreciate everyone. I know there's only so much I can devote to each message because subs are coming in really fast and people are purchasing the game too, but honestly, this means a lot to me. Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn off my camera for a second. I just don't want to cry on stream. Okay, my wife's knocking on the door. Hang on. Yeah. Okay, now my wife is in tears. I don't want to farm for content. I don't know. Yeah, it's been a very long road to get here. Now everyone's crying. It's not farming when it's real. I know, but I don't want it to be seen as inauthentic. And yeah, I hear my wife crying from the doorway. Thank you, Katie. And thank you for the gifted subs. I might have missed something while I was away from my computer for a second. But Magnus, thank you. Okay, I think I'm okay enough to show my face again. Oh, hang on, the green screen is messed. I asked my wife to bring me a box of tissues. Yeah, everyone's been very nice. Like I said, I'm very overwhelmed. What a journey. I know. Yeah. Hey, Corpsey, thank you for the subs. Shows the regional prices. Oh, cool. Yeah. It's probably, where is it? Price history? Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, and by the way, if anyone is from another region buying the game, please do let me know if it feels like it was correctly priced. I mean, even US, I'd like to know. Guys, anime tears. You know, at my wedding, one of my close friends, I teared up as I was giving my speech to everyone who showed up. And one of my friends said, you cry like you're in an anime, like tears streaming down the sides of your cheek. Maybe it's the glasses. I'd have paid more. People in this chat probably would have paid more, yeah. But I think the general gaming public will probably not have been okay with that. Yeah, that's actually true. I guess you can pay more on itch. Photorealistic, yeah. Call me Isaac. 765 in the UK. Jenny wouldn't have been disappointed with $9.99. Yeah, nice. And Goose, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, if you want to pay more, you have to wait a week. Oh, man. Congrats on the release. Thank you. I've probably missed a lot of messages. Again, I appreciate it all. Got installed and look forward to playing. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah, I hope you all enjoy it. Really, I had very few like dreams in my life, and one of them was like make a game that people love, and ideally like have it reach a wide enough audience. And I mean, we can't say for sure that it's happened yet, but yeah, the wide enough audience part might still happen. And yeah, some of the other things were more along the lines of like I wanted to do something with music for a while, and this game, I've composed the music for it. Like I said, I released the sheet music for it too. So if anyone ever wants to, oh, what's going on? Hang on a second, let me resize this. Okay, if anyone ever wants to play that and make a YouTube video or something, I'd love to see it. I spent a lot of time on this stuff. I spent some time composing it too, of course, but yeah, I'd love to hear that. So this is, you know, kind of achieving that dream too, to some extent. I have some sort of bigger musical plans in the next game, which I hope I can realize. Why do people from Ukraine pay more? I did not set these prices. Well, I guess I technically did, but Steam suggested the prices. So I don't know if this is a good price or not. And that's why I say, like, if you buy it in a different region, do let me know, because I don't want people to feel like they're overpaying for the game. And I'd originally set a price of $15, but I lowered it to 10 because I don't think people were really liking the extra mode that you unlock. Hey, Light TV, good luck on the exam. And yeah, let me know what you think when you play it. Where can we get the sheet music? So it's in the game files. You have to buy the game and then just right click and go to browse local files, and you'll see it right there. Thanks for letting me experience and see what joy looks like. Yeah. I think the most important person isn't playing right now. I don't want to really play today right now because I'd split my attention too much. And actually, I should just keep chat on the screen. Let's do this. Oh, it's not gonna let me do that, is it? Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, and like I said, I'm sorry, I'm probably missing lots of messages. Will you post a soundtrack on YouTube? Yeah, that is my plan. And it's not letting me scroll. That's my plan, and I just haven't gotten around to it yet because I want there to be a video in the background. Cake's having fun playing it. Good signal. Nice, nice, nice. Got my copy. Thank you, Budget Jim. Thank you, Captain Anosa. It's funny that the space triggered. I don't know if you saw that, but pretty funny. Apparently, it's a season of game releases. Congrats. And what is that voodoo having a custom mouse pointer on itch? Oh, yeah? I forgot I did that. Oh, man. That was a nice touch. I spent some time customizing this, but yeah, this is the cursor that shows up in the game, too. I forgot this was here. If you want to react to Cakes in the background, he doesn't mind. The only thing is he doesn't stream in a family-friendly way, and I try to keep the stream family-friendly. So, and especially now that I'm on the Steam page for the game. So any, you know, parents who are like, oh, is this a good game for my kid? I don't want potentially to stream something that I shouldn't stream. Thank you, BJD. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. I'd say for a Stardew Valley type, aesthetically, and I'm assuming content-wise, the current price is high in India. Then again, there are definitely buyers in India. Yeah, content-wise, it is not like Stardew Valley, but aesthetically it is. And yeah, I do want to keep an eye on that. I think there are some countries where there is already a big disparity between the US dollar and rupees, for example. And then within that country, you also have a very large wealth disparity. So yeah, I want to keep an eye on that stuff. Skelesold waited a year to say this. Thank you, Blair. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these notifications. You sold 2 copies. Hey, nice. What is it? Hang on, let me see what view purchases does. I didn't want to look at sales. I didn't realize there was going to be a notification about this. But okay, yeah. All right, so I probably shouldn't look at... Well, I guess Steam notifications are going to be different from itch notifications in terms of sales numbers. There's achievements. There are achievements. There's only one that you kind of have to go out of your way to do. And I'm not sure it's that much fun for everybody. I might delete it if it isn't fun for everybody. Congrats on the launch. Regarding people who want to pay more, I always like the way some games offer a supporter pack. Yeah, I thought about that. Ski had been suggesting, what if we had a golden skeleton in the game for a long time? Like, what if you paid an extra $10 and that was it? That was the only change. And I just didn't end up doing it. That's all. But I wasn't like super opposed to the idea. Great comeback from Hotland. Thank you, Sun Mercury. I'll be achievement hunting everything in the game. I hope you have fun with it. I will say this. I think achievement hunting can skew how people have fun because it'll cause you to play the game even if, like, let's say there's a multiplayer achievement. You might hate multiplayer, but you play it anyway for the achievement. I would urge as much as possible that if you're not having fun getting an achievement, please do not get it. I can help you edit your save file and you can get the achievement anyway. We can still make sure you have the achievement. But, like, I don't want people to engage in a way that's not fun. By the way, this is one of the core philosophies that I've had that I don't think is apparent. I look at idle games as being, they prey on people's addictions. And that's why it's like the numbers go up thing. And that's why there's prestige as like repeat content. This is why Skeleseller does not have this. Is I wanted the game to just be fun. It's all new mechanics right up until the end pretty much. And then the game ends. And a lot of people have said like, I want more dungeons. I want you to stretch out the content. I don't want to do that stuff because once the game stops being fun, you don't actually realize it. You're still playing because you're hooked on this feeling of, my God, Kevin. What are you doing? Kevin's paying me to work on the game. Thank you, Zed Magic. Oh my God. Thank you so much. And Kit, thank you too for subbing. I beat the ogre on my first try. Does that make me a real gamer? It does. I won't even tell you the secret about whether that fight is losable. Yeah, welcome in, Kit. Oh man, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so just to cap this thought really fast. I think that people start most games having fun, then the fun stops, and then your brain doesn't catch up until sometimes much later. And just anyone who's played League of Legends in chat, you have probably experienced this. Probably the same thing with like World of Warcraft, any really long-running game. But I think it's especially true with idle games. So that's why I say, if you're achievement hunting and you don't like it, please don't feel free to stop. I mean, why not? Thanks for subbing too. Don't call out my League gaming. I've called out everyone. League gaming. Quit LOL 3 times. How do I know Kit? We met online many years ago. He came into my channel and I saw he was a streamer and I popped into his stream and we both liked each other's content. Huge disparity in India. It's a very cost-sensitive market. Definitely say 250 to 300 would be much better. Feels more mentally worth it for students. Right now it's priced at 432, which is not too high. Yeah. I'll write this down. pricing comments. Yeah, someone had commented that Ukraine might have been priced a little too high. India might be priced a little too high. I'll keep an eye on that stuff. Because here's what I suspect. I think most people like story mode. Hey, Syntonic, thank you. I think most people like story mode, and I'm not concerned about it in terms of how, like, did someone come away from that and say, like, that was not a fun game? I don't think that's going to happen, especially because there's a demo. But then they unlocked bone mode, and that has been pretty mixed so far. So I don't think people will necessarily like that. But what this means is that for the next, like, 3 to 4 hours, there probably won't be many negative reviews. And then I think they'd start right around here. So I think expected it like 1 p.m. my time. So yeah, 3-4 hours from now. Anyway, crazy Kevin. I just didn't even get a chance to respond more than that. But yeah, 50 gifted subs. That is quite a lot. Man. Scrapping bone mode, making new game plus plus. I think if it is what I think and that many people don't like it, I will probably have to rework it somehow. And thank you, Why Nots, by the way. You subbed and bought the game. Yeah, and I don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know how much time we're going to spend on it. Because it might take 3 months and we decide to only spend 1 month on it. Just doing whatever we can. And maybe that's not good enough. So, yeah, we'll just have to see. Thank you, Kevin, for funding the game. And it's not like it was some throwaway thing that I did. It was months of work that went into it. Hey, Kai, on Steam. Sorry, I am trying to monitor many different chats. One more time, let's go. And thank you for the bits over on. Been MIA for a while now. Life's gotten extremely busy, but I couldn't miss the chance to come celebrate the launch of Skeleseller. Gotta head back to work, but I wish you the best. Thank you, Broken Crown. Thanks for being here. I hope things ease up for you. Inori feels pretty fair. Ended up being $11.40. A lot of similar games at that price point. Know how to play stall. Yeah. What's the best thing we can do to help the Steam algorithm and promote the game? That is a great question, Kit. The best thing you can do is review the game, and it doesn't need to be positive. Just a review is all that's needed. So if you don't feel like you like the game, that's totally fine. But yeah, Steam reviews help push the game to other people. If you don't have 10 reviews, it won't even publish it pretty much anywhere. So yeah, reviews are helpful. Hey, 6 curators. Interesting. What in the... I don't think I've ever seen that in my channel. My goodness. Thank you to whoever that was that I can't even scroll up far enough to see anymore, but they gifted 150 subs. My goodness. Have fun scrolling, I guess. Wow. Wow. Yeah. As already said, and will probably be said many more times today, you've all been amazing. And Jesse, thank you for this. I'm glad you gifted it to your friends. I hope they like it. Yeah, remember me before you're famous. I remember you now. Also, cool new model that you got, LightGB. I was tuning into one of the streams. I don't know if I actually ended up saying anything. I think I did. And Nokachi, thank you. Free sushi for today. Yeah. Yeah, I kept joking with my wife. I'm like, you know, you go to a sushi restaurant, they're generally pretty expensive. I'm like, you know what? I might get 2 rolls. You know, what if the game does really well? What if we got 3 rolls? And it's just a joke, or laughing, but I might actually just do that. I was like, I should fast for 2 days straight. 3 rolls is too much food, I think. But yeah, probably getting 2 rolls tonight. Might be a good idea to push Steam Deck compatibility. Don't expect any issues, but for one, it should be nice there. I think there's something that you need for like official Steam Deck compatibility, and I didn't meet the requirements. Like you need button graphics. So if you say like press the button, it needs to show a Y or an X or a left stick being pressed in. And I couldn't get that stuff in. So instead, I think what Steam does is they measure if people played on Steam Deck. Yeah, it says unknown. I think this is automatic. Yes. So Steam Deck compatibility should be good. I have a Steam Deck. I tested it. Some people have played. They said it worked great. I did not pay those people to say that. I could link you to the YouTube videos if you want. But yeah, anyone who wants to try it. Actually, what am I saying? There's a demo. So you could always just try it on Steam Deck if you want. Anyone who's thinking about it. How it's going to work on the Rogue Ally. So I have someone else who played it on the Rogue Ally, and they said that it was very smooth. There was one issue they ran into with controls. I posted on the Steam forums about it. So if you run into this issue, and you're welcome to try it in the demo, like I said, but if you run into the issue, take a look at this. So I will put this in chat. And all you have to do is close the Xbox app, I guess, or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, take a look at that. Are you doing game dev full time? If yes, how are you sustaining yourself? Yeah, I am. I was saying earlier, I worked at Google before this. I have some savings from that. My wife is working. And so, yeah, we still collectively have an income and the savings money. And thank you, Candy. Gotta go. All right, take care. Yeah. Doesn't Steam Controller API provide the graphics as well? Oh, I don't know. Yeah, maybe it does. But there are a lot of things I'd probably have to change. Like, I don't think it's going to be super easy to get that. But maybe that wasn't the only problem. I think there are some other things too. But I should write this down. Check the Reddit post because they don't seem available. Oh, maybe I'm like shadow banned or something. Post-launch ideas that we can tackle. This might be a huge idea. Getting proper Steam Deck. What's it called? Like, I'll just write certification. What was that? Hang on. I see that something happened, but I can't read the message because it's very tiny on my other screen. Durest, gifted sub. Thank you. Thank you. And by the way, thank you for the help yesterday. I hope you didn't run into anything. Out of curiosity, now that you've played, would you have bought the game? The game looks fun watching a streamer play it. Yeah, I have it running on my screen right now, but I'm not actually paying attention to it. In fact, you know what I should do is unlock the mage. Those are slightly more soothing sounds than the rogue. Going tick, 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 tick. Thanks for the key. Yeah. Like I said, I hope you enjoyed it. I found the Reddit post, but otherwise they're not visible. Yeah, I wonder why that happens. I'm probably like flagged as a spammer or something on Reddit. It's probably not worth doing anything about at this point. Well, this person found it. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I can link him in chat, but I think any upvotes done when you directly link to something, they don't count to prevent people from like brigading. So I guess you'd have to find it through this. Let me take a look. What if I just open an incognito tab and look at this? New. Yeah, it doesn't show up. No? Okay. Well, I tried. Yeah, this is something that I've never really liked about Reddit. If you post your own content, sometimes it doesn't show up, and then you could just literally ask someone else to post the exact same thing and it might. You have to wait for the mods to approve it, probably. Oh, or yeah, that could be it. I did reach out to the Incremental Games mods, and they said I had permission. So it should be here. Oh, what am I doing? I gotta do this in the incognito tab again, right? New. Oh, no, it's not there. Strange. Yeah, I don't know. On old Reddit, it says the video is being processed. Oh, maybe that's why. Okay. Hey, Oakleys. It does show up if you search. Yeah, let me take a look at that again then. Reddit.com/r/Godot. And Skeleseller. Does the video load? Why is this not working? Maybe that's the problem with this whole thing? Like it's not showing, I don't know. I'm just not gonna worry about that. The shadow ban, there is some page you can go to find out if you've been shadow banned, I think. And I wasn't last time I checked. Support you and buy it soon as well. Thank you. Yeah. I'm enjoying the first time experience. Yeah. No, I was mostly just kidding. Bit weird on Steam Deck. B is options. Mouse disappears after like 5 seconds of idle. Plays well though. Not demo. The mouse disappearing shouldn't be happening. I'll have to look into that. As far as the B is options thing, you can customize the controls. I guess you can do it on the Steam Deck in general, but there's also in-game customization. So yeah. Games chill. I love it. All right, awesome. Yeah, and thanks for gifting this up again. Show that apparently 10% have already completed everything. Yeah, those stats are a little weird. It's probably because some streamers try to complete everything. All right, so launch comments. Let's write this down too. It appears in Play My Game. That's the one I posted a while ago, right? Any new videos today? I think there were a bunch. Oh, hey. I reached out to Deep Space Matt a while ago. Any other recently uploaded ones? An ad's going to start somewhat soon, so I will take a break for that. Especially because I should be stepping away from my computer at some point today. Yeah, I've seen at least that these videos exist. I haven't been actively watching, except for one of them before the stream. And yeah, Cakes is playing, TCat, Mr. D-Boy, Matt. Hope they're having fun. Time to move on. It's dead. Hey, bye. Didn't you time a video or short to release on YouTube? If so, it didn't release. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and hey, Simon, thank you very much for the raid. And welcome in, everyone. We just launched Skeleseller. I'm sure that Simon just told you about that too. And actually, I meant to make this public, and it apparently isn't. Did I pick the wrong publish date? No, it's published. Yeah, I'll put the link in chat. Although, I mean, everyone knows the news that it's sharing. But yeah, here's the short. That shows up for people, right? Like, you can click that. It doesn't say private. About to go try out your game. Yeah, nice, 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 nice. And thank you, Rohini. I am releasing a game, so it is the pinned message in chat. It is this link. Clicking the link works? Okay, yeah. An ad just started. I'm sorry for the people who just raided. I am going to take a break. I want to make sure I'm, like, staying healthy today and that I'm not just at my computer for 8 hours straight. So I will be back. For those on Twitch, you can play a game that I run. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, hello again, everyone. It's crazy to see 32 people playing the game. Well, this game. But yeah, GG. Close the game. Look at all the glowing particles from having subscribers play. Oh, wow. It's playing 2 Adam games at once there. Calm music is misleading. Do you know how long you have to play to leave a review? I actually don't know, but I assume it's not very long because if people don't like a game, or let's say it crashes on startup, I have seen people leave something with like 0.1 hours of review time, which would be 6 minutes. But I don't even think 6 minutes is probably a requirement. It's probably just that you have to own the game. But again, that's my guess. I haven't looked into that for the requirements. Thank you, Babston. Cakes is struggling to sell armor in a potion shop. I love Twitch. Yeah. If we find a bug, where can we report it? I have some regarding translation of Portuguese. It's mixed with English in some sentences. Oh, probably the best place is on Discord. I have a bug report channel here. So there's the link. Yeah, so thank you for telling me about this. I had one Portuguese translator and then one like Portuguese tester who reported some issues. And then there were 2 other Portuguese streamers who played. I keep saying Portuguese. They were Brazilian and they spoke Portuguese. So yeah, any of those that you can report, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I can't fix it myself because I need to know how to. Actually, if you could propose what the words should be, maybe that could also help. Although don't feel the need to do that. Just reporting that they're there is also totally fine. LSRP, thank you very much for the sub. Congrats on a great milestone. Game purchase. We'll play when time allows. Good luck with sales and marketing. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Ryan, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. I just launched my game 38 minutes ago. So it is now there on Steam. Can you show the Witch Doctor? Oh, because Ryan was animating a Witch Doctor. This is a very different look for the Witch Doctor than what Ryan was making. But yes, I can show it. Let's hit continue here. So let's enter a battle with the Witch Doctor. So the Witch Doctor and Skeleseller summon zombies. And here they are. They have a little purple summon animation. And then there are the zombies. And the zombies, if you level up, you can get Zombie Leader, which if we restart this battle now, the first zombie you summon has a crown and a robe. So I like that. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, thank you very much. I hope your stream was good. Cake seems you're having a lot of fun with it. I'm glad. I hope it's not. Yeah, I hope everyone continues to enjoy it. Yeah. His workers in the potion shop. A lot of people don't see there's a perk for the garbage slime, this one. So if you want to casually nudge him to, hey, check out the 4th garbage slime perk, that'd probably really help him. It says when a worker or adventurer is waiting at a shop for 5 seconds, they will instead feed that item to the garbage slime. So yeah, people get frustrated with this. Usually, and I haven't seen Cakes' stream, but usually it's because they have a couple of adventurers in the canyon and one left in the forest, and the forest one is just getting potion after potion after potion, and they don't have any need for these. And a lot of people who play the game are like, man, there should be a loot filter or something. But the loot filter is just don't go fight in the forest after you don't need blue potions anymore. Reddit poster live. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Nui. I'm gonna teach my kid to play. She's 8 months, but she should be able to play soon. She pretty much can. If you just move her finger to the start battle button, she basically could beat the whole game. Got the email. We live. Hey, 3-eyed monkey. The Orc's main looks dope. Yeah, so I did not make any of the graphics. I'm very happy with how they turned out, but I can't take credit for anything because I am not an artist, for sure. Can you see live statistics on how many buys and plays? So I'm purposely not checking how many people are buying or playing through my statistics. I'm only using SteamDB, which is... I don't have that open anymore, do I? Well, anyway, I'm only using public information because I don't want to see that sales are low or something and be in a bad mood. Is Ukrainian available? The only languages that we have in the game are French, Spanish, Portuguese, German, Italian, and English. It is available in Ukraine, but yeah, it would only be in English. And this is Brazilian Portuguese. So yeah, I'd like to get it translated to more languages if it does well. IOAM, thank you for the sub. Kid is enjoying the playthrough. Got him playing and streaming it. Oh wow, okay, yeah. I saw that you were streaming it. And I had forgotten that you said your kid was gonna play. But yeah, I hope he enjoys. Yeah, it says 404 players on here, I guess. Charts. Yeah. This is crazy. This is another reason why I kind of didn't want to look at it though, because even though this is not the 100% accurate count, that if you see it drop at some point, which it will, I mean, no game can consistently just keep going up in peak players. If you see it drop at some point, you'll be like, uh-oh, that was it. The hype cycle's done. The game is dying. Yeah. IS dead game. Anything less than 400 means the game is dead. Yeah, so I think there's going to be hype for like a couple days. Then the spring sale kicks on Steam, and I'm not eligible for it. So I don't know if that's going to bury the game or something. We'll find out. Now, at some point, if we just go to Steam in an incognito tab here, the game probably won't show on new and trending because of two reasons. One, it might not be trending yet. And two, we need 10 reviews before it shows pretty much anywhere. So yeah, the best thing that people can do right now if you want to help out the game is if you played it on Steam, leave a review. Doesn't have to be positive if you didn't like it. Hopefully you did like it. For me, it showed in the discovery queue. Oh, nice. Nice. 404 players an hour after launch is amazing for a game like this. Concurrent are an alpha metric for sales, and if the developer's happy with their sales. I'm jaded with current gaming discourse online about concurrent counts. Yeah, there has been a lot of focus on metrics, wishlist counts, and yeah, median play time, and I feel like my take is games are both a creative endeavor and a business. And in my mind, this is basically a spectrum that looks like a line. So you have creative on this side and you have business on this side, and you kind of choose where you want to be here. If you're full on the business side, then you're making like slop, asset flip, microtransaction games. And if you're full on the creative side, then you're making Skeleseller. No, I'm kidding. You're making Botland in that case. I still feel like I want to be somewhere on this half of the spectrum. And yeah, when I hear talk about like, oh, here are the metrics, here's a wish list, here's everything else, I think that's important. I still care about the business side, but if that's all I were fixated on, I'd be probably chasing trends, doing exactly what players expect and not trying to do something novel. Yeah. You know why you get a captcha on all Bing searches? Because I'm doing an incognito tab and they changed something probably a month ago to stop as many AI searches. That's my guess. It wouldn't let me review it yet. There's no button. What, really? I probably wouldn't be able to see the review button anyway because I have it on all my accounts, I think. Can anyone else check? Is there a review button? I'm not asking to necessarily leave a review if you don't want, but like, does anyone have a review button? Does it matter if it's for the demo? It has to be for the whole game. If you log into the site, it shows 10 minutes. Got it. Still found their games there and now in several of them. Maybe you can find some penetration that route if your sales drop. Yeah, I do think ads would be a good idea at some point. What point did you decide the dev time for this game will be 2 years? This was very organic in that I didn't start and say it's going to be 2 years. In fact, I started, I think, and said it's going to be 6 months. But as we just iterated on it and found the fun in it, I think we realized that, yeah, it needs to take a certain amount of time to meet player expectations. And then the game was pretty much set in terms of features as of probably like July of last year. But people got done playing it and they're like, oh, I want more. So that's when we focused on replayability. That's how we came up with bone mode. Does the battle part happen on its own, or do you have to manually trigger them? You only have to manually trigger any changes you make. So if you start a battle here, for example, this auto battle will make them just keep fighting there. So if I win, they'll wait for full life, then they'll battle again, then they'll win again, they'll get more loot. So if you want to change this, yeah, you would have to manually trigger it. There's no like queuing up battles. Okay, sorry, I'm going to skip through chat a little bit faster just so that I'm not like 5 minutes behind forever. Launch day, Laxton, thanks for the sub. You can write a review. Okay, got it. Yeah, once you unlock auto battling. Yeah. So at the very beginning of the game, you cannot automatically battle yet, but you get it pretty quickly. First review from LFP Gaming is shown free. Oh yeah, he mentioned he was going to review it ahead of time. Let's take a look. He was very upset with the price, and that was back when the price was going to be $15. I have lowered it to $10, so I'm curious what he ended up saying. Okay, very good auto battle clicker RPG with some merchant mechanics thrown in too. Wouldn't classify it as an idle game because it can be finished in under 6 hours. I usually can find many issues with the game, but honestly this game is flawless. Only thing the dev could do to make the game better is to add more content level stages heroes. For $10 is worth the 6 hours you can get from the main campaign. Then after that there's a challenge mode, which I personally don't enjoy. That'll probably add a few more hours if you like that kind of thing. Here's my 30-minute review after having finished the game. Yeah, nice. Nice. And like I said, I talked to LFP. I've seen that. Wow, 15 hours on record. I've seen the video. Hey Dizem, did you use any AI help? Yeah, so I have an AI disclosure that I posted on Steam and on Itch. It's just easier for me to pull up on Itch, but it's there on the discussion thing too. But here is the disclosure. So feel free to check that out. In short, it was used for almost none of the creative stuff. We used it for one graphic partially. And yeah, some text. The translations, it never ended up making it into the game anyway. So I don't think it's controversial how I used AI, but again, you can judge for yourself. Vefe, thank you very much. I'm happy to hear it. I hope you both like it. Thank you, Abu and April. A great following the development and testing of the game. Yeah, man, it's crazy to think of like how many people have been on this journey with me, and not even just the playtesters, but just anyone who's been watching for a while now. Like, again, I highly recommend that people watch this video. If you haven't seen development, if you've seen development, it really doesn't matter because
there are nice clear tables.
I covered everything from the very beginning. And back when the game looked like this, like that's what this started as. And I just keep thinking back to then. This was about a month into development, kind of a month and a half or 2 months, depending on what you consider the very start. But if you looked at this game and you were just watching as a Twitch viewer, you'd be like, this guy doesn't know what he's doing. This is going to fail. This looks terrible. And like, yeah, it looks terrible. It's the first month of the game that ended up taking 2 years. I watched a GDC talk about Into the Breach. And what really stood out to me, it was this, their design postmortem. What really stood out to me is they said, looking back, we had our mechanics in place and the general ideas within the first few months. So why did it take us 5 years to make this game? And then they go into why they took them 5 years. It's a lot of like developing those mechanics, polishing everything, improving graphics. There's so much you can do with games, and at some point you need to decide to launch them. Psycho Ward, thank you. I appreciate it. Use AI for that list generation also. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Is it something Steam requires to state if something were made with AI? I think they have something somewhere on here. I should really learn this because people keep asking me about this, and I did something about it. Yeah, I don't know. But they didn't require me to post a document about this stuff. I did this because I think people would want to know. Definitely sit down and play and write a review later this evening. Thank you. Yeah. The game has come a long way. It has. I know what I'm doing tonight. Nice, Satchma. Hey, BG King. Thank you. We were watching and talking many times how I was in awe and how intimidating game dev looked, and look at it now. Yeah, there is a lot that goes into it. And honestly, I've been thinking about, there's this quote I have in my head that I haven't actually said to anyone yet, but I wouldn't wish launching a game on my worst foe. I don't really feel this way, but man, it sucks. There's so much that goes into launch. You're like busier than you've ever been. You're scrambling to fix things. You're worried about adding new features. What if you break something for somebody? Thank you, Doctor. Thank you very much. Came here to say, have you tried finishing the game? Now I'm disappointed that I can't say it. Not anymore. Hey, Inverno. Just purchased? Thank you, Most. Yeah. I see people are joining Discord. As you can see here, everything's in English except the last part. Oh, we might have this. I might need to push a new version. Okay, yeah, I wonder if something broke here. Let me take a look. Lovelate, Barry, the Bard. We have the Portuguese, right? Yeah, this is probably broken in every language then. Wonder how that happened. It has a translate here. Strange. Scripts, PTBR. Yeah, strange. It has that too. Motovo, thank you for the gifted subs. Much obliged. Hey, Siberian. Got a dash with GG on the launch. Enjoying the game. Left a review. Thank you, Windy. I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. And I left a review. Thank you too, Strawn. Are you ready for weird edge case bugs? Cursor doesn't seem DPI independent. Is minuscule at 8K. Yeah, it follows your OS cursor. So that's your OS setting that you can change. Like, see how mine's gigantic? I just changed it in my OS. I actually did not plan on changing it for people because a lot of people complain when I make cursors larger than they wanted to. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, and I don't want to add a setting necessarily. So I'm not totally sure. I'll write it down. Yeah, these I should definitely fix. Yeah. Okay. Let me go over to here for a second. So let's get all this stuff together. I feel like I should fix that one first though. Okay, let me go take a look at this. All right, so translations don't seem to be working for the quest text and some other stuff. Let's put that in bug reports or copy that. Yeah, this I kind of want to fix today. And then Mysterious ran into this issue. Resizing the window. Yeah, I do think I want to take a look. Sorry, let me scroll down in chat. Have a good first day. Whole family will be playing, and I plan on getting more coffees. Thank you, Oberon. That is very, very kind of you. Congrats on launching. Thank you too, RevRox. Please add Russian to your game. I do have a plan to do this, and I found a potential localizer, and it's going to take some time to go through all that. Minimum amount of time would probably be like 3 weeks, but it is on my radar. So if the game does well, and I'll find out sales numbers tomorrow, then yeah, I will probably move forward on that. Do you want me to keep posting the translations I see that's wrong, or is it a global issue and you don't need more examples? Let me take a look into it now. But I guess you would probably need to write them down for yourself if you're going to report them. So if you don't mind just keeping a note for yourself for right now, and then I might request it from you because I need to find out what's wrong. And Mitch, thank you for gifting a sub. And 3 months too, wow. Congrats on the release. Hope you take some time to enjoy the release before going to maintenance mode. Yeah. I want to fix some high priority bugs. Like this translation one I think would be bad for anyone who's playing in a different language, but I'm probably not going to spend too long just doing like bug fixes or content work today. Do you use official translators or can anyone provide a translation? So I've been using Weblate. Everyone who provided translation so far has been a volunteer, and there's a translation document if you'd like to join. I'll put that in chat. And yeah, the engine is Godot with C# as the language. So I haven't added new languages yet or anything. How many sushi rolls? I mean, probably 2. Like I said, I don't want to waste food. But I'll call over the waiter and I'll take out my monocle and I'll say, excuse me, but I fancy 2 sushi rolls tonight. And the waiter will gasp and someone will drop their glass and water will go everywhere. Excuse me, sir. The restaurant's silent now. 2? Did I hear you correctly? Yes, 2. Then they'll trot it out. People will be like, oh my God, is that guy a celebrity? What's he doing over there? How can he afford that? It's gonna be great. I don't know if I even said this, but big grats. Thanks, Oppressal. Font size could use a bump up. Oh, do you find that the game scale setting is insufficient? Did you find this at all actually? Maybe you didn't use this? Because I have mine set to 2 all the time. So probably there's something in there that'll work for you. I don't know what the resolution is, but yeah, if you set it to like 1.3 even, that might look good. Yeah. And just keep in mind, some pixel art will look a little bit worse if you have it set to a random number, like 1.47 or something is probably going to look a little bit bad. So generally try to stick to like 1.5, 2, stick to those numbers if you want the pixel art to look better. But if you just want to read the font, you got to set to what you have to set it to. How's it going? I haven't been checking specific numbers yet on my own like dashboard. He has a bunch of starting motions. I figured. I see so many people do this, and you might say like, well, look, if you see so many people do this, why not tell you in the game? And it's like, I don't want to hold the player's hand for everything. I want them to figure things out. And a lot of players do realize like, wait a second, I'm getting all these garbage potions. I just won't keep getting garbage potions. Hey, Lana, thank you very much for the raid. And thank you for gifting another sub, Mitch. Yeah, for anyone joining in from Lana's stream, I just launched like 56 minutes ago. So we're not even an hour into the launch. It's been very overwhelming so far. Yeah, there's a lot going on. What are my expectations regarding sales? I took a bunch of bets yesterday on how many sales do you think there will be? And wait, where is that? Here. And I'm no longer, these aren't open anymore, but I guessed 2222. And the average guess is 5,000 and the median guess is 3,000. So who knows? We'll find out tomorrow. I'll reveal this on stream. We'll look at the number. And yeah, we'll see what happens. Congrats on launch. Thank you. And Alt F4, thank you for subbing. Congrats. I appreciate it. Oh, man. Yeah. It's been 2 years of work. How long before we started selling a strategy guide, like in the 90s? I've got a Brady Games partnership coming up, so keep an eye out. We'll reveal all the hot secrets of Skeleseller, cheat codes that you never even dreamed of. Congrats on launch. Thank you, Lana. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for playing it on your stream. I watched the VOD. You were locked in. Yeah. Is the Konami code in the game? No, there are a lot of small touches, but I didn't want to put the Konami code in. You track money like cakes after 2 days, then 1 week. I'm not certain what I want to do here. I will say this. I don't plan to constantly update people on sales. So I will do a 1-day update and then maybe a couple of others, but I'm not going to just like make the sales figures totally public at some point. Didn't even see you in chat. Yeah. Well, I hope you had fun. And hey, Jessica. Get someone who's only played for an hour of the game to write a strategy guide. Too true. Too true. Hey, Em. It is very exciting, and thank you. Please tell me you formed a company prior to launch. Yeah. I formed a company back in 2015 prior to making my first game, Botland. So I still have that company. Em, I don't know if you saw, I'm sharing this to anyone who is even moderately musical. I mentioned to Lana last time she came in, but I made sheet music for all of the soundtrack of the game. So it's there. I know you said that you played piano and that you want to be better at it. I don't know if you want to give this a shot, but it's not super advanced. Yeah, and there's the Skeleseller rap, which is very cringy. That's too many flats. Okay, maybe this would be more up your alley. Wait, not that one. This one. They're all in flat keys. That was just coincidental. Oh no, this one isn't, right? Yeah, this one's in E flat. Or sorry, E. What am I talking about? And actually 4 sharps would be... Yeah, E. Man, I still remember the acronym from music theory. Except for I don't remember what it stood for. There's BGCF and the reverse of that. French kernel goes down and ends battle. Yeah, this is for flats, this is for sharps. Wait, is it? Yeah, must be. Must be. Mnemonics have to work for a reason. Do you have sales number for game 2? Game 2 is Skeleseller, if that's what you're talking about. And I technically probably do have the sales numbers, but I'm not looking at them yet. So I'm going to check tomorrow. I don't remember what I always remembered it as BGCF, but I don't know if that was supposed to stand for something, although you could always retrofit something. I just listened to the Skeleseller rap. Did you cringe? Can't wait to buy the game. I hope you have fun. I hope everybody enjoys. I do kind of want to look into this bug. I didn't see anything immediately wrong, which is surprising. Because we have the translation and we call it a translate on this. I guess let's just try setting the game to Portuguese and checking for ourselves. What is game 1? It's not on Steam. Game 1 is Botland. And it was discontinued. I think it's still visible on Steam somewhere. But I think you have to like go through some hoops to find it. Yeah. Yeah, this was a very niche game. you made scripts for robots, and then they would follow the scripts in battle against other players. So it was like an online multiplayer game. You could customize your robots and everything. You give them new equipment. You could write JavaScript to control them. And that's not why it failed, I think. I think it failed because it didn't make it well enough. But yeah, this was a lot of work. I demand a piano stream. There will be piano streams coming up, I think. Does the string match exactly? Yeah, maybe there's something wrong with that. Like, I just had a problem show up yesterday that we worked on, and that was due to the node not being marked as translated. I wonder if that's what's happening here too. But it's the tooltip. It's a different developer account? No, it's the same developer account. Like if I go to Steam, yeah, it says Xtonomous. If you click this, oh wait, weird. It should be the same developer account. I don't know how that's even possible. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Yeah, I did not realize that. Botland is apparently listed under a different developer account. That's incredibly strange. I could have sworn I set that. Oh yeah, it says Xtonomous instead of Xtonomous LLC. Wild. Yeah, wild. Okay, let me give you a point, Ember. Sorry, I didn't realize. I was under the impression this entire time that it was the same thing. Hey, Frigid, thank you. Happy launch day. I appreciate it. I was able to buy your game first try, so it doesn't look like you're getting the same sales numbers. Yeah, what a shame for me. Actually, Slay the Spire 2 launched on the same day as Marathon, right? So I don't know if you can attribute the Steam breakage to one game. It might be that it was the combination of two popular games. Hey, Caleb. Yeah. And thank you, Riser. Yeah, I appreciate it. Same day as Mr. Farm Boy. It was D-Boy's fault. Yep. Okay, so we have the translate call here. Let's go take a look. Like I said, I'd start this up in Portuguese. Thanks to whoever did this. And way to go, Adam. Super Skeleseller, proud of you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I am feeling pretty good right now. Hopefully I continue to feel good. But I was in Irish John's stream yesterday. Irish John has been working on Rise of Piracy, and it's on Steam. It's in early access. And I asked, how are you holding up? And he said, I'm great unless I read the reviews. And the reviews are pretty good. It's 79%. I mean, I haven't looked through them all, but I skimmed them. And yeah, there's some negative ones. But that's what I'm worried about is it doesn't take much to sort of poison the well. You could have 100 reviews and have one negative one and focus on the negative one. So that's, I will look at reviews for Skeleseller eventually. I want to find out what people are struggling with, but I hope I'm not like super sensitive to them. Happy launch day, Adam. Been a pleasure following you. Make this here and there. Thank you. Thank you. You made another game? What was the other game called? The other game was called Botland. And it's gonna be open source soon. Altman has been working on open sourcing it. It's not playable right now as a result of that. And it's not available anymore. There's a postmortem that I did. I think it's in here somewhere. Yeah, here it is. If anyone wants to read this later, I suggest it. It's another one of those, like, I just covered everything that you might be interested in. I think it's still a good read even to this day. But it's long. Is it on the Android Play Store? No, there are no plans for mobile right now. I think it'd be a lot of work to do that, and I don't think it would really pay off. And I'm not interested in doing the work. Sometimes I do things just because I'd like the work, but I don't think I would like that work. Rewrite the internet in Rust? Yep. I'm glad you guessed it. Next project, I've got some vague plans there that I have listed. Only interact with the reviews via a proxy. Trusted friend who can filter the real good versus the real bad. That's an interesting idea. I think I need to just develop some thick skin for whatever negative reviews. Like I said, someone posted on the discussion forum saying like, oh, this is a greedy developer because the game isn't very long. Like, that doesn't bother me. Or like, it doesn't bother me to my core, I should say. It kind of bothers me that someone might not like the idea, but you know, it's like a respectful disagree kind of thing. What was your professional background? Were you always a game dev? I have done very little professional game dev. I worked at some big companies. The last company that I worked at before this, let me just give you a quick rundown of what I did. In 2015, I quit my job to work on Botland. I did that full-time on stream for 5 years. Then in 2020, I started Adam Learns. This was supposed to be like course creation and stuff. That kind of fizzled out. So then 2020 to 2023, I worked at Google. And then 2023 until now, it has been back to Twitch. And it's been like 95% Skeleseller for that time. So that's at least the last like 11 years. Clark, yo, thank you very much. Congrats on the launch. Thank you for the message and for the resub. In 2020, you started Adam Learns? Did I say something wrong? Oh, Adam Leans. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Of course. Yes, that's right. I started leaning. Hey, Badinsky. Just picked up a coffee. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Hey, I was watching one of your streams one day and your cat sits on your shoulder. Did you train them to do that or did they just naturally do that? And is it ever annoying? Because it looks very cute. Do you think Cloud Engineer is still a good job role this year? I don't have any like great metrics or stats on this stuff, so I don't think you should probably trust what I have to say. But I mean, people still heavily use the cloud, so I imagine it would still be good. She just does that sometimes. Oh man, that's pretty cool. Now working on Skeleseller, will that change since it's out? I'll write that down too. I probably should change it at some point. Also, hey Boolean, did not see you enter. Whew. Okay, so yeah, I wanted to look into this in Portuguese. Let's go take a look. Switch to Portuguese. Start a new game. Get the tavern and start a quest. Oh, weird. This is correct for me. Uh-oh. Oh, maybe they changed while running the game. Did you change the language while the game was running? If so, that's a known issue. I just checked on my dev version and it's working. So please try reloading at some point and checking it out. Oh yeah, this is... Cursor doesn't seem to follow settings, system settings in Windows 11. System cursors DPI independent. Game cursors perceptually different sizes across screen depending on screen density. Ooh, that's strange. I wonder, hang on, yeah, let me see. Does this still happen if you restart the game? Okay, let me welcome everybody who's here. Click, 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 click. Happy for you, thank you. Were you a web dev at Google? What did you do? I've got a Google command that talks about that here. Happy launch day. Thank you, VX. Just grab my copy. Thank you, Boolean. Where is Abby hiding? I think the door is closed right now, but she's probably sleeping. Actually, just noticed, what is that keyboard? This is a Corn keyboard. And I like it a lot. Okay, so yeah, I think that this is maybe not an issue. That would be very good if it isn't. Because here's what happened. So in the game, if you change languages, so right now it says this in Portuguese. If I change this back to English, it's still in Portuguese. The reason why is we cache a bunch of strings at runtime, and to clear out that cache for everything is just not worth it, given that most people are probably not going to change the language while they're playing. So if you change it on this screen, everything does change. This is the one screen I made sure that everything is going to change to whatever language you have picked. So like French, everything changes to French. German, everything changes to German. But beyond this, I stopped verifying that because it's just a lot of work for almost no benefit. So yeah, hopefully that person responds and says, oh yeah, I did change it. Because otherwise there's a real bug and I'm not sure. Why not disable changing languages in game? It's a good question. Yeah. We should probably do this, or at least warn the player to reload. Yeah, good suggestion. This is the... Oh, They confirmed it? Oh. They're in chat. Sorry, I missed that. Where is their chat message? There. Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Cool. Yeah, it is. That is a yeah. You don't need to report any other translation issues then. The whole game should be in Portuguese, and it should just be that you just can't change it while you're playing. So I'm sorry. But yeah, if you save and load, it should be fixed. You don't even need to restart the game. You can just save and load. And yeah, thank you both for following up on that. Yeah, changes will be applied after restarting. Yeah, I'll write that down. Okay, that is a load off my mind. Yeah. Congrats on the launch. Case is playing. I'm so sorry. Just kidding. I really want to watch people play. One of the problems with this is it's like if you were to watch every video on YouTube that gets uploaded in an hour, it would take you like a year or 10 years or some crazy amount of time, right? Well, right now there are at least, I think, like 4 people playing on Twitch. Actually, let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So there are 4 people playing on Twitch. I'd like to watch all of these people play, but they're all going to play for probably 2-3 hours. So that's 12 hours of content I'd have to watch. Even at 2x speed, that's 6 hours of watch time. I spent like at least 18 hours in the last few days watching Skeleseller videos and like writing down any notes I had, responding to people. Yeah, so much. So I would really like to watch Cakes play. And also to see chat's reaction. Hey, Kizu. Looks like there are a lot of people already enjoying it. Yeah, let me look at that Steam DB chart again. Skeleseller charts. 520. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Trust me, you don't want to watch Cakes play it. Is he having fun at least? Is he more frustrated than enjoying it? Started my first dev job in 2 months. Gonna work on backend with Go most likely. Nice. Yeah, good luck. Does it also include a demo? Yeah, there's a free demo. It's about half an hour long, and it is the first half hour of the game. So it's not like a curated section or something. Some games will do that, especially RPGs. But no, it is just the first half hour. So if the game runs well, if you're enjoying it, you will almost certainly enjoy the rest of the game, at least story mode. And yeah. Again, my goal with the game, I think I've accomplished this, was make sure the player is having fun at any given moment. There are a lot of idle games out there where they're like, oh, well, it's time to just wait around and do nothing. Like you can almost always do something to improve your town or improve your efficiency or go do another battle or something like that. So if you find yourself waiting for more than like a minute or two, that's probably something you could do better. Little Pixel Adam is currently in my town and keeps buying potions and never leaves. There he is again. What was my biggest lesson from Botland? My biggest lesson, and I've got all the lessons listed out here, but the biggest one is validate product market fit. This is just the most important thing you could possibly do if you're making a game. And the reason why is pretty obvious. For those who don't know, product market fit is just making sure you have a place in the market for your product. Do people want to buy it? Do they want to buy it at that price? Do they want something different out of your product? So games kind of minimally take on the order of weeks. And I say minimally pretty generously there. Most games take years. So do you want to spend years on something that someone's not going to like at the end of it? So that is why it's the biggest lesson, because I spent 5 years on that game. And at the end of it, it was like, well, did I make something people want? Like, should I make something different? Should I make something better? How do you find that faster? And Skeleseller took 2 years. I think there are ways that we potentially could have gone through it faster, but I think it would have involved like decreasing the creative input. So I could have looked at other idle games and just like taken systems from them. I tried not to do that at all. I tried not playing idle games during that time. I just wanted to come up with ideas on my own. And the next game is going to be out there in terms of some ideas that I have. I think people like watching that. I don't know how it's going to do in the market. We're going to play test. We're going to validate it. I missed the thing up there. Hide a save file from demo. It can be used in the full version. Yes, it can. It transfers automatically. You don't have to do anything. Just buy the game and you will be able to continue right where you left off. There is one caveat, which is if you played before, I think February 11th or so. If it's before February 11th, then it does not transfer. But if it was before February 11th, then probably it's worth playing the game again anyway to that point, because you might have forgotten how it works. So yeah, as long as you played in the last like month or so, it should be fine. What's the other game mode compared to story mode? The other game mode is called Bone Mode. So this is called Business Optimization via New Expansions, and it is a roguelite mode. So when you start a, well, first of all, let's kind of show you some of these things. So there are persistent perks that you can unlock. So you could be like, oh, I want a bunch of level up perks, or I want to start with some buildings or something like that. You also unlock perks as you go through. And when you start a run, instead of having the town like where you get to build, oh, I want the potion shop, you will get randomized options. So for example, I click build here and I get treasure room, key storage, or enchanter's den. You might not want one of these things. So it might not be the thing that you want. Same thing with town perks. You're just presented with some options. You might have the thing you want. This is maybe the perfect thing you want to get here and you choose it. Same thing with adventures, same thing with level ups. And your goal is to get a certain amount of money. And that's it. It's just meant to be a fun, laid back, like reimagining of the main mode. So if you felt like starting a new town but didn't want to spend like 4 hours, these scenarios typically last about like 20-30 minutes. And they're pretty self-contained. And they all have different starting points too. So they make you feel kind of powerful in different ways. That was at least the goal with it. What was your relationship with idle games before starting Skeleseller? So you might have heard this in how I talk about this. I think most idle games are predatory. And I think all of the ones with microtransactions definitely are. Again, this is my opinion. I am not actually saying that, like, anyway, I shouldn't say all. I should say most. So my relationship was I would play idle games as a free-to-play player. I'd get hooked because they start out really fun and they're incremental and everything. And then I'd realize at some point, like, I am beholden to this thing. Like, I have to play in order to get progress, and everybody likes seeing progress. And that happened pretty rapidly that I was like no longer having fun. And again, that's why I said that informed the design philosophy of Skeleseller. I didn't want people to be playing because they're like, I gotta watch the numbers go up. I wanted it to be, I want to find out what the new mechanics are. At some point in most idle games, you run out of new mechanics and it's just like, okay, go buy 1 million of those things. Okay, now prestige and get back to the same point, but a little bit faster. And a lot of people like those kinds of games. And if so, great. But I think a lot of people like them due to addiction and not due to actually like enjoying the gameplay. There's a fine line to draw though, because how do you say that like Diablo 2 is a fun game even? Or is that just like loot box heaven happening 1 million times per minute? Thank you, Piglet. We're going to play test, so my job is not going to cut. Nope. It's doubling, in fact. Do not redeem. Design of the game looks solid. Thanks for making this. Thank you, noob. Feels weird to almost insult you just to say your name. Good luck on the game. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How much AI are you using while programming? Since your streams, as much as I saw your AI free, maybe I missed it. I don't know if anyone's already typed it, but I have a Copilot command that I just typed in, which is now at the bottom of chat. I use it for smart autocomplete. I made an entire video on my AI usage and my AI opinions as well. Again, this is just because someone's bringing this up now. I never publicized this video more than just in the stream. But yeah, if you take a look at this, I made like a 20-minute video about this stuff. As I'm playing Eidolon, definitely predatory and addictive. Yeah, like, okay, Chaos, I don't mean to single you out, but would you say you're having fun playing the game on a regular basis? I gotta clean my H key. I'm gonna write down H a bunch of times. Just got my Steam email. Congrats, excited to play. Thank you, Sammy. And thank you, Uber. What are idle games? Idle games mean one of a couple different things. Either it's a kind of game you leave running while you're not even at your computer or your phone. So you'll check in once a day and it'll be doing something in the background. Or it's just a game where you're just not expected to control the characters directly. Skeleseller is more of the latter than the former. You're expected to play Skeleseller. You're just not moving the skeleton around yourself. How'd you handle translations? Use a translation company? No, I pretty much just got volunteers from chat. Hang on, let me fix this key before I forget. I pretty much just got volunteers from chat and we only did the languages that people in chat spoke already. Critical Cell on the Dragon Sword. Yeah, it's practically cheating. Had to delete clicker heroes because I played it while I was doing everything. Yeah. Just remember the one time you tried to get Copilot to change something and fought it very desperately for half an hour because Copilot kept wanting to quit. Oh, that was for, yeah, I think I remember that. I think it was for some of the translation stuff that I was doing. And that was something that I couldn't have done myself. That's why I felt like, well, I'm relying on a machine or another human to do it anyway. Stopped for almost a year and got pulled back in and now I'm not being as productive and I hate it. Yeah, not really having fun. Yeah. So that's my take, right? We should all be playing video games because we want to have fun, or maybe you want to learn something depending on the kind of game. Like Mario teaches typing. But at some point, a lot of those games are kind of just, they're just keeping us there and we're not having fun. And there's a certain feeling that I really enjoy, which is dropping a game where I wasn't having fun. And I think a lot of people, and myself too, sometimes it just takes a long time to do that. How many hours did you sleep? The first time I see you missing several messages. The volume of messages is so high that I'm not even trying to scroll back and see everything. I did get a normal amount of sleep. It was like 5 or 6 hours. Maybe you need to change a bunch of the string placeholders. And you kept clicking yes, please continue. Oh, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I was changing something for translations, but it wasn't actually translated text. Hope you verified it. So I verified it other people as much as possible, but I couldn't really verify it myself. So if anyone does report like, hey, I wouldn't have used this word here, I'll go in and fix it. But I can't figure that out myself. If the game is paused and goes to setting, it starts playing. Yeah, this is intentional at this point. The reason for that is right now the settings menu is the only place where you can modify the volume. Like you can't do that through a hotkey or anything like that. So you need to be able to hear the music and the sounds that are playing to figure out if those are a good enough level. So like, let's say you have this battle going. If it paused even here, you wouldn't be able to see like, okay, I turn up battle sounds. Is that too loud? Is that too quiet? So we need the game running. There are other ways of solving this, but yeah, I don't consider this a bug. If people want to pause, they could just stay on this screen. Although if they don't want to pause, I mean, the game will still play and they won't lose or anything. I got you in town. Nice. Happy launch day. Thank you, Deadeye. You're hoping for some great success. Appreciate it. Whew. Okay, so let's go take a look at the Steam page. It still says no reviews. Oh, hey, nice. We got at least 12. Wait, so does this mean that we show up on new and trending? No, I wonder how many sales you need for that to happen. But yeah, we can't be here anymore. Huh. I think we kind of need to get onto this list if we're going to have a shot. Because otherwise, I don't think Steam is going to push it a whole lot. You're about halfway in the top sellers list. Oh, I'm here. I'm just lower down. I see. Where is it? Wait, that's weird. New releases? There's Skeleseller. Are you idling the Steam listing page? What? Oh, hey, there's the game, but I don't see it in this. Do I have to just like scroll down really far? I mean, it should be on here somewhere, right? Huh. Okay, maybe I don't understand. Top sellers, not the first tab. Let me just go back to this. Okay, I might be missing it. I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, I guess. It's not like it changes anything, and I don't have much impact over it. Maybe it's cached. That was an incognito tab. Although, I mean, they could cache it at the edge node or something, but yeah, it shouldn't have even been logged in on my account. Consider submitting a key to SteamDB. I've thought about that. I think it's so they can like produce better update data, essentially. I'm kind of torn. But I'll write it down. Hey, Soul Trail. Good afternoon. Just hopping in to share a short, hey, this is cool moment. Found it on itch while browsing. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah. Did you find it through the browse page or through like the dev log, out of curiosity? I had fun playing the demo, but it lacks an ending in my opinion. Let us at least battle the dragon and die to it constantly. To trigger a dialogue. Oh, okay. So I don't want the demo to have a distinct ending, because then I think people would be like, okay, I'm done. Instead, I wanted to stop you on a cliffhanger of like, here's the next elite, and you know that the elite is the barrier to new adventurers. So it was intentional how it ended, and I hope that people who play it and are like, oh man, yeah, I definitely want to continue, would go buy it. And I've seen some people play, they were YouTubers or Twitch streamers, and they said, oh, if this were out, I would have gone and purchased it. So hopefully that works. Excuse me. Hey, PWS, thank you very much. And Mitch, thanks for gifting another 3 months of subs. Let's see. I think it won't show a review score until a certain number. I see. Gotcha. Yeah. Under the new tab for you. Okay, cool. This is the very top of under 10. Yeah, I saw it on the right side. I didn't see it in the list. Browsing categories for my own sake. Recognize Skeleseller being part of a category card. Pretty visible. Oh, cool. Okay. Yeah, let me take a look at itch and see. Fresh games. Okay, I don't see Skeleseller here. Okay, and let's look at Fresh again. Where did Fresh go? Alright, I don't know. We'll look at that stuff later, I guess. And on Steam app, don't see it in popular releases yet. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it takes to get to that point. Will you go full concerned ape and expand more on the game's universe? Probably not. Yeah, I think with Stardew Valley, there's a lot more time that you spend in the world, and there is more in terms of character development. Like, it is a more story-driven game than Skeleseller, while still letting the player have a lot of control. And if I were making that kind of game, I probably would want to expand on it, but for my next game, I'm probably going to do something very different. Shows a lot of info you might want to know. Congrats on the release. Yeah, I've seen the SteamDB page. I've mostly just been looking at whatever the chart was. Yeah, here, which I might need to update. Okay, it's going up at least. That's nice. Next game, you say? Yeah, next game. You might do 5 sushi tonight. Thank you, Psycho. I am going to take a quick break because I just want to make sure I am not sitting down the entire day at my computer. So I will be back in a little bit. Let me close Skeleseller and ask an important question. Is it jump time? It's jump time. again, everybody. All right, close the game. All right, I want to look into those Reddit posts and see if there's anything I need to respond to. Raimo, thanks for the tier 3 resub. Just bought this game on Steam, and it was even on sale. It's called Skeleseller. Have you heard of it? No, but that sounds really interesting. Hard to see with that many people. Yeah, I think if that were common in this stream, that we had like 30 people playing, we would probably need to change the game. Brainoid, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, it's an exciting day. Okay, let's go take a look. Media processing takes more than usual. Takes more than usual? Did someone think AI wrote this message? Huh. Okay, well, anyway, I want to refresh this. I have notifications. All right, let me just make sure. I'm going to look at this off screen just in case there's sometimes private messages or something in here. No, you know what we should do? There's a bunch of replies to my post. Okay, no, so I can look at this stuff now. Bad translation? Maybe it is, yeah. Huh. Oh, whoops, I forgot. I'm sorry. I forgot to start the ad break during my break. Oh, no. So it's running now. Although no one can hear me apologize, I guess. It's like Rami says in the under 10. Yeah, I saw it in the under 10. Yeah. Anyway, let me take a look. I'll definitely check this out. Congrats. Upvote. Congrats on the launch. Hope the release went smoothly. Upvote. Had a lot of fun with the game from the demo. Nice. Sheet music. Looking awfully similar to Stardew Valley. Yeah. A lot of people have commented on this, and aesthetically, it is pretty similar. But yeah, content-wise, it isn't. Wish this was on iOS. Yeah, I wonder if I should respond to some of these things. I probably should. I will. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely similar aesthetically. But the gameplay is quite different. And thank you very much. Wish this was on iOS. Unfortunately, I don't have plans for a mobile launch. The closest that we have now is that it runs on the Steam Deck quite well. I'll say pretty well. No, I'll say it this way. But I recognize that not everyone has a portable computer like that. Well, I should say it that way. Cool. Okay, comment. Ad break, yay. Stardew Valley looks like other games that came before it. Yeah, I think this is kind of what happens whenever any big piece of media becomes the piece of media in the public's eye. So as an example, Star Wars, when it first came out, had some pretty great storylines. It's not like they were unique necessarily, but now the whole I am your father thing, you can't do that without it sounding like you're doing a parody of Star Wars. But like this is a twist in a lot of different dramas and a lot of different stories. So I think it's kind of the same with Stardew. The aesthetic is so apparent and the game was so popular that now if your game looks like it, people will be like, oh, it looks like Stardew, because that's their frame of reference. Are you witnessing the IPO? And IPOing a game studio. Hey, Sisyphean. Welcome in from Cakes' channel. Sharing stats on number of sales, players, etc., or not yet? Not yet. So tomorrow we are going to see who won this. This is no longer open, so you can no longer guess. But we took guesses yesterday of how many sales will the game have. And tomorrow at 9 a.m., I plan on loading up the sale count. And we'll see who was closest. And I guess 2222, but yeah, I don't know if that's going to be close, not close, under, over. -3, yeah. That was Casey. Yeah, dead robot. That happens pretty frequently. Then he started, taking out a blaster, lightsaber. Darth Vader comes in. It's a pretty common day in everyone's lives. I'm still a human that has to consume matter to live. But congrats on the launch again. Can't wait to hear about the next game. Wait, what? I'm not sure if the pun is intentional about consuming matter and then congratulating me on lunch. But anyway, thank you. Regardless, I'm going to take it as a congrats on the launch. I'll be covered in sushi. More than an hour to figure out that red background adventures are in party and white are not. I think it's tougher as a streamer too because there's a lot going on usually. Try to call a light sword, make different sound effects. Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you all. Okay, so yeah, we were looking at Reddit posts. Incremental is a ballsy scope decision. Most games in the genre either go infinite or peter out after the first prestige. Scoping it tight and actually ending the thing takes more discipline. It's a wild detail. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's nice. That's a really nice comment. Let's see what people in the Godot thread are saying. Oh, people aren't really saying much. 545 VODs. Wow. Because it'd be hard to see every detail of the development. Congrats on launch. Nice. I know Plam is in the stream. I recognize the name. But yeah, cool. All right, we should probably check in on these occasionally. So let's copy these both over to here for right now. Oh, and the videos worked, right? That one did, and that one did. Nice. Have to send a picture of what you end up ordering. That's a good idea. Yeah. I should write that down. Afternoon, take pictures of sushi. Show up on stream tomorrow dressed as a giant sushi. I have a joke idea for April Fools. It's already going to take a lot of effort. So I will not be expending more effort on a throwaway sushi joke. Just do a sushi stream from the restaurant. All right, I just wanted the game to play in the background. Let's go start a battle. Why was there no poison cure? Because they weren't selling it. They'll have to find out what happens at the end of the game. Okay, so yeah, I want to look at Steam reviews and just see what are generally people saying here. So let's sort by recent and go to the bottommost one now. All right, so we read this one. So now here's the next one. Easygoing and enjoyable. Perfect game for the time I have to play games nowadays. It is very something. I recommend something. I know who this person is, but I don't know exactly what they're saying. Highly recommend it. Okay, yeah. Very chill and cute little idle game. Game's loads of fun. Nice, great game so far. Reasonably priced and very polished. Fun game. Mostly play FPS, so idle style games aren't my thing. Skeleseller surprised me. The idea of dying on an adventure and coming back as a skeleton running a town that hires adventurers to gather loot is pretty funny. Gameplay loop is simple but satisfying. Moves at a nice pace. Doesn't drive into crazy numbers. That's nice. I'm selling, I'm skelling, I'm raking in cash. Nice. Great semi-idle game and one I highly recommend. It's fun, funny, and respects your time. You kill monsters, get loot, sell the loot, and upgrade. What's not to love? Really nice. Has a classic JRPG aesthetic, and the music is glorious. Looking forward to playing the game after enjoying the demo. If you enjoy lighthearted, semi-idle games, then this one is the best. Highly recommend. Also, the developer is a thoroughly nice chap. Cheers to Windy. Cheers, mate. Fun and thoughtfully designed idle game. I enjoyed the demo, and now playing the full game, I find myself yet again drawn to progressing through each new phase of the game. Excited to try out the end game mechanics. Game is a gem that showcases what happens when a development team genuinely cares about their product and their players. You feel the thought, care, and polish. Jeff Alton, this is so nice. Play essentially however you want without feeling like you're missing out or being penalized for doing something inefficiently. No pressure to play a certain way. You're free to explore and engage with the game. Clearly put in hard work and it shows. Based on progression of the pre-demo, demo, and release, you can tell the team listen to feedback. Music perfectly complements the atmosphere, and the fun Easter eggs and hidden interactions scattered throughout the game add personality and charm. These little touches show just how much thought went into the game. Oh, there's more. Highly recommend for anyone looking for a genuinely enjoyable, stress-free gaming experience. The game is very fun, and the mechanics are easy to understand. NPCs repeat explanations, so for someone like me who often looks at the other screen while grinding, it's very nice. Solid so far. Looking forward to building out my town and progressing. Already having a lot of fun. Well-made game. Got the game early on with a free demo. Watch Adam streams with my son. Been playing only a few hours. It's a great game. Something an old guy like me can play without worrying about losing at the game. Super easy gameplay, easy to learn. Bought 3 copies for myself and family. How nice. Hey, Shotgun. Make Pige play your game so we can see the full thing. Pige might play the game. Yeah. No negative reviews. Oh, well, no negative reviews is pretty typical for new games because it's... The negative reviewers are probably that either refunded it or they might wait a little bit of time. Yeah. Okay, now I need to click the plus button on all of these. I think these are all very helpful. Actually, I wonder if I can give out awards. Like, do I have whatever it takes, points or something? Let me click that off screen and just see what happens. I have 400 points. Okay, there's nothing private here. But I think everything costs 500. Yeah. I cannot give awards. Who died in the intro? Someone. Hello, Ghost. Thank you very much. Words you give out are from points you've earned from buying games. Yeah. Debating whether to order sushi to be delivered or go out and pick it up. Depends on whether you'll stream for X number of hours or not. I am probably going to stream for at least another couple hours. For a little while. So I don't know how that impacts your decision. But yeah, probably another couple hours. And then if something like important is happening, or if I start talking about the new game or something like that, then yeah, maybe it'll be a little bit longer. What are you doing on stream? I'm not even totally sure. I've just been doing wherever the wind takes me. So I want to look into reviews, coverage. I want to see, yeah, what are people saying about the game? Is there any like major issues? I have a lot of Discord notifications I'm gonna have to go through. Gonna be delivered. Okay, gotcha. A nice choice on sushi. I hope you enjoy it. All right, let's see what this is about. This has no review. This is just a recommended or not recommended. Lots of games about going out, finding cool items. Oh, I think this person had already reviewed this before. There are 2 made with Godot curators. Okay. I've seen this one from before too. And then I think Irish John just added this yesterday. Okay, got it. What are curators? Curation is a system on Steam where I think anyone can sign up and then you get listed amongst curators and you have these tiny reviews that you can write where you either recommend or don't recommend a game or apparently informationally talk about a game. But I don't think there's a lot of traction with the curation system on Steam. Like the idea in theory was Steam has 1 million games or 10 million games or whatever it's up to by now. And how does a new gamer find games that they want? Oh, so we'll put curators on the platform and they'll help you find them. And it's a good idea in theory, but a lot of people don't even know this exists, or they know it exists and don't care about it. And yeah, some people care about it, but it's not really, it doesn't need to be on Steam necessarily, I guess. Oh, I should be looking at the discussion threads because there are actually a decent amount of these, huh? Okay, how long is the game expected to be? Okay. Family share. Curious as to why the dev has disabled family sharing. Is it just through a hope that 2 or 3... I didn't even know this is a thing. Wait, let me quote this. Hey, I didn't even know that I had disabled it. I'll go look into this now. Sorry about that. All right, let me take a look because I really truly did not know that you could even turn this off. So how do I turn this on? Enable family sharing. To set up family sharing on Steam, create a Steam family. That's not the one I want. If anyone knows how to do this, by the way, please do let me know because I can't find this. It is not disabled. It says it has family sharing. Oh, and Mish, thanks for gifting another sub. Jeez, another 3 months. This is for players, not devs. Weird. Unless it says it and doesn't work. Yeah, it says on the page it has family sharing. What if the person disabled it themselves? Huh. Okay, well, thank you all in chat who said that, because, yeah, I didn't know this. I just asked several other players, and they said that family sharing does show up for them. I don't know enough about family sharing to be able to help figure out what went wrong. But I believe you should have access. If you're still struggling, please join Discord and perhaps the community can help you out. No, that's not how you do URLs on this. Oh, God. Stupid Steam markup not being just marked down. Where'd that go now? Here. URL equals. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Oh, some regions have it blocked? Apparently some regions may have it blocked for all of... Wait, no, I shouldn't say that, because they probably, if they know about family sharing, they probably used it. So I don't know. But yeah, let's leave it at that. I'm not sure who this person is and why they're commenting on every post and why they hate me. All right, what's this? Looks like if you hit the command center button on the rogue ally and change control mode to desktop, you'll see the cursor. You can change modes while looking at the Steam interface. Oh, awesome. Thank you very much for posting this, whoever this is. I don't know if they're watching the stream. People on the internet are weird, man. Oh, yeah. No, I know. But sometimes it's that, like, I rubbed them the wrong way. And yeah, thank you, No Pulse. I appreciate it. Yeah. If it's on purpose, all is fine with me. Just wasn't sure it was. And of course, I see this is not worth fixing in another way, especially at this point in time. Caught most of your stream yesterday. Need to say that your streams are among the most relaxed dev streams out there, while still being fun and educative. Hope the release goes beyond expectations. It's my part in purchasing the game. That's very nice. I don't know if they're watching now. I don't want to post in every single thread, but yeah, if they're watching now. Thank you. Hey, Frigid, should you go into the Skeleseller Twitch category? That might boost the game a little with this view count. I'm not sure, because no one's probably going to find the category. I guess they might if they're browsing through. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should. Let me take a look. Yeah, let me just switch. How do I edit this? Categories, Skeleseller. Because I guess it's a question of, do I want people to find me, or do I want people on Twitch to be able to find the game? Man, that's a lot of viewers. Also, that's a ton of subscribers. Before this, I was at like 120 something, maybe. So this is all just from people subscribing, gifting crazy amounts of subscriptions today. That's nuts. Thank you, 715209. And yeah, welcome in, Frigid. I saw you were typing on Steam chat. So yeah, I saw your happy launch day, but welcome to the Twitch stream now too. To find the game via you. Yeah, I kind of want to see what does this look like on Twitch. So if we go to Twitch, I'm going to do this off screen just in case people have some, like, I don't know, weird content on their streams. But if I go to browse, we go to viewers. Oh, you got to scroll down pretty far before you get to games that have fewer than 1,000 viewers. So does Skeleseller show up there now? It might not have updated the category. Yeah, I don't get updated. Hey, Sarah, thank you very much. I'll check one more time, but then I probably need to wait. Actually, I can just scroll down however far I want and then just search for Skeleseller. Oh, nice. There it is. Yeah, so it's got the old view count. If you go to the category, it should have me there soon. Oh, nice. Malmsy's playing it too. And I saw this person play a while ago. And yeah, the other streams I had seen. Thanks, BT Dubs. Twitch also has a section on your following tab that recommends based on your viewing history and streamers that play similar games. I see. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be in this category then. I'd originally looked at it as I've been doing the game dev on Twitch for so long that I want to celebrate the like launch of this. I won't really be playing the game. But yeah, and thank you, Dakar, for buying the game. Okay, so it says 807 viewers now. Do I show up in here? Still not yet. Did I do this correctly? I did change this, right? Yeah, Skeleseller. Why are you following your own category? I am. There's a heart there. Hey, Lammy, thank you. I'm on there now. It's probably like cash per region or something. Or maybe I don't show up in my own... Maybe I don't show up because I'm the streamer. Yeah, there I am. Okay. Yeah. All right, so now if I refresh this, now we show up slightly higher on the list. I think maybe one person might discover the game from this. But hey, maybe that's a person who wouldn't have discovered it otherwise. Skeleseller. There it is. Nice. Let's take a picture. Don't forget YouTube chat. Not sure if I missed you reading any of them. I have it open. I haven't seen anything except for, oh, I missed Kurohige's message. Oh, and that just popped up literally when I moved the window. It'd be perfect if you were on the Twitch homepage. I applied. They rejected me. So I couldn't be on the Twitch homepage. I'll probably apply again for April. Although, actually, I don't know if I want to do that for making a new game. I don't know if I'll be working on Skeleseller still. We'll have to see what happens from today. All right, YouTube chat. Okay, so major bugs. Let's go take a look at bug reports. Is there anything that is important? After restart, almost everything is fixed, but not that message. Not critical, to be honest. I think you don't need to be worried about it. It's a minor issue. I wonder what's different. Thank you all for the reports, by the way. Do you mind sharing your game version? It's on the title screen and the pause menu at the bottom left. So here's my only thought. Maybe if you got the quest in English first, that it's going to stay in English from then on out. Because clearly this got translated and it hadn't been before, right? No, it had been before. We don't save quest text, do we? Oh my god, that would not be smart. But if that is why, then okay, fine. And it shouldn't be an issue for very many people. Quest? We don't have a quest. We need a quest. I don't normally play with this taking up only half the screen. Let's save. Oh my god, we do save it. Okay, all right, that's it. I understand. Yeah. I shouldn't even ask this person. Hang on. Never mind. This is apparently expected since we save the quest text to the save file. Okay, yeah. All right, well, I did not realize that. We could work on that if we wanted to. We save quest text to the save file, so even changing languages later wouldn't fix this. Take care, Pressel. Store Steam page says positive. Nice. Gonna leave a lurk while I get coffee. All right, take care, Shotgun. Did you have to give Twitch a picture? So you'd go to IGDB and fill out your game here, and then it just automatically pulls itself into Twitch. This is actually run by Twitch. It says at the bottom. So yeah, there used to be a site. Oh, there's probably still a site. I don't remember how this works. Giant Bomb. No, maybe they got discontinued. I don't remember. But this used to be the database that Twitch used, and now they use their own thing. I have no idea where to go to do it. I think it should just be, you go to the Steam page, so here, and then probably you just click this at the side, and you should see a little widget here somewhere, I think, for typing one in. If not, maybe it's at the bottom of the page. I'm not totally sure. If there's anything I could do as thanks for reading the nonsense I've written to you, I hope it's that I bought your game and will play it tonight. No, that's it. Yeah. Honestly, just watching the stream and being a pleasant person is all that anyone needs to do. Even watching the stream is not as important as being a pleasant person. Yeah. I stream my development for a reason, and many of you have heard me say this a bunch of times. Accountability is probably the foremost one, and marketing is another important part. But I had a job many years ago, and I was quite literally working from my parents' basement, and I went nuts. I was not working with other developers. I did not have good like work-life balance or work hygiene even. You know, I'd push off work until like 6 p.m. and then I'd start doing it, and I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this, and I push it off to like 8 p.m. I didn't ever want that to happen. So the last thing here is just sanity. It's like, this is still socializing. Yeah, it's not face to face, but I'm with people digitally. So yeah, I benefit a lot from the stream. And then there is a tiny amount of the monetization aspect. This is not why I stream. The amount of money I pull in per month is usually like on the $200 to $300 range. Like, it's not bad. I am appreciative that people do this, but it is not like I'm making, you know, thousands and I'm sustaining myself off the stream or something. That is not a goal. I'm saying it's nice. I can buy the game. Don't know about being a decent person though. I would trade one game sale for one more decent person in the world. What helps you go from basement mode to Adam Learns live mode? I think a lot of it is just small lessons over the years. Like, work-life balance is important. And it starts with finding a job that allows you to have work-life balance, which then means that when you're interviewing, you need to ask the right questions to find out if there's work-life balance. So one of my favorite questions was always, like, how many times do you work nights or weekends? If the person answers this honestly, this will reveal a lot to you. And I've had some companies be like, a lot? Yeah, we work nights and weekends pretty frequently, maybe 3-4 times a week. And I'm not saying that's wrong. If you want to work at a job where it's pretty intense like that, that might actually be the best environment for you. But for me, that is not the best environment for sure. Like, I don't want it to be 6 p.m. and I'm hungry and I'm like, I can't go home. We're a family. The mid-6 are gifting another sub. Self-imposed lunch break is coming to a close. Good luck on the launch. Thank you, Parrot. And thank you for gifting even more subs, Crows. Man. Yeah, we're a family, stand up, leave immediate. So that's one of the lessons. Work-life balance is important. The other thing I mentioned is about work hygiene, which is like, keep work within the workday. Your work-life balance might be that you're working, let's say 35 hours a week or 40 hours a week. But if those 40 hours are like 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 10 minutes there, you will hate your life. That's not good work hygiene. You should be doing like a chunk of work typically. Some jobs don't let you do that. Maybe they're on-call work, for example. But hopefully you're signing up knowingly. And other things are just like, yeah, finding jobs that you like, finding fulfillment from things that you like, and kind of steering your career. I feel like game dev is the right fit for me. I just struggle with the business side of things. And not necessarily the marketing or the skills that you need. It's just the landscape of gaming has changed so much since I got into gaming originally. I feel like gaming kind of started with arcade machines, and then consoles started coming out that would let people play from their own homes. They were generally pretty expensive. You bought physical media. The graphics weren't good. As that all developed, there were more and more game developers. There was more money in gaming. There was more sort of intrigue and mystery around the games you would play. Think of the first RPG you've ever played for people who consider themselves gamers, or the first shooter, or the first card game, or whatever. There's some amount of magic to it, even if it was a bad game. I remember, this wasn't my first RPG, but I played Secret of Mana. I loved that game. It's still my desktop. You see it in the background? I've used this for years. But now I think it's a terrible game. And I just don't think it's aged well. It was great for the time, and game design has come so far since then that we are making new and better games. But this still has some magic for me, despite not enjoying playing it anymore. And how many games can do that for you nowadays? There are still some new genres that come out, like Vampire Survivors, I think, was one of the first games to popularize the bullet heaven concept. And I played that and I'm like, oh, this is really cool. I like this. It brings back the novelty of gaming. And I hope I captured at least some of that with Skeleseller, even though it's a familiar enough sort of combination of other elements you've seen in other games probably. But I think the way that they're presented is unique. Anyway, that's what I say I struggle with here, because the business side is such that game engines are powerful and accessible enough now that there are tons of games. The costs drop as a result of high supply, and then gamer expectations rise. This is a good thing. I have no problem with this. This is a good thing for consumers. It's obviously a bad thing if you're a game developer, because you're going to get less money. We've seen a lot of layoffs in the industry recently. And gamer expectations rising is, I think, a problem for everybody as well, because it makes it harder for gamers to enjoy stuff. I myself am definitely in this camp. I feel like I cannot enjoy the average game anymore. I want like a certain thing, and if I don't find it, I'll just be like, all right, whatever, I'm moving on. And I'm seeing this happen with Skeleseller too. A lot of people are like, hey, it's not worth $10. It's kind of crazy to me to think, I mentioned this the other day, but like an expensive coffee in the region that I live in is like $7 to $8. Now, you really can't compare a consumable, like nutritious to some extent good, to a game, a durable product like that. But if you do think about it in terms of, I don't know, like enjoyment, what went into both of those things, it's crazy. It's just crazy. And I myself used to be in that camp of like, I'm not going to pay $5 for a game. Like, why should I? And now my reasoning is not usually the price. Now my reasoning is just I probably wouldn't enjoy the game. But it's exactly what I'm complaining about, right? I'm part of the zeitgeist here of gamers. First RPG played, Pokemon Yellow. Pokemon Yellow, I think, was a good game. Also, I think Secret of Mana was a good game. I guess I wonder how Pokemon Yellow would have held up. I know some people play the old Pokemon games still. There's endless mode, right? No, there's no endless mode. I did not want any sort of endless thing in Skeleseller. Why not work with the publisher? I was talking about this earlier. It came down to a combination of I wanted to build some expertise myself. I didn't know if I could trust any of the given publishers. And there was some other reason I had mentioned earlier. Yeah, anyway, it was these couple of things. And also, I didn't know how much it would matter. And yeah, maybe it would help, maybe not. Hey, Drew, congrats on the launch. Purchase this morning and playing as we speak. Nice. Hope you're having fun. Skeleseller's #1 at featured games on itch. Oh, yeah. Nice. And let's take a look at Steam. Because someone said that I'm showing up now in... Oh, nice. New and trending. #4. I'm going to take a picture of this. Save. Deep Rock Survivor. I played Deep Rock Survivor. To be honest, I think Vampire Survivors satisfied my desire for Survivors games. I have not liked another Survivors game since. I played Deep Rock Survivor for like 1 run or 2 runs, and I was kind of bored. I played Halls of Torment. I played... what else? I played some multiplayer Survivors game. That was pretty interesting because that was a little bit different. But even then, I only played for the demo. So once I got done with the demo, I was like, okay, I'm done. I'm not buying this game now. Nowadays, it's all about money. Those who are in the industry and are calling themselves game developers or producers, or that's just there to coordinate every aspect. I don't think it's entirely true. I think indie game devs have more passion on an average than probably the sort of corporate game devs. But even within those corporate game devs, I think there are still passionate game developers. I think it's hard when you're working on a project with, let's say, 90 other people for your passion to come through, because you might just be working on such an isolated segment of the game, and there are conflicting incentives. People who are employing you want probably different things from what you want for the game. It's priced lower than I thought. I think you said the other day it'd be around 15. I did originally have a plan for 15, but based on some feedback about the unlockable mode, I decided to lower it. So I still hope people like it. Very close to a game I prototyped a few years ago. We're gonna grab it and try it out. Nice suspense game. Yeah. Yeah, I prototyped this. This is what the prototype was for Skeleseller. Let me turn off the music over here. So it's called Idle Ascendance, and this was based on an automated version of Final Fantasy 1, basically. So you'd start a game, you'd pick a character, so we have like the Necromancer here, and then you'd walk around and get into battles, and you'd have skills that would charge up. You could pick to use them, but then once you got to a certain level, you would have an automated character. So now if I get into a battle over here, the mage is going to pick a skill to use automatically and just fight for me. I mean, this is what ended up in Skeleseller, this part, because the rest of the game was not fun here. You did not earn loot. There was no powering up. There were just skill trees. Excuse me. I know this is a very rough looking prototype, but I also think this is why it's important to prototype these games, because if I had made this, I don't think people would have liked it. I also don't think it'd be very unique. Like if you controlled the automation, maybe it would have been, but yeah. Yeah, perspective changes a lot of things, yeah. Been a long time since I did some Raimi art. I think today merits one. Thank you very much, Raimi. I'm going to save this. It's very cute. How do I get just the image? There we go. Usually you did it in MS Paint. I'm surprised you actually drew this one out. Nice. All right, let me scroll down pretty quickly. Publishers to take another cut. Oh yeah, that was another reason. Yeah, monetization was another reason. How many hours of thought went into deciding the game price? I mean, it wasn't probably hours. Some of it was a gut feeling based on what kind of value I thought I was providing. I was talking to someone the other day. I mentioned that we used to have a litmus test of, is there $1 per hour of gameplay that you have in the game, right? So if you have a 10-hour long game, it would be priced at about $10. That was at least a decade ago that people were saying this. And you know what a decade does when you have inflation? It roughly doubles the price of things. So what should happen is now a 5-hour game should cost $10. But gamers don't think that way anymore. They're still in this like $1 per hour. So there are a lot of people who are like, hey, if you have 4 or 5 hours of story mode and that's what's fun, you should be charging $4 or $5 for this game. So it's just, I picked what I thought was good. Then I lowered it from what I thought was good to $10. How's there already 10% off? I had a launch discount on there. If you scrolled up on Steam, you were also in less than 10 games. Wait, in the... Oh, I'm logged in over here. I want to go to my page where I'm not logged in. Okay, I don't know. Because I also want to get through chat. I did not play Mega Bonk. No, I heard good things, though. Are you planning on starting another project, regardless of how Skeleseller does? Yeah, take a look at the next game command. A cheers for all of you, too. Yeah. I really do appreciate everyone who helped with the game. All right, let me scroll down a little bit faster. Unknown, thank you for subbing. I heard some chimes. And I am incredibly rich. Yeah, I refunded the points because of what you said yesterday. I can't do a message. Not with that one. You can highlight your message, though. Are you saving these for a baby book? I'm saving them on my file system, at least. Thanks for sharing that. I'll just share my new prototype tomorrow. So what you had to share was really useful for me. Yeah, nice. And keep in mind, it is... like, there's a roller coaster of game dev. So I hope your prototype goes well. But if people give you some constructive criticism, if it doesn't do exactly how you expected, like, stay on that horse. Okay, yeah. And Lammy, thank you for the gifted subs. Nice. Gotta hop out for the night. Probably gone by the time you get to the message. Take care, Ramy. And thank you. Clicking apples. Have you considered packaging your stream jump game? But other streamers would like to use it. I don't want to do more effort for it. It's already public source. It's not necessarily open because there's no license for it here. At least I don't think I put one there. Yeah. So if they want to, they probably could use it or look at it and see how they want to do it. Can we play the game? It is out, yes. Number 4 and you're new and popular. Nice. Basically, Reciteer, but with idle heroes growing your shop inventory. I see. Yeah, I had not played Reciteer. You know, and by the way, this is going to be true for my next game, too. For my next game, I haven't played games similar to it, and I don't plan on it. I don't want to play games that are close to what I'm making so that I'm not influenced by them. And that way I can sort of explore these ideas myself and find out what's fun. It also increases the amount of development time it takes. So I recognize that. But yeah, I heard about Reciteer. I went and checked out a video. Yeah, I feel like if I were doing my full due diligence, I probably should have played it, but I did not. Oh, yeah, here. Okay, cool. Got the game too. Let's see if it really takes 5 hours. You can complete it faster, for sure. What I was talking about is based on watching other people play, and that includes some casual gamers. And then there are some achievements that can give you some more time, and then there's bone mode, which can give you some more time if you want. Should bundle up with similar idle games. I wanted to launch without a bundle at first and just see how that goes. So yeah, a bunch of people have reached out to me about bundling, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I do think finding the right fit is probably important, but I'm not going to do any of that stuff yet. I'm going to wait until I've had a chance to just kind of process everything. How's it the 12.5%? I don't know what's going on with the achievement numbers. I think this is based on who had the game as of like yesterday or 2 days ago. Because even when I made an achievement, like it never existed before. I think it still said 0.1% of players have it. And I literally just made it. So like no one could have had it. And there weren't that many players. So it couldn't have been a rounding error or something. So I don't know how those numbers get reported. There's something funky going on there. Must you find hard to balance finding inspiration and cloning? Yeah. Okay. So I have said this before about game design, but I have an incredibly strong belief that whatever game you're playing will seep into your game, like the game you're making. And I think this is, in my mind, this is like a truism of game development. And I don't think people realize it. And I mean, I guess a proper term for it is cryptomnesia, which is taking something without realizing that it, or making something without realizing that it wasn't really yours. But it's not entirely that. It's also just realizing that there are some good ideas. So for example, Slay the Spire, I was playing Slay the Spire, which is a very different game from Skeleseller. It is more of what I would call like a hardcore card game with, it's pretty difficult, maybe just difficult, not hardcore. And it has an ascension system, and I'm not going to explain this for people who don't know about it, but I tried putting that ascension system into Skeleseller for challenge mode. It was a horrendously bad fit. And it just seemed like a good idea. I was like, well, it worked in this other game, right? And I had considered a bunch of other options too. Anyway, so that's why I think this will happen, and that's the reason I don't want to be influenced by those other games. So yeah, I want to see what I can do. Is this VS Code on macOS? Yeah, it is. Composer never even heard of them? Wow, yeah. And sometimes it's a level up from that. It's like they'd heard of them, but they didn't realize they'd copied from them. I've had that happen for me for some things that I've done. Yeah. Standing on the shoulders of giants, all our experience are seeping into our creations. Yeah, and this is just how humans work. You learn things by watching. You absorb things that you don't consciously remember. And then those things come out in different ways. So it's like, can any artist who's seen, pick any famous artist, can anyone who's seen that famous artist say that they weren't somehow influenced by that artist? Like, I think that's impossible. If you've seen their artwork, you've subtly been influenced, even to like 0.0001%, their brush strokes or their coloring or their style or something. I don't know what. I'm not an artist. But my point is that you have a whole lot going on in your brain that you're not aware of. And it's going to influence what you do. Remixing is part of life. Maybe true music composing. Oh yeah, definitely. And I notice it with the things that I'm aware of, at least. So game dev, music composition, joke writing. I've seen this influence all of those areas for myself. It's like that with writing too. But he has a novel he wrote, and he's not seen so many shows and movies because he's trying to stay away. Yeah. And, you know, I'm watching Community again lately. It's a now somewhat old TV show, which is kind of weird to say. But I realize that many episodes are like homages to movies or other shows. And they don't try to hide that. There's like a Goodfellas episode, and there's a, you know, some other, like a Star Wars episode or something. And if you're not purposely trying to do that, you'd probably still end up with a Goodfellas episode and a Star Wars episode. Start that same conversation with the person with it. Yeah, exactly. And I guess the most obvious example might be if you're playing like Pictionary or charades or something, and someone else makes a guess, you only like vaguely hear it and then you make that same guess. That's much more rapid. Hey Brayman, thank you very much. And 404, thank you too. And Utaru too. A friend of mine worked for a big computer company. They weren't allowed to look at other people's code for fear of breaking copyright. Yeah. And there's a more legal implication, and that it'd be provable because it would result in the same, well, I guess it all depends on how easily provable it is, but yeah, more direct stealing, causing harm there. How does the Earth and Taunt work? Is it based on max health or current health? So the way it's worded is actually how it works, which is not super clear for some people. You need to, oops, it's up here. You need to have the most health and not just more health than somebody. And it's based on your current life. So if the golem is at 165 out of 165 and the cleric is at 500 out of 500, then Earth and Taunt doesn't work. Even if there's a rogue that has 1 life. So you have to have the most. So if the cleric is at 164, then now the golem will be hit. Been gifted a sub. Yeah, there were a lot of sub gifts. I'm appreciative. I'm glad you're appreciative. Hope the movie doesn't suck. Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see. I'll definitely check it out. All right, let's take a look at this. I want to make sure I'm staying on top of the discussion post. Okay, here we go. Wait, I read this. Why is this showing up as unread? Strange. I read this one too. Wait a sec. What? I refreshed the page though. Huh, strange. Oh, thanks, Oberon. Yeah, I appreciate this. Oh, you had the same problem? Okay. Hey, Sound Gaming, thank you. I just got the email. Thanks, 20 hours later. Yeah, I've had to have my watch a video. Suddenly got a certain word in my head. Pausing the video, spend 5 minutes figuring out where I... Yep. Yeah. It happens all over the place. Hopefully it's something they can fix and not a region issue. Yeah, I hope so too. I will say, like, okay, again, I don't mind people's opinions. I sometimes mind how they form them. Like this asking about family share and then saying, is it just through a hope that people will buy it 2 or 3 times? Like this implies intention. And you've all seen me make this game, so like you could look through the VODs and be like, I've never once mentioned family share because I didn't even realize it was a setting. It turns out it's not a setting, but if it had been a setting, I was unaware of it. So I know they were just asking a question. I don't begrudge them for this, and hopefully they figure out their problem. But like, this was not some like greed-based decision. I supported Reddit threats. I mean, that is what forms what a lot of people talk about. I can't tell you how many people, and you've all probably had this happen too, where the conversations start with, I saw this thing on TikTok the other day, and it's natural. I think that's fine if you found something interesting. I think when it's a problem is when 90% of someone's discussion starters are, I saw this thing on TikTok the other day. Because then it's like, well, what are your thoughts? What do you find interesting? Press numbers while hovering items, a quick move them, then clicking first. 10 out of 10 feature. Yeah, Blub suggested that like 3 days ago, I think, or 4 days ago, and I coded it based on that. Maybe longer than that. I might be exaggerating how recent it was. So we have a roll up now, right? Yeah. But it says 12 up there and 16 down here. Let's look at recent and see where I left off. I read these because I've thumbed them up. Cozy, idle, light from an ethical developer. Just good fun with a surprising depth of strategy. Finite gameplay. When you're done, but that's okay. Make sure to read all the flavor text. Okay, but that's weird. I'm not seeing all of the reviews. Or maybe I am, but the number was off before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think it had still shown 12 before. It's showing 12 now, but it's obviously not 12. And even this doesn't show 16. I always find it funny that on this page you can see 3 different numbers: 12, 15, 16. Just bought the game. Looking forward to play. Thanks, Miss Cece. I appreciate it. My thought stream is synonymous with the TikTok algorithm. Oh, hey, Turbo Dave. Congrats. Picked up the game this morning. Can't wait to try out. Awesome. How do I get to the fishing pond? You need to beat... Which boss is it? You need to beat one of the bosses. I think it is the crypt. Yeah. Is there anything else we can do to help? I think reviewing is the most important thing. I did, but then what? Oh, then just build it. Click buildings, and you should see it in there. Fishing pond. I was gonna do some work tonight, but I'm just like, enjoy it. How many times can you say you played a launch game within like an hour of it launching? Probably a handful, but not very large hands. Oh wait, what was it? Then what? How do I actually fish? Because you can just click the pond to open it on the map. And then just pick your party and go there. Yeah, I tried to put shortcuts for as many things as I could, reasonably put them in the game and not have them like block anybody. Stay up all night playing Dune. Oh man. That's intense overrun. Yeah. How many sales? I got one. Can't play though, since I'm afraid this game is going to be like crack to me, ruining my life. Can't wait for the weekend. So a couple things. One, sales I'll reveal tomorrow. I am intentionally not looking at them. So tomorrow at probably 9 a.m. my time. And it is currently 11:23. The second thing, I can't play though because I'm afraid it's going to take over my life. It is a relatively short game. So I say about 4 to 5 hours for story mode. It all depends on where you feel like stopping. Some people like maxing it out. Some people like doing achievements. Some people just like breeze through the game. So yeah, I think on average it's going to be about 4 to 5 hours for story mode. So it's not intended to be a game you start up and you're like, oh my God, this is going to be my new main game for the next month or something. It is not intended to be that game. Hey, Hef, congrats on developing your game, following through to launch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been quite a journey. Quite a journey. Game devs revealing that the page is trending. Still peaking on Steam DB. That's good to hear. Oh wow, 682. Man, I mean, it's not climbing very quickly, but that's okay. Also, it's Tuesday. We're gonna eventually see some dips based on like normal meal times. So it's a good time for Europeans to be playing the game. Probably not a good time for anyone in the US to be playing the game right now. But on the East Coast, in a couple hours, probably be getting off of work, looking for a good skeleton-based game. So at least 682 units. So yes, you can see this as the minimum number for sure. We know there are at least 682 sales. Which means actually that I guess you can figure out who's definitely wrong now on this list, right? So we just search through this. And we look for numbers that are, oh, this is gonna be kind of annoying to do, won't it? I could do it this way. We won't get the -3 there. And then I order it like so. So 1, this person is wrong. What other less than 4-digit numbers do we see here? Casey actually gets -3. I mean, he was wrong, guaranteed no matter what. So yeah. There. We at least know that these people are, oh wait, no, Smurfs was actually 3,000. Okay, so it's just those 3 people. So really only 2 people, I guess. Because Casey knew. I'm a degenerate US player, should probably be working. Are you having fun, Dollar? Not a good time won't stop me. Would I lose out on anything if I immediately sell the Ogre Blood? No. No, there's no like secrets with that. Other than the joke that's there. So make sure you read the text on it. That doesn't count people playing the demo? No, it doesn't count people playing the demo. I could probably figure that out, but there's also a Steam DB page for that too. If we type in the demo thing here, demo. There. Yeah, so the demo has 38 players. This probably will stay pretty constant while the other one is going up, because ideally demo players become release players. Where'd the other page go? Here. Yeah. I think that -3 is wrong. Are we checking numbers? No. We were just checking. Well, I mean, I guess we were, but we weren't checking the like official sales stat yet. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Just make a table. Yeah, then I guess I could sort it. Yeah. Will it count redeemed keys as sales? I don't think so. I think there's a breakout for that. Yeah. A newly rich person. I mean, okay. Let me make something clear. I'm incredibly appreciative that people are buying the game. But if we had 682 sales at the highest possible price that we're charging right now, which is $9, and no cut taken out of it, it would work out to being $6,000. $6,000 for 2 years of work would be very bad. But again, I'm not saying this to diminish how I think things will do or what people have spent money on. I definitely can't say I'm newly rich. That's my only point. How much inventory do you have left? There are just 3 copies. Got to nab it now. Oh, hey, someone just raided. Max, thanks for the raid. Hang on, let me make sure I did this so I don't sound like an idiot. I think I followed you after the last time you raided me. Hey, yes, okay, good. Cool. You still playing Slay? How you liking Slay 2? Hey, Toulouse, don't have electricity at the moment. Wind and trees, but had to stop in and say congrats. Oh, man, that was nice of you to use your crank-operated computer to send this message. I appreciate it, Toulouse. Hey, Teddy. Demo never went down to 6 or 0. Yeah, no. I think it's doing well. It seems like it. I wonder how Thomas is doing. Actually, yeah. Can you link the Thomas game? What number is the goal? I've kind of said that I think 20,000 sales would mean this game like paid for itself and a little bit of the next game. So I think that'd be like the baseline of what I consider a success. Yeah, thank you, Leap Your Girl. By the way, did I miss one? I don't even know what this thing is up here. I did. Oh my god, I am so sorry. Oh my, you know what I thought this was? Okay, hang on. I'll read the message in a sec. This says LE5K. I thought this was some meme thing that Twitch is doing, like le 5,000 bits. Because they've got some kind of funky stuff with the hype things. Happy launch day and everyone who worked on it. Enjoy the 4 more rolls of sushi. Really proud of the game and excited to see what the future brings. Yeah, I'm so sorry I missed that. I've been trying to pay attention to all the, well, really everything if I can, but ideally all the monetization messages too. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, Leap Year Girl. Obviously you can see how fast everything's going here. Yeah, okay, so this app. So how many does this have? Are they doing better than me? Have to beat Thomas the Tank Engine. Oh god, they are. Oh no. Also, man, this goes to show you how much, like, you know, Thomas the Tank Engine is an IP that's been around for what, 30 years or something? I wonder if they needed to even put as much into their marketing. Probably they could actually put in more because they actually have money. How's the release going? Are you feeling released? Relief? I'm feeling pretty good. I think it's going well. Yeah, and like I said, sorry, I'm scrolled up in chat right now because there's just a lot going on. Revamping Steam discussion by adding a bug report section. No, I had not. Let me write that down. I'd rather people post on Discord, but I think posting on Steam would also be fine. Hello, Mr. Default Drums. Hey, TY. Thank you very much. Hope you're doing well. Okay, yeah. Can't stop Thomas. More reviews. Hey, Skittercat. Please recap the stream. So we launched the game. Everything launched totally fine. Reviews are positive so far. And we're just kind of keeping an eye on some stuff. I should go check those Reddit threads again. Hey, Zethlin, thank you. 80 years? Wait, how long has it? It can't have been around for that long, right? Was it? I thought it was a TV show at first. 1946 book? The Railway series, Thomas the Tank Engine? When was the TV show? 1984? Okay, I did not expect that. Yeah, all right. It's been around for a long time. It's kind of a juggernaut in the kids' train series. I bought it, but I'm at work, so I can't play. Well, thank you. Yeah. Sons are in their early 30s and they loved it when they were young. Yeah. Wow. Who would have thought? By the way, did Max answer the what do you think of Slay 2? I've been playing some Slay 2. I really like the co-op. You like Google Docs more than something like Notion? I use Obsidian. I have not used Notion. And I didn't sign up for Notion years and years ago because of their pricing model. But I use Obsidian on a regular basis. I make a lot of these notes public too. So if you ever go to notes.adamlearns.com, a lot of what I've written is already there. I've written a lot of like Godot notes and stuff. But I was thinking of for my next game using Obsidian even more. Thanks, Will Ship. Thank you. Slay 2 is amazing. I did do a Slay 1 stream because I missed it too much. I see, yeah. There's an ad going on now, so I'm going to take a quick break. Thank you, DevDad. Thank you. And good to see you. I'm going to take a quick break. And then when I come back, we'll look into the Reddit post again, I think. Is it jump time? Is it jump time? Huh, I wonder what my captions are hearing me as. All right, I'll just say break, break, break. It's jump time. Hello, hello. Whew, okay, close the game. Checking in from work. 19 viewers on YouTube. What is this? Yeah, it's a launch celebration stream. So we just launched 2.5 hours ago. And yeah, I'm looking through a bunch of stuff. Who here thinks that the whole development of Skeleseller was just an elaborate marketing ploy for the Thomas game? I'm doing a great job bumping their numbers up. All right, let's take a look at these threads. I want to see if these are doing it all well. There were 21 upvotes. It is at 39. Okay, that's pretty good. And 62 is now to 82. Cool. Are there any comments that I missed? Let's look for new ones. I think it's a little expensive for 45 hours of content in Brazil. I think 15 to 20 would be more accessible, but I'll play the demo. Yeah. So I should comment on that too. Means that you don't directly control the characters, but it's still, but the best gameplay experience is still to be paying attention to everything. i.e., don't expect a super long game. Yeah. Or one where you have to press a button casting a fireball. Around the fence, I suggest giving the demo a shot. Most people do, well, lots of people end up enjoying it, even if they, I shouldn't say that. Made up term. All right, pretty cool. Hey, Vlad, hooray indeed. And hey, Tris, thank you. Thank you. Congrats, all our hard work paid off. Yeah. I'm pretty happy right now. I think there are a couple of measures of that hard work paid off. So one, people are playing the game. That is a good sign. People are buying the game. That's also a good sign. I think for it to have, quote unquote, paid off, we need to have like more days of this kind of success. And I don't need it to sell like $40 million of copies, but I would like it to ideally fund the next game because I still want to be doing game dev. Yeah, anyway, I'll upload this. Oops, that's not upload. Spiro, thank you for the resub. No matter what, congratulations. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and by the way, I don't want to make it sound like I'm complaining. I really, really like game dev. I was passionate about making this game. I put a lot of myself into it. And then we get to the business side. Like today is the launch day, and it's kind of hard to separate that from money because I did launch the game for a price. So if I'd made it for free, I would have just been like, wow, look at how many players are enjoying the game. But I do have to focus on how much the sales are. So, yeah. How many updates can we wait from you? Like, how many updates do you expect to the game? So the game represents a 1.0 version. This is not early access or anything. So right now there are no major plans. If there's a bunch of feedback saying like, I'd like to see this or I want this changed, I'll consider it. I don't have any concrete plans now to add things. It stands as a complete game. I got all the ideas done that I wanted to do. There was nothing else that I had on my radar. And it's not to say the game can't still turn into something more. I don't know what's gonna happen with that. Yeah, it does feel satisfying, that a bunch of people are playing it. Yeah. And I would settle for 39 million copies. Makes me live vicariously through you as someone who just can't get the focus to develop my own. Yeah, I think it's nice to share this process with everyone in the journey. How is initial launch lined up with initial expectations? I have not looked into sales numbers yet. We took a bunch of guesses yesterday as to how many sales we would get in the first 24 hours. It's been 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes. And just based on the number of players right this moment, like there were, how many people? Like right now there are 707. So we know minimally there have to have been 707 sales. So that's looking pretty good. But yeah, I'll check tomorrow at the 24-hour mark. What are the actual sales numbers? And I'll show that on stream. Yeah, already past Casey's guess. We were already past Casey's guess before we even launched. Yeah, you guessed -3 for anyone who doesn't know. People may be out partying. Yeah, hey Cosmic. Okay, so wait, I want to read these things. I definitely want to keep an eye on the price for Brazilians. I'll write this note down and yeah, consider making changes probably next week if it seems like this is a widespread concern. Thanks for sharing. All right, let's copy paste their message and put this in the pricing section. So this is India. This is Brazil. And then let's copy where the comment came from, which is here. Copy, upvote. There we go. That Simon's all eating all my gabagool. I asked for it on the side. Can you link your Godot notes again? I'm curious about a UI thing and how you tackled it in Skeleseller. I can link it, but it might be hard for you to find it because these are kind of a mess. So feel free to just ask me here and I can potentially either point you to it or just answer it directly. Hey, Appleseed, thank you very much. Motivates me to write code and write better code. Interesting phenomenon to me. Yeah. Number 3 on new and trending, really? So that's the thing that I think is probably really important. I mean, obviously, the most important thing is beating Thomas the Tank Engine. That's our goal. Yeah, it shows a 4 for me. But Thomas and friends, man, I don't think I'm friends with Thomas. That train staring me down saying, I'm better than you, Adam. Look at that face. What else is that face communicating to you? You think that's a friend? You think that is here to help me? It's the face of evil, people. Imagine that face with DLSS 5. It'd be a totally different face. I see it on new and trending under casual games on Steam. Nice, nice, nice. Yeah. I can see a crossover, yeah. When's the Thomas the Tank Engine Skeleseller DLC coming to both games? Alright, surprisingly there are no achievements. Only reason I play incremental games on Steam is 100% of the game. Hope you can add achievements. I want to update. I want to refresh this and just make sure, because yeah, I'm not sure. Are you, out of curiosity, where are you seeing that there are no achievements? It should show. It should show them right on the page, right? It shows achievements here, yeah. Yeah, I'll just take a picture of this. Wait, what did I just do? No, wait, the achievements don't show if you haven't bought the game. No, 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 they do. Yeah, it's right there. Why doesn't it show when I do this, though? Ah, they're there. All right, I'll just take a picture of this. How do you type italics here? Here we go. Yeah, it should show right on the Steam page. Images are not allowed? How do people post GIFs as Reddit things then? They just post a link to a GIF and it just puts it in online? Well, how about this? Then let's just tell them how you would find it. If you scroll down to about maybe like halfway down the game description. Scroll on desktop. Okay, yeah. Hey Jay, welcome into the stream. Hope launch continues to go well. Thank you. Yeah, and I'm glad, you know, when you joined the Adam Learns Discord and I was like, hey, just, you know, there's a Skeleseller when you're like, I want to watch Dev. It probably won't be today, but yeah, you've come to the right place. Subs disable it. I see. Got it. Yeah. That was a picture of Gordon. That wasn't even Thomas. It shows how much I know. There was a movie that came out with Brad Pitt in it where they're all on a train. Bullet Train, maybe? I think that was the name of it. Yeah, it must have been that. And there's a character who's really into Thomas the Tank Engine. He keeps like labeling people as being Thomas the Tank Engine characters. I obviously didn't pay attention to any of those scenes. I like the movie though. How long did it take to develop the game? It was just over 2 years of full-time work from many people. Although the full-time work was only my part, but yeah, the many people was for a good chunk of development. Thought it was related to using the playtest version. Oh, maybe they're looking at the demo. Oh, I should just edit my comment. Yeah. I don't know how they decide how much to charge. Yeah, to shed some light on this, I picked the price in USD. Then Steam has an automatic tool for setting it in every other region. I'm going to copy this comment too, because it's really good. Yeah. I have talked with some Brazilian people to hear this feedback. Like I said, I will... Well, I want to harp on this, I guess. Automated tool for setting it in every other region. I do appreciate the information and frame of reference. Yeah. The Gospel of Thomas the Tank Engine. I found out that it's, what, an 80-year-old IP? I didn't know that. And even the TV show is 42 years old. Is that not crazy? Are there any other game dev YouTube or Twitch channels that you like? So, let me say this. And Wally, thank you for buying it. I'll say this. I like a lot of streamers. I don't generally watch Twitch. So when I do, it's mostly to watch the person. I just want to get that out of the way. So it's like, I do watch some game developers, but I'm not watching for their game development. I watch some gaming streamers, but I'm even really not watching them for the games. So just with that out of the way, some of the ones that I'd recommend are Windy Beard, Cakes, Mr. D-Boy has been streaming, Foolbox, Just Cavino. Who else do I raid on a regular enough basis that I'm trying to think about? Anyway, there are a lot of people that I'm following, and there aren't many I would recommend. Sorry, there aren't many that I would not recommend. Alcohol and Q is really good. He's not doing game development though. Yeah, you asked about game development. The others are doing game development. Yeah, Irish John is really good. Yeah, I'd say that list is pretty good. Irish John Games. I don't want to be exclusive here. I was just looking through my list. I might be forgetting people, but here's a set of people. I'll just paste in the chat. I might. Oh, it didn't paste with commas. Okay, hang on. And I might have gotten the names a little bit wrong, but there's the list. Oh yeah, Lana Lux, I forgot. Yep. Because she's not online right now, but she rated me too. Yeah, Lana's really good. I'll type her name in YouTube chat as well. Doesn't go green when we have enough sludge. Yeah, I know about that. I decided not to do it in the end because I thought it'd be green almost constantly. And if you want to have a low-level adventure, it just wouldn't tell you anything. Okay, let's keep reading through the Reddit stuff here. Wait, I want to upload this too. Downloads limited to 199G. Game feels like it's on rails. No real choices anywhere. No player input. Looks and sounds very nice. Oh, I'm surprised about the no real choices anywhere part. But yeah, they're entitled to their opinion. That's good. Okay, cool. All right, take care, Flair. Enjoy the movie. And tell Max thanks again. I'm sorry I can't give like proper attention to almost anyone in chat right now because there's just so much going on. Do you get nervous? People talking about your game? I don't... It's kind of hard to say exactly how I feel about some of this stuff. Like I said, I respect people's opinions. There's something that I don't like sometimes, which is when people's opinions are formed on incorrect information, for example. Like this person said, oh, it's weird that there are no achievements. It's like, there are achievements. It's fine for you to think it's weird if there were no achievements, but like it's not correct to say there aren't any. There are definitely achievements. I spent a lot of time making them. So like, I respect the opinion that you want more, or that, I mean, it's not an opinion if you couldn't find them. The fact that you couldn't find them, but it'd be weird if you're like, this is a bad game because there are no achievements. And that's not what that person's saying, but that's just an example of what I'm talking about. So when I read stuff like that, it sometimes upsets me. This one didn't. It's fine to just clarify, yeah, there are actually achievements. But yeah, every once in a while I see something where it's like, their opinion is formed on something that was typically just incorrect, I guess. And that's sometimes tough to read. Sometimes it points out a flaw in the game. Like I've had people say, oh, it's a shame you can't lower the battle sounds. You actually can. This is a little bit tough to find. So in this case, you have to click show all sound controls, and then there's battle sounds. That is an indication that probably the game needs to do something better. So if you can't find this and you're looking for it, and I have seen people struggle with that. Most people do end up finding it, but I have seen one person who's just like, man, I want to turn down the battles, and they get down to here. They didn't even touch the effects slider, by the way. That would have also worked. But yeah, show all sound controls would let you turn down just battle sounds. So sometimes it shows there's a flaw in the game. Sometimes in this case, there's just nothing I could have done, right? If you don't see achievements on Steam, I can't do anything about that. I don't control Steam. All right, let me read through the Godot thread. Did they struggle because show all sound controls got cut off or something? Not in their video, it hadn't. It was still there on the screen. Like they just hadn't seen this checkbox. And I get why. Like you're looking for sliders and you don't see the slider, so you just go down to the bottom and see save and undo, and you skip over this. Like again, I get it. Sometimes it is a game problem. Yeah. Did you set the prices per countries manually? No, I did not. I will write down what you said though, because I am trying to keep an eye on what people are saying. Turquia. Is the official spelling in English now this? I wonder if that's a thing. Change the checkbox to a slider. Well, sound controls, you have to slide it to 100% and then the controls fade in. Hey, what did you say to me? What's the next game? When's it coming out? Next game is... This is the only information I've released. And when is it coming out? I mean, probably not for at least 2 years. He says better than the first hour. Okay, yeah, cool. Common thing where people say statements when they could be asking questions. It frustrates me. Yeah, I think it's pretty natural on social media. Anyway, all right, I like the idea, but the art isn't bad. And the art isn't bad. The UI doesn't really match the game art. It's my main gripe. Brutal honesty is that I would put a game like this on my wish list, but for 4 to 5 hours of content, I would not pay $10. I have 300 plus games on my wish list, buying for my money. Especially when it looks like a somewhat rough indie project. Oh, interesting. Be in the less than $5 range. Other short idle games on Steam in the same range are typically those. Yeah, I think that's fair. That's totally fair. I will likely run deeper sales down the road, as most games do. I would urge you to try the demo though. I've poured a lot of time into polish and fun features. Although admittedly, not all of the fun features... I should say it this way. Admittedly, some of the fun features are only in the full version. Yeah. Maybe keeping it checked at first would help. Yeah, there are some things I could do to make this better. In general, it hasn't been a problem, and whatever you do is going to cause a problem for someone else typically. Like in this case, imagine your screen isn't tall enough to fit all the settings. By having them all expanded, now there's no clear way to save them. But if we had turned this off, I mean, I also increase the size of this like slightly, then now you can see it all. So now it takes up less space. It's less cognitive load for the user. So it's always kind of a trade-off. And that's why I say, like, I've just watched a ton of people play the game. Not many people want the battle sounds to be turned off. The ones who do sometimes find it. And then there was this one person who didn't find it. And since then, I've also lowered the default volume of battle sounds. So maybe that person would play again and be like, oh, this is fine now. I've also changed some outliers in terms of volume level. How's the game replayability? In 5 hours, is this game finished? Can you play the game over and over again? So the replayability comes in the form of bone mode, which Might be your cup of tea, might not. So I will show you and you can decide for yourself. There are 12 scenarios in bone mode. It is a roguelite mode. It is intended to be very casual. It's shorter scenarios. You get upgrades that you can get between runs. So as you beat runs, you'll get upgrade points and you can spend them on things. There are perks that you unlock in between runs, and everything is randomized within the game. So for example, here I'm in the turbo scenario where the game runs at just 3 times the normal speed. So you can see everyone's like zipping around. If I were to get into a battle, the battle would play out much faster. But it's still the core gameplay that you have from the main game. Where it differs from that is when you start getting perks. So it's like if I have, let's say I had the garbage slime, which I don't, but I go and buy a perk, I might find a perk for them and I might find a perk for something else. So if this sounds like it's up your alley, then great. This is another like 4 hours of content. If it's not up your alley, then yeah, you would just have story mode for the 4 to 5 hours. But it's not meant to be an infinitely replayable game. That was never the goal. Yeah, I know Cakes is streaming the game. Yeah. Did you cross post to Cozy Games? No, I have not yet. I'll write that down. I got to look at the rules of all these subreddits to find out if I'm allowed to post there. And thanks, Sammykins. Congrats on the game release. Thank you. Players' own experience. Typically, they talk about their own personal experience. Yeah. Made a UI UX session. Do you mind summing this up briefly just in a text message? Because otherwise, I can watch this later. But yeah, I will not watch it right now, at least. But I'll write it on the list. All right, let's finish reading through some of this stuff. I need to upvote that. Oh, wait, this is the old thread, right? No, wait, where's... Yeah, this is it. I want to look at this one. Must feel nice to finally have the game done. Do you use the sub viewport to display the game in pixel art while keeping the fonts and menus normal? I did not actually use a sub viewport for that part, but let me pull up the part where I did for this person. It's a canvas layer, right? Yeah. There are a lot of little tricks that I had to do to get the fonts to be crisp. The biggest one is to put... Can I change to markdown? Yeah. The biggest one is to put most text into a canvas layer. However, sometimes there's text that shows... Actually, where does the text show in a battle window? Instance slot. Loading text shows here. I don't think we did anything special for this though, right? Okay, hold on. Let me close out of like all these tabs. Because I wrote this in my notes somewhere. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty involved comment to leave. Is the game performing as you expected? I have not looked into how it's performing in terms of sales numbers. I want to wait until tomorrow for that. But there's a pretty high concurrent player count right now, which is nice. Wants the battle map to show who's where. Oh, yeah. That feedback has been given a bunch of times. And I think it would have been nice to have. In the meantime, the one thing that's kind of close... Excuse me, is that you can see at least where someone is fighting over here. So it does say forest at the upper left. That does help to some extent. But, oh, actually, I don't know if Cakes found this. Typically, why people ask for that is because they want to edit a party. If you just click edit party at the end of this, it lets you just go pick a different location. But a lot of people like close the window, then open a new thing, then like, oh, what party did I have? Or they start a new one without doing that. If they just like end the battle that they're in and then click edit, that's usually the best way. Yeah. Craziest and most impressive thing I've heard. What? What is? Yeah, big influencers cover the game. Can you have multiple parties? Yeah, you can have multiple parties. You eventually, I mean, I'm going to spoil things a little bit for you here, but there are 10 adventures in the game. You can send them into up to groups of 4, and you can have 3 parties. So like I can send a party here, I can send a party here, and you can send the last 2 somewhere else. You can have them act as workers in your town if you want. So yeah. Zapu. Oh, Jay, I said that I did not have it on my plan, but I copy pasted your first message and wrote it on my list. And Merritt, thank you. Is this your first? Oh, is this your game? Yes, this is my game. Yeah, I just made Skeleseller. One of the ground items grow bigger when mouse hover or something. Maybe someone clipped his criticism. I'll probably watch his VOD. And oh, retired Android, thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Yeah, I'll probably watch the VOD. A lot of this stuff, I think, if you continue to play the game for, let's say, like 10 more hours or something, it might come into play. But otherwise, I think some of this is like, it'd be very little benefit on the coding work it would take to do some of this. It's crazy how time flies. Yeah. In terms of pricing, tend to be more like 40 in Poland. How does it feel? Because I don't think that's the actual pricing that we have in Poland. Let me take a look. I sure hope I don't see sales numbers here somewhere. All right. It is... It's actually even more expensive than that. Huh. Okay, well. That's what Steam recommended for the pricing. I mean, I don't exactly know what that feels like. Is it possible to reset game progress? You can just go back to the title screen and just click new game. Beyond that, no, there's no official way. The other way you could do it is click the version in the bottom left and then go to your save data and just delete your save file if you want to. So like your challenge mode, this is bone mode. It used to be called challenge mode. If you just delete this save file, like you won't have any bone mode progress. If you delete this save file, you won't have any of your story mode progress. Actually, it's inside synchronized. I have a bunch of different files. But anyway, if you need help, let me know, Alexa. I'm happy to share. You just call me a monster. Did you get that naturally, or did you watch me code that when I streamed it? Okay, wait. So I did want to respond to this. The biggest trick is to put most text into a canvas layer. However, sometimes there's text that shows in the camera space. For that, you either have to render at a higher resolution and then downsample. I wrote this stuff somewhere, man. Yeah, texture blurriness. All right, I want to get that. Texture blurriness. However, sometimes there's text that shows in the camera space. That you either have to render at a higher resolution than downsample. Lots of notes here on that process. Or a sub viewport container. Or extract the text into another node. I'm not sure how clear that is. So feel free to ask follow-ups. And maybe I can even, yeah. Okay, comment. Okay, what else? I think we've gone through that stuff, yeah. How long did it take to get used to this keyboard? For English, not too much. It was maybe like a week. But for coding, it was on the small number of months, maybe like 2 months. So yeah, I find that unless the keyboard is some like drastically, I don't know, weird shape or something, that, yeah, most of the normal typing you do, especially if it's QWERTY, is going to feel normal. But coding will not feel normal on this keyboard because you just don't have dedicated characters for all the things you're used to having them for. Cakes crashed. Can I send a clip here? Yeah, please. Uh-oh. Encoder error? That's strange. Hey, that's it. Wait, what? Wait, I don't understand. This is an OBS crash, right? The game didn't crash, did it? And Captain the Dorks, thanks for the bits. Hope you're doing well. And thanks for the congratulations. Everything crashed and his OBS crashed too? It looks like it's an OBS problem though. Because NVEnc is the encoder that you do on your video card for OBS if your graphics card supports it. Somebody mentioned a crash in the Discord bug channel. Interesting. Shimmering and wobbling at the game scale. It affects UI as well. I wonder what platform this is playing on, or this person's playing on. Take a look. Yeah, I know about this. I gotta do something. Game straight up crashed when I bought the treasure building. Okay, let me take a look, because I saw Cakes had that in his run. I wonder what happened there. Yeah, I wonder what happened there. If I build this right now, does something... It doesn't print an exception. Do you have logs you can send? Yeah, if you... Here, I'll type it out. If you click the version number at the bottom left of the title screen or the pause screen, you can... It will open the logs folder. Just drag that onto our DM. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, what happened here? They got the building for this to be able to show that the key grinder is now available. And then it crashed. Yeah, I should just ask them to share the logs too. Could you please share the logs? Click the version number at the bottom left of the title screen and pause screen, open the logs folder, just drag that onto a DM with me, please. Oh boy, yeah, thanks whoever told me about this. Yeah, develop it. I appreciate that. I really, really hope this is obvious from the logs at least. Thank you, MRox. Hey, First Crimson. Never thought of that. I always had to tell people the file path. Oh yeah, and it's also where the save file is located too. And it's on, the other nice thing, if you haven't done this for your game, is just putting the version number somewhere is great for if they recorded a YouTube video and then only published it a month later and you're like, did I fix that bug already? But yeah. How'd you find Hodgepodge as a creator to send a key to? I was doing searches for all sorts of different games. I have a spreadsheet of how exactly I found Hodgepodge, so let me take a look. I found Hodgepodge through another spreadsheet, apparently. So yeah. So Brainoid Games shared a spreadsheet with me of other indie creators. And, well, not necessarily all indie. But yeah, so Brainoid Games told me. That's the answer. All right, so this person's icon is a shark. I gotta look for a shark in my DMs. Oh wait, it might already be there because I have 3 messages I haven't read. Okay, I don't see it. I've got to keep an eye on this though. Actually, is Mapo in chat? Hey, is it you who reported the crash? Would you mind taking a look at Discord? Man. All 5 of the logs? Yeah. Okay, so they're going to send the logs. I'll look at this off screen. There shouldn't be anything private in it, but just in case. They haven't been sent yet, though. Let me load up the game so we're not just hearing the same tune over and over. And then I wanted to make sure I read through all the rest of this stuff. I think I read through everything here. Yeah. Also, I don't think this is a... I don't know why people downloaded this person. Anything I haven't looked at? Okay. All right, I got the logs. Let me take a look. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. Nothing in that one. Oh my god, if it comes down to this causing a crash, I'm gonna be so mad. Oh my goodness. Because... Oh my god. Alright, I gotta look into this. Yeah, thank you, Mava. I appreciate it. Let me give you a point. And Batman, thank you too. Congrats on the release. I appreciate it. Alright. I know that this exists, but I guess this can crash the game, right? I'm upset with myself for this. Because like I said, I knew about this as a problem. But all it did is print out a stack trace, so I'm like, oh, it doesn't matter. But in the release version, it doesn't just print a stack trace. And there's some way to get this to happen even here. I think what you need to do is just build a garbage slime first, and it happens. Yeah. So there's some way that this is happening to a player in the actual game. But how do you get this to happen in the actual game? What did they build? They built a recycler. I don't know if this caused the crash, by the way. That's the question. Does it cause a crash? Also, how do you repro this in the main game? Like, whoops. Let's load up the... This should even happen in the demo, though. That's the thing. And it's when you haven't built a town hall first. Yeah, so let's go try that out. I've seen people do this, though. I don't think there should be a problem here. Polish price is too high for the game. It's the second highest price. I don't know if I can even change it now. That's the thing, but I will write this down. Yeah, I'll write this down. Don't they reset when you launch the game? If they got game logs folder in the game, that would be the crash. No, there are 5 different logs that they sent. So I think it was from... I think it was correct. I wonder if you need to load the game. I don't know. Let's just try some things out and see if this happens. Not sure about during. Could be worth messaging Steam support about it. Yeah, I'm not sure I want to do any like knee-jerk reactions right now anyway. But yeah, I do want to keep an eye on those prices. Okay, so the only way... Oh, you know what we can do? We can force the garbage slime to be buildable. No, wait, no, that's not how that works. No, wait, but we can still kind of force it. So we got to let them walk around and then get another potion, which will then just stay on the ground. And then as those start to go away... Actually, we can just do it now. It's fine. What's this game about? This is a game about sending your adventurers into battle, collecting the items they find, and selling them in your shop. It's a very laid back, like casual experience. It's not meant to be like super intense. Okay, so let's save and let's click this. I need money. Give me the money. There we go. Okay, now let's save. And now let's try building this. Okay, that did not crash, but did that produce a log that has something bad in it? It does. And that's the one from today? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So that doesn't cause a crash on its own. Interesting. So this might be unrelated. It might be a crash that I can't do anything about. Or at least I can't find more information about, which would be a big problem. That changed a bunch of regions because they automatically put them in pretty high amounts. Yeah, that's really good information. Thank you, First Crimson. I'll write that down. I just trusted them. What do we do? What do we do? So the logs don't show what caused the crash, and it wasn't as soon as the treasure room was built. Hey, Baki. Congratulations. Been lurking here and there since April 2024. Wow. Yeah, thank you. Is this your game? Yeah. I made Skeleseller. I was aided by these people. So yeah, I think this is unrelated, and that's why I would have been bummed about this, but I guess we had tested this before. And I looked through all the other logs and I didn't see anything. Oh wait, there's this. What is this? Fatal index out of bounds? This isn't even what cow data. What? That's really, really bad. Cowdata.h. This is some Godot issue, right? Crash in the wild, skeleton 3D. Crash when physics run on separate thread. Copy on write. Deleting unused file. Deleting files crashes editor when there's no trash folder. This is not good. This is really, really not good. I guess let's search for indexes out of bounds with cow data. Because this sounds like something that maybe I'm indirectly causing. Parsing P tab stops. Hey Sharky, thank you. And hey Noob for lunch. I did have to specify your name there because there was another noob here earlier. And Nacho, thank you too. Crash when deleting unused file. Deleting files crash editor. Multiple tile maps under sub viewport causes crash in compatibility mode. This isn't a crash log though, right? Thanks, Erixa. You left just. Oh, good. It's just funny. No, I know. I know what it's like. Played a bit, left a review. Thank you, Retired Android. Thank you, thank you. All right, yeah, I don't see anything explicit in these logs. It might be this thing, this cow data thing. What's the most recent one of these? 318, 310, 19. Okay, hold on a sec. 19, it must be this. And it was right after granting an achievement. I mean, it might be due to auto-saving. Now having released, what do people not realize about release day? As in, like, what lessons did I learn from today? Because I don't think there's anything I really changed about today. Yeah. Might be getting some minor mouse stuttering issues. Okay, so let me ask you something. Do you know what your polling rate is on your mouse? Because there's a known Godot issue where if your polling rate is really high, it will cause problems in some scenario. It's probably not very high. Okay. Yeah. Do you mind telling me what the mouse is that you're using? Here's that file. I mean, we don't know if line 193 is the same as what it was for me, but it probably is, yeah. Crash bad index. All we can do is crash since the caller may write incorrectly to the unforked array. Okay, yeah. So this is what's causing the crash. But I don't know what's causing this to happen. How high does it have to be for it to be causing the Godot issue? I'm not totally sure. And it was... Yeah. There's some like fuzzy information about that. Logitech lift. Okay. Let me take a look. Although if you're just getting it now, probably... Yeah, this is very low. Yeah, so it's probably not related to that. Mouse stuttering issues, yeah. All right, I'm not totally sure. Crash Bad Index is my favorite wacky animal mascot. Yeah, I loved him in the PlayStation games. Okay, well, this is terrible. I don't know what's even calling into this right now, though. Crash on building the treasure room. It's probably actually just on auto-saving. Error fatal, man. I want to fix this. So what is this function? Operator equals? No, it's force inlining. Get M. Get M is probably called all over the place. It's not even finding the whole thing. Huh? Well, I have the code. I could just search for that. Temp, Godot, RG, get M /B. It's literally just there. Is this because it's some like magic name thing that I gotta go find for somewhere else? How are things going? Well, there's a crash I gotta look into. Well, I wasn't able to repro this, but I think it has to do with auto-saving. I don't know what's actually causing this because this is literally the only thing that I get out of this. I wonder if Cakes had the same issue. Cake sent me a log. Is that the most recent log? I'm sorry about your stream crash. Cakes does not have it in his thing. I think his was, I don't know, potentially unrelated. Because OBS crashed. Cake's GPU driver crashed. So the Cakes issue is not my problem, just to be clear. I'm not trying to make it sound like, I don't know what that sounded like, but just taking it at face value, is it an issue I caused? Because I'd love to not think about 2 crashes right now. I'd love to not think about 1 crash either, but yeah, what do we do about this? It says get, and this one says get M in here, right? Where is that? Here, yeah. So we probably have to search for get, which is probably going to pull like a million things up. Yuck. Yuck indeed. Also, as long as I'm on this tab, I might look like this. Nice. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it's leveling off. But still, 770 is nothing to scoff at. Let me get you a clip where he has the logs open. No, that's okay. He sent me the logs over DM. And if it is a GPU crash, it's probably not something I have to worry about. I'm 193 is inside Git instead. Yeah, I should probably do that. We're going to buy this lovely OST. I'll eventually put it on YouTube for free for everybody. But the sheet music comes with the game. So if you want that, you'd have to look in the extras folder. And then you can play your heart out. I don't know which function it's actually coming from, because the p index being out of bounds is in both of these functions. With that said, I don't know what even calls these functions. That's a... Oh. Well, this one has a lot of callers. This one doesn't have any callers? It apparently doesn't. But this is used from... No. It's just finding the symbol. It's not finding this specific symbol How do I look into this? Oh, it says at Git. Yeah, so we know that it's a Git. Okay, yeah. All right, maybe let's search for that. Fatal Git cow data. Final seconds before the crash maybe reveals something. Nothing unusual is happening in the game. And it just crashes. Yeah, I don't know. There's an echo here. Let me turn this off. Crash when adding, removing animation libraries, trying to play an animation, opening a file in VS Code, deleting unused file, deleting files, crashes editor. Oh yeah, Maple, are you still here? Where's our DM? You are here. Okay, probably autosave. Rogue went back to the level. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's autosave, but yeah, what OS are you on? Oh, it might be in the logs, actually. I probably didn't need to ask you for that. Sorry. You're on Windows. Yeah, you're on Windows. Okay. This is on Windows. I suspect this has to do with auto-saving, but I don't know for sure. I also don't know what would cause that to happen. Like, how do I get more information about this? This is pretty similar. This has been since 2024, man. Windows 11 Pro. And do you have anything unusual about your system, especially when it comes to the file system? I can't think of what it would even be. Like, are you on an external hard drive or something? Or, yeah, Windows 11 Pro. Because that's something I could think of maybe is like whatever removable media that the save file is getting stored to wouldn't work, but it's your C drive. Who would have their C drive in a situation like that, right? Yeah. Let me get the bug report on here. Never mind, Maple. Yeah, sorry. Never mind. Congrats on the launch. Thanks, Spider. All right. I don't know what to even do to look into this. If only we had more information than this. And it's not anyone's fault. The things just before that are to give achievements. Do you have non-Latin letters in the username? No, there aren't any in the save file. I'm not going to say what their username is, but yeah, they don't have any. I just see achievement stuff. Oh, you know what might do this? Does this save stats and maybe Steam has some issue? This would be a mess if it were the case. Granting the achievement. We call set achievement. We call store stats. Yeah, here. Get instance, call store stats dot as bool. This could be a problem in this. That would be a shame because it's not even my code. And that means that I don't know what we do to fix this and still have Steam achievements work. I mean, they got a bunch of other achievements and everything was fine. And they said it was when building the treasure room. So it couldn't have been, well, probably couldn't have been from store stats, since that would have had to happen beforehand for the sign to even be visible. Okay, well, I'm going to take a break since an ad's about to start. This is very worrisome. I wonder if other people are going to start reporting crashes. But yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, close the game. Why did that not work? Close the game. I'm not sure what to do with this. I saw Newey's message from before I took my break about how this is very broad. It could be in vector. It could be in something else. Let me load up Newey's chat messages. So this could be anything. Hey, Icky, thank you very much. There's something else that just came up. I was on my phone looking at something. What was it? Oh yeah, that's right. There's another Steam discussion thing I want to respond to. It's the limit for the entire game. And ask why you find it annoying. One of the game is balanced around finding a certain amount of loot. if it's for fishing, then that's partially why the max fish perk exists, so that you don't have to keep an adventurer there all the time. In a single go, yeah. Okay. Any other discussions? No. TCAP, thanks for the raid. What'd you think of the game? Welcome in, everyone. Yeah, I saw that you were streaming it. I have not been able to watch anyone. I see a few people are still streaming it. Yeah, I feel bad. Something crashed Cakes' stream as he was playing Skeleseller. Was it Skeleseller? I don't know. It's fun. You like it? Did you end up beating the story mode? Hey, Banana. Hey, welcome in, everyone. For those who don't know, although you probably know because you just came from TCAPS' stream and TCAPS, excuse me. I don't know why I added an extra S there. And he was playing the game. But yeah, I launched this game about 4 hours ago now. Close-ish. Beat all of it around 3-ish hours. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for playing. And yeah, I'm glad you had fun. Game seems to be doing well. Yeah, I'm happy about everything except for that one person encountered a crash, and I don't know what to do about that. He only got like 3 apples. Oh, I don't know. I think you should all leave the stream now. I don't know if Raiders from TCAP's Apple list stream are allowed here. Yeah, the game's doing pretty well, and I've looked through some of the feedback. There have been some bug reports. I mean, things are generally pretty stable. But yeah, I have some worries here. Congratulations. Thanks, 3D Extended. Long time no see. Thanks for the resub. Yeah, so we're just kind of looking through everything we can. I like that I felt forced to change strategy on some bosses. Yeah, we got good feedback on that during the demo, and that's what led to me making the final few bosses. Did you feel the scaling on the last two was okay? Because I literally just changed them yesterday, I think, and I never tested them with other players. It was just myself. So yeah, the plant boss and the snake boss. Did you like crush them, or did you take some time to beat them? Are you aware that apparently it's very easy to decompile Godot games to get full code? Yeah, I figure it's, if someone's doing it for the sake of getting a free game, it's pretty much the same as just taking the DRM free executables. And if someone's doing it to learn, then I guess it's probably a good thing. Settings aren't available in the intro. Yeah, I figured if someone wanted them in the intro, they could just skip it and then go back to the title screen and then just re-enter the cutscene, and they'd lose at most like 20 seconds. Because yeah, I realized I could have put the settings in there and like pause the game, but then would you expect escape to go to the settings or to skip? Probably more often to skip. Yeah, it took some time. Plant took a little bit. Last boss, I 1 or 2 shot. I forgot. Okay. Yeah, so that's good. That's roughly what's expected. The last boss notwithstanding, that's supposed to be a little bit harder, but I only just changed it yesterday. Maybe I need to buff it a little bit more. Currently getting crushed by the phoenixes. Yeah. That's supposed to be the first like little roadblock. And part of the reason why is well, I'll let you figure it out on your own. I don't want to spoil how to like progress. Okay, let me read through comments on here and just make sure I didn't miss anything. I want to find that and that. I want to go by new comments. Okay, try the demo. It's super fun. Reminds me of an old WiiWare game, My Life as a King. Huh, I've actually never heard of that. Usually, by the time I'm almost done with a game, everyone's recommended every other game that's even close to it. And I might have seen that this game exists at some point in my life, but I never played it. Is it made by Square Enix? Oh, wait, it is a Final Fantasy game? Oh, wow. Huh, interesting. Place buildings for synergy bonuses, raise adventurers, send them to dungeons. Hit a little of that itch. Probably pick it up come payday. But if you're taking feedback, I have 2 notes. One, it'd be nice to be able to name your heroes. It doesn't matter and you almost never see it. It makes it just a little more invested in them. Also, a fun extra for streamers to name them. Yep. Yeah. 1.5, I guess. It'd be nice if you could arrange your formation more clearly. I get now that it goes middle, top, back, front, bottom. Okay. Where can I find it? On Steam. There's a pinned message in chat. I did not do any of the art myself. No, Leap Your Girl linked in the credits there. And thank you, Hex, and thank you, Winder. Bought 2 copies for me and my girl. Nice, nice, nice. And thanks for the sub. Going for it. All right, cool. Yeah, thank you, VM. There aren't enough spaces in the shop for how many people come to town seeking potions. I leveled out of 2 zones ago. I don't have enough shop spaces to fill them. They get crowded out by the red potions. I have to micro every purchase. It's just not worth it. I really consider either making it so people will buy a nicer version of the thing thereafter. Okay, let me... Hey, thank you for playing and providing feedback. I hadn't heard of My Life as a King. Or left my memory. That our games are similar. I'll write down the naming heroes thing. Let me put that in the post-launch ideas. Naming heroes and maybe Twitch integration to name heroes or adventurers or just spawn tips from chatters. Yeah, naming is good for streamers. Yeah, I had an idea that what if there are these tips that show up on the side in the game? What if someone could like cheer or subscribe and then you could see the subscription message in the game? I think that'd be a really cool idea. But if it was just something everyone could do, it'd probably be obnoxious for the streamer. But I don't know if I'm gonna ever do streamer specific features. I think by the time I could code them, probably people will have like moved on collectively from the game. Anyway, let me finish responding to this. I wrote a note to myself about being able to name adventurers. It's come up before, but I like keeping track of how widely requested a feature is. I can't promise it will make it into the game. Nah, I'm not gonna write that. Regarding spaces in a shop, this is generally less of a concern when you can keep progressing. I.e., at the point that you feel like you have too much loot, you can either upgrade the shop, which costs more than you can get in a demo, get better perks, or go to the next location. However, all of those things are prevented in the demo due to the limits. Yeah. Okay. Now I got to figure out why this is happening again. There we go. All right. So, hey, thank you for playing and providing feedback. Hadn't heard of My Life as King. I wrote a note to myself about being able to name adventurers. It's come up before, but I like keeping track of how widely requested a feature is. Regarding spaces in a shop, this is generally less of a concern in the full game since you can keep progressing. Cheers and thanks again. Yeah. Okay. How does your keyboard work? So there's a video that I did on this, but the very short story is that I have layers for everything. So there's letters on this layer. And then if I hold this key, there are numbers. And if I hold this key, there are symbols. And if I hold this key, there are arrows and close tab and everything else. So yeah. Oh, wow. Kevin, thanks for gifting a year of subscriptions to Shotgun. You hear that, Shotgun? Your whole next year is planned for you now. Hope you'd extend the game after a lot of demo feedback about the scope. It's way too short for the price tag. I'd love to see and buy it if it was extended. Demo's really engaging. There we go. Wait, no, that's not marked on. There is extra content in the form of bone mode, which turns the game into a very casual roguelite. However, I do consider it extra. I don't have plans to add on to story mode, but I will probably run deeper and deeper sales as time goes on. Yeah. For what's worth, I do think people have a lot of fun with story mode. Yeah. Also, all the reviews have less than 3 hours because the game only came out 5 hours ago. Smurf, thank you for the gifted subs. Hey, Serena and Pige, I saw your video where you had an honorable mention for Skeleseller, but I haven't actually watched the video because I was just on a quick break. Truly what game development is all about. Yep. 3 small UI things I didn't like. The adventures button should be highlighted when you can level one up, just like the buildings button is highlighted. It'd be nice if maxed out skills look a little different in the UI. And you can't click off pop-ups or menus like the one where you upgrade warehouse storage. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So these have come up and there are kind of various reasons for not doing some of these things. So the adventures button was some people don't level up their adventures evenly. And if you ever have a lower level adventure, it would just be permanently green. So it was more for the like, yeah, do you have a skill point you haven't spent? Now I recognize that it doesn't matter what the reasoning, you would have wanted that to happen. So probably you leveled up your adventures more evenly, maybe. The maxed out skill is not showing up differently though. That's something that I haven't heard people talk about. So I should probably write that down. And then you can't click off pop-up menus. You can press escape. And that's the way that you could close this. So on a controller, it's a little bit more natural. But yeah, you can't click in the background because what I was concerned about is like, what if there was a higher thing that you got? So like this, and you're like, oh, I just need to sell one potion. So you drag the potion over here, and then you click higher. So yeah, numbers 1 and 3 are probably not going to change, but number 2 I can write down. And it's kind of funny because these are the things that like you'll hit this scenario where then 3 will become a complaint, but then someone else will hit the scenario where 3 is like the fixed version of 3 is now actually a problem for them. How long are you planning to be in line today? I'm not sure. I am kind of just playing things by ear, but actually time's been flying so far. So maybe just a normal stream day, maybe like 3 more hours or something. I'm not positive. It might go 4 or 5 hours. Well, not probably 5 hours, but yeah, somewhere between like 1 and 4 hours probably. Can't wait for Paj to play this, complain, and we make fun of him because he's just being dumb. He's played a couple times already. Oh, and Kevin, thank you for gifting a year to Paj as well. Wow, I didn't even notice that. Sorry. But yeah, let me write down number 2 here. Where is the feedback here? Yeah. So TCAP wanted for maxed adventurer skills to look different, more obviously maxed. How are you going to celebrate the launch? I mean, it's just kind of being here that was the celebration. There was no specific plan. Unless you mean like how am I going to do off stream? That we're going to a sushi restaurant for dinner. That'd be nice. Planning to eat lunch? Are you fasting to be able to eat more sushi? I got a meal replacement drink that I'm having. Although very slowly. What kind of sushi? A kind? I don't know what we'll get yet. I mean, I got to look at the menu. Are you my waiter? Asking me sooner. I had not finished responding to this comment. Plans to add on to story mode, require deeper and deeper sales as time goes on. Yeah. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Found a restaurant where it has, oh, Sushi Hunter is a website? Interesting. Conveyor belt that passes by with sushi samples. Yeah, I've had conveyor belt sushi before. I don't mind it. I think sometimes it gets a bad rap. Had some fried banana sushi and it was great. Wow, yeah, never had that. Has to have salmon? Yeah, I do like salmon. I meant off stream. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, sushi then. Had less than 3 hours playtime. Hesitant to purchase this. So yeah, admittedly, the playtime won't get. Oops. Let's do this again. Won't get too much higher for those people. Most people, but the game did only just come out. What was it? 5 hours ago? No, 4 hours ago. Yeah, that's okay. Gonna celebrate the launch of our game with sushi too. Nice, 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 nice. It's only been 4 hours. It has, right? I'm not making that up. It launched at 9 a.m. Yeah, that's 4 hours ago. It's possible to mute fight windows selectively. No, you can either turn off battle sounds altogether or you can leave them on, but you can't do it per window. That was suggested by Rami a long time ago, and I just never saw the scenario where people would want that on a more than like 1 in 1,000 basis. Are you going to showcase your game to any shows like PAX East? No, I'm not planning on it. I'm not a convention kind of person. And I don't know how well it would do to go to something like that. And especially when you consider how much money it probably costs. Like, I live in the Washington area. I don't know why I said Washington area. I live in Washington State, in the Seattle area. So PAX West is actually pretty close. But PAX East, I'm guessing a plane ticket round trip is like $500. I'm guessing the ticket itself is, I don't know, I'm going to guess at least like $500. And then stay and food and whatever. When you add all this up, it's like I could probably just pay an influencer like $1,500. They'd probably be happy and I'd probably get more views. That's my guess. I don't know. It all depends on what part of the show you're in or what kind of speeches you can give or how many people can come to your booth or however you have it set up. I don't like the fast rogue attack sounds. Yeah, I suggest turning down the battle sounds a little bit and see if that's better because you can expand out the battle sounds here at least. The sounds do attenuate as they're played repeatedly. And the rogues was tweaked quite a lot because of how common the rogue is in battle parties. Yeah. Why does the last special key upgrade at 13,531 gold? Because that was my old like screen name essentially, Adam13531. So you might have seen the stupid videos I used to make. It's mostly piano videos. That's also what I started streaming as for like 5 years. Then I finally rebranded in 2020. So that's just a nod back to that. Yeah. Love that you type things out on screen for the viewers. It's not just for the viewers, although it is largely for the viewers. It's also to help organize my thoughts. Left my initial review. Don't need to check it though, because it's basically a good game. Nothing specific for feedback. Oh yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I do want to look at more of the reviews. I also want to look at, I wanted to stay on top of things, which is, I mean, how this ended up going in terms of streaming, right? Oh, I didn't finish reading the rest of these, did I? And I want to upload these things. Any other comments? No achievements for the demo. There are achievements for the whole game. I've never seen that before. Oh, interesting. Someone had achievements for the demo? Okay, because Valve explicitly says not to do that. Where did they say not to do that though? I wrote notes on this somewhere. Maybe I did it in like Godot Steam. Yeah. Oh. Thank you very much for clarifying. Where do they say that? Here, right there. Oh, my notes are actually wrong then, right? Yeah, this should be 14 now. Oh, maybe they added something or changed the page. Weirdly enough, Valve specifically recommends not adding achievements to a demo, which is why I didn't. Spiritman, thank you. Happy 71 months. Wow. Do you pay for Obsidian Sync? No, I use SyncThing. How many sales so far? I'm going to reveal it tomorrow. I'm purposely not looking even myself today, but it's minimally whatever the concurrent player count is. So we've made at least 772 sales. It looks like this is starting to dip now because we hit the peak. Yeah, so now it's dropping. I mean, it's bound to happen eventually, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so let's put this here. Recommend that you disable achievements in your demos. Okay, anything else? No, nothing else here. Let me look at this. Let me look at the Steam discussions. Okay, cool. Looks cute. Cool. Okay, and then Steam discussions. What are we missing there? Got everything there. And now what about reviews? Let's do show all. Most recent, all languages. And I got to scroll down to where I last marked them. Wow, there are a lot of reviews already. No, this does not have the thumbs ups that I gave. Let's go back to the main page. How's it going? I think it's going well. It's a little hard to say. Treasure chest system is actually super cool and well thought out. Thank you. Yeah, the original system, and I was talking about this the other day here, but it was you had a multiplier times a value, sort of like Balatro, except for I played Balatro for like half an hour, so I didn't take it from that game. And then there was a key of like multiplying and a key of value and a key of item types. Oh yeah, that's right. Times the like item varieties that you had. So you would have a number like 1 times 2 times 1 in the end. And you, depending on what key you'd get, you could raise this number by an even greater value. So like, let's say this number was 5. You're getting 5 items. So adding 1 more to this is not going to help, but adding 1 more to this actually gives you 10 items now. So it was kind of a sucky little mini game. It was supposed to be better, but it just didn't end up working with the automation. So I'm glad we tweaked that and it ended up working out pretty well, I think. Just keep refreshing every 5 minutes. it's I think when there's nothing on the line, it feels problematic for me to do that. But for Skeleseller, I do want to stay on top of any feedback. How are your nerves? You seem pretty chill. I'm feeling pretty good. I think things are going well. Honestly, one of the things I want to do that I'm like, this sounds maybe weird to say. I love digital organization. I love planning. I love writing documents. Anyone who's watched the stream long enough obviously knows this stuff, but like, I really want to do this for my next endeavor. I want to just like spend, I don't know, 2 weeks just writing a million documents and figuring out what's the game design going to be. So I was kind of hoping to get some time. Oh God, do we know? I was kind of hoping to get some time today to do that. It's not turning into that. That's fine, but it's kind of what I want to do. Thank you, chat, for having watched me long enough. Yeah. So yeah, I want to check out the reviews. Let's go check those out. Also, what does it say for number of reviews, even though it kind of just lies about this? 16. Okay. All right, so let's get that done. Oh, now it's up to 20, actually. Recent, and cut that out. Okay, so yeah, here I should have seen all of these. So there should be 4 new ones. Soundtrack, sound effects, art style, gameplay loop is so satisfying. Awesome. Was fortunate I tried both the demo early on and then have a few weeks to play this before launch. I was sold on the premise, but once I got to try the full game, do some of the boss fights and progression, it really sank in. See a lot of the care and attention put in the final product. Definitely here to see what else this developer can do. Wow, is this someone who's in the stream? I don't recognize the name. Oh, it says product received for free, so they must be, I guess. And they have 9 hours on record, and I didn't launch the game. So yeah, I must know who they are. Okay, what is this? What does this mean? Very good game for playing in short bursts, unwind, and finally another game without early access or bugs. Nice. I knew this game was fun. I played an early demo 1.5 years ago. Wow. But it grew a lot, and it's charming and a lot of fun. Also, the developer is a nice, knowledgeable chap that streamed almost all development on Twitch. Can't wait to play this with my daughter. Can't recommend it enough. Cool, cool, cool. Is this game good? It is. Is it worth the price? No, it is not. What is missing? Equipment management. Give us a shop to build armor and weapons for our mercs. Why? Because every game you're competing against does this. Let us min-max these dudes with equipment. It's missing. You just build up level via crops and that's it. Falls a bit short. Ancient games like Weapon Shop. Ooh, this kind of exists like what they're talking about. They just haven't gotten to it yet in the game. Which is kind of surprising because most people even... That's interesting. Yeah, we had a discussion from a little while ago that said you should put in equipment. Where is it? Yeah, I wrote a big long thing about why I don't want to add equipment. And this wasn't meant to be like a knee-jerk reaction to somebody. It was just like a, hey, in case you're curious, here's why I didn't add this. And they responded too. And I still stand by why I didn't add equipment. I think the cognitive load on the player is not worth any benefit for this casual game. And I stand by that. But we put it in pretty much in the form of treasure. But 0.8 hours isn't enough time to get to that point in the game. So I'm not totally sure if I should even respond to this. Like, they gave me a positive review anyway. I wonder if they'll play more. I'll just wait. Maybe they'll play a little bit more and figure it out. But they did say it's kind of dull, so I wonder if that means that they're not going to play more. Anyway, I don't know. Nalger, thank you very much. Thank you. I can be the first negative review. Yeah. This stream will get another year of Adam building games. Yeah, I think so. Try to keep mine short so I don't feel overwhelmed. I think it's generally a good idea. A lot of the time when I'm writing these documents, I'm not writing them necessarily because I'm going to go look back at them. It's because it helps me organize my thoughts in the moment. And I just know where a particular section is for that like week that I'm working on it. Then I just move on. So like I had a Skeleseller design document that at one point I realized this is not worth updating. And that's me saying that. Yeah, this ended up being like 65 pages of stuff. And yeah, I started tracking things a little differently. Did I already talk about the new game idea? No, I haven't. Remember the days when you were developing Botland and had like a gazillion notes? It was one note, yeah. And hey again, Christoph. I moved all those notes to this site, notes@adamlearns.com. So some of them, if you look at any and they say created and modified at the top, these came from OneNote. And that's an artifact of the export tool. So it typically means they're kind of bad notes at this point because they're just so old. Yeah. Refresh the review list. I think there might be one more. Now let's take a look. Oh, I should have marked that as helpful. I meant to do that. This game is very much the definition of charming. Love the music. Love the ease to play. Looking forward to digging into the perk trees. Slimes are so cute. If the dev is reading, I'm pretty sure I saw a pixel version of them as a customer. Make me laugh. Yeah. Oh, hey, this person also posted one since I last updated. Played the demo yesterday and played until it maxed out at 199 coins. Just so to see the full game. Released in 12 hours. Got the game as soon as it dropped. Beat in less than 3 hours. Awesome game, and I'm praying for more content as soon as possible. So this is a little bit difficult because it probably took them a total of, oh yeah, it says right there. It took them a total of about 4 hours, which is what I'm expecting. But if you max out the entire demo and then play the full game, it's going to feel like the full game did not have as much. Double worth the price. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Let's mark everything as helpful. Let me see what I missed in chat because I saw this. Yeah. Okay. Consciously pick equipment. Yes, I agree. I know that's probably what they're asking for, but I wonder if the treasure system would have sufficed for them. But like I said, it's not worth it. They might play more of the game. They might not. They left a positive review anyway. And I think it's fair. Like other people might be looking for equipment. If they read the reviews and figure out that it's not there, they might be like, all right, this isn't for me. Game's pretty demanding later on. I mean, especially in bone mode, yeah. Never thought your single player game was going to have this live ops review monitoring, did you? No, I mean, this is kind of par for the course. I think it'd be crazy to release a game, have a bunch of wish lists, and then not look at some of this stuff. Plus, if you do see early complaints and they're bugs, then it's worth fixing them. Maybe land better if someone else said, I think I got armor like that. And I got a bit further in the game. Yeah. I could see something like that. I don't want to like manipulate reviews or plant people or anything. But the one thing, I see this happen every once in a while. And I actually saw it happen in the discussion forums recently. So like, where was it? No, not this one. Yeah, here. This person posted that the price is going to be $10. Said, are you kidding me? I smell a dead gaming coming. Totally fine. They're welcome to their opinion. And then a bunch of people like chimed in saying, hey, I think it's worth it. Here's why. This person called them all out. So for those sorts of things, I'm like, okay, this person's probably not acting in good faith. But you never know. Did you hear you're not going back to Google? Yeah. The plan is to not go back to typical corporate America. 65 pages, that's nothing. If you know how much design went into bone mode, that was multiple hundreds of pages, I think. I think I'm more than justified in asking for 15. So here's the thing. And someone said this earlier. It was Syracuse in chat. I think that's how they type their name. They said something like, if you don't get any complaints about the price, then it's too low. So if you just consider your price as a slider from 0 to like, well, let's say AAA now is 90 at the high end or 100 at the high end. So this is kind of the price people are willing to pay for games. If you just pick here on the spectrum as an indie game like this, that might work out to $70, let's say. People are going to be mad, right? They're going to be like, I don't know how you're justifying this. You're not some AAA studio. You didn't spend 14 years on this game. So I could totally understand that. If you price it at 0, people are going to be like, I would have paid for this game. This is it's more than reasonable to charge some amount of money for this. So where do you find that sweet spot? And this is a classic business question of whatever the free market supports is the value of what that good should be. But you're bound to get complaints if you go a little bit too high, but it still might raise the amount of money you get. So could I have asked for 15? Yeah, I think it would have been too high for most people though. I think there would have been more complaints than not. And remember, a lot of the people reviewing earlier are people who were like here for the stream and wanted to leave a review and help me out. And I appreciate that. We're going to get less filtering just from the random selection of people coming in here and eventually leaving reviews. And yeah, there will be negative reviews at some point too. Actually, I'm kind of curious, did the demo have negative reviews yet? Because the demo was at 100% positive when I checked. It hasn't gotten any new reviews. Okay, so let's just take a look and make sure that's the case. Yeah, posted yesterday. Yeah. I've already seen them all then. Now they get a green highlight. Yeah, they might. And I think, it's one thing to get a game that doesn't deliver on its promise. I think Skeleseller delivers on its promise, but the promise is not one that not everyone will enjoy. It is a casual game. There is enough depth to please some people, but it's not going to turn into like spend 4 hours customizing your perfect team and send them out on a raid and come back a day later. And like, it's just not going to happen. Oh, by the way, Mapo, did you get another crash at all? Like you were able to reload the game. Everything seemed pretty much fine. You lost a couple of minutes of progress. How long do you plan on supporting it? Like making updates or changes? It's all dependent on how well it does and what people want out of it. In order for me to, let's say most people don't like bone mode. Let's say that's the case. For me to fix it, to get to the point where most people like it, is probably on the order of many, many months. I don't know if it's worth doing that. And I won't be able to find out for sure until we look at things like sales and reviews. So how long do I plan on supporting it? I mean, anywhere from a week to like probably a year or 2 years or something. So yeah, if people are just like, you know what, I this is not salvageable, I don't like the core concepts, or I can't come up with good ideas. But remember, another thing too is I'm coming off the back of a lot of work. Like launch was very difficult. So I would like to take a break and just kind of reassess. I'm also incredibly excited about the next game I want to make. Again, for those who haven't seen it, there's a next game command. It's not very satisfying, but I want to start on that. Also, the other thing to consider, which I think is worth adding as an asterisk to all this stuff, is I launched a full game. Like this, it's not like early access that I'm then abandoning. I would personally feel okay if I never did another thing with this game. Like, I don't feel like I ripped people off. I don't feel like there were ideas I wanted to tackle that I didn't get to. I did everything I wanted to do. We launched the game. People seem to be enjoying it. Some people say it's a little too short. It's a prerogative. All right, let's see. Got the max every perk. Probably going to leave it there, but I'm intrigued by the only mage and rogue. Might come back to it eventually. Yeah, thanks, Decap. For what it's worth, I don't think it's super fun, but I think it's decent if you were to try to get that achievement. Did you get the bird achievement out of curiosity? You find that game devs are under increasing pressure for new content due to ever decreasing attention spans? Yeah, although I don't think it's just that. I think it's also gamer expectations rising. Like, let's say I made the perfect game. I sold it at like $4. People would still probably be like, awesome, I can't wait for the next DLC. Or they'll just fill in the blanks however they want. And it's like, it's not reasonable for studios to just keep pumping out new content all the time. And you look at a game like Vampire Survivors, it sold for what, $1 originally? It's probably up to $5 or something now. I'm not actually sure. And they released a lot of new content because they got millions of sales. If you have millions of dollars coming in, it's like, well, it's much easier to justify it now. But then other people look at the price and say like $1 for 100 hours of game time. Why is your game $10 for 5 hours of game time? It's like, because not everyone can just produce Vampire Survivors. Not everyone wants to. I was never trying to produce a game that had 100 hours of gameplay. If I were to do that, I could very easily just stretch the gameplay that we have for Skeleseller so that the first boss takes you 10 hours to beat. The second boss takes you 10 hours to beat. It wouldn't be very fun, but some idle players would actually like that sort of thing, and some actually do expect that. Best way to get rid of vibe coding? Looks like I am a slave and my buddy Claude is the boss. What about you? How many projects do you use AI agents? I don't tend to use agents. I think the best way to get rid of it is to find a job that's more amenable to you just doing code by hand. Because if it's for your personal projects, the best way to get rid of it is just stop using it. But I think part of this is accepting that there is a change in development happening. Okay, sorry. Let me scroll down because I am like way up in chat. Congrats, got to do things. All right, thank you again. And thank you for leaving a review. Hello, father of Adam. Nice reviews. I don't know if that's my father because my father had a different account. No worries, any other best intentions. That's my alt. Has the stream muted. Don't know if I already addressed this. Software is becoming increasingly devalued. Yeah. What was the summary of this, Mert? The interview? Yeah, exactly. And some people have this point of view and some people don't. And some people who have one extreme point of view will eventually switch to the other one in their lifetimes. Yeah, we can only do 3 battles at a time. Yep. Part of the game is figuring out how to use those 3 battles most effectively. Like if you could have 10 battles running, I think it would just change the balance of the game. Will you do more market fit research on stream, or is this something for off stream? I like to see you defining success. I'm trying to figure out what to do next in Skeleseller. For Skeleseller, I'm not sure. For the next game, I do want to start designing the game on stream, but I don't think I'm going to do a lot of market fit research ahead of time. I'm probably just going to make a prototype and see if people like it. Yeah. Hey, Rosa. Taken me 7 hours so far completing everything about story mode. So just need bone mode. Yeah. And that's another thing too, right? Like some people do take a little bit longer for it. I liked watching your video though. You seemed very giddy at the beginning. It was nice to see. You think of an expansion name just in case? Like total rip off. That's pretty good. I like that. I think the price is just right. Could have gone a bit higher. People drop 70 on a AAA game will complain about dropping 15 on an indie developer. Well, you know what? Someone in that Reddit thread kind of said something revealing here. My brutal honesty is that I would put a game like this on my wish list, but for 4 to 5 hours of content in an idle game, I wouldn't pay $10. I already have 300 games on my wish list vying for my money, especially when it looks like a somewhat rough indie project. This is very surprising to me because I don't know how they got that impression. And yeah, like I don't think the game looks rough. I'm surprised because there's like I put a lot of time in everything. Quickie Joe put a lot of time into the art. Hey Kaiza, congrats on release day. Just finished story mode. Now I'm Bono level 2. Nice. Thank you for getting it. Thank you for trying it out. Bird achievement, didn't even see that on the list. Yeah, it's a hidden achievement. Wait, Rosa, did you get the achievement? I don't think I've ever seen someone naturally get it. And I just made it more obvious yesterday. All right, sorry, I'm still scrolled up. I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. Left a couple suggestions. You already answered one, so I edited. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Some days I wonder if I've seen the rise and fall of software development. Yeah. Never wishlist affect the Steam store algorithm at all? Yes, at least before a game is launched. After the game is launched, I don't know how much it plays into the algorithm and how much you see. How'd you add that note to my name in chat? I clicked your name and clicked the pencil button. It's probably coming from Better Twitch TV. And then I needed to add it so I would remember how to pronounce your name. So that's why I can call you Kaiza now. Guys, send links? Yep. You can. Awesome to follow something from early on and see it ready and shining, even if the developer is staring at me in game. Yeah. Hey, Max. Yeah, I answered your topic on the discussion forums. You asked me, where is it? Why can't I find this now? Oh, did I click the wrong thing? Yeah, I clicked community, not community hub. Yeah, you asked this. Yeah, you said it's all about the price, and I answered you here. I can link this into chat if you want. Share. No, that's not share. Oh, God. Oh, I don't know how to do this. There it is. Yeah. I think a lot of people based on the art style. But I don't think the art style looks rough. That's what I'm trying to get at. I think not liking pixel art is one thing, but saying pixel art looks rough is a different thing. It's like if I played a 3D game in the style of the old PlayStation games where you have polygonal models where the polygons are obviously showing. If that's the aesthetic you're looking for, I don't know. Yeah, it just seems weird to me. I got the bird earlier, but I saw you stream it. Yeah. Okay. Ange. I mean, I did say slightly more than that. I said you'd have to find a job that's amenable to you stopping using it. Because if it's in a corporate setting, then you don't just have the choice a lot of times. But I don't think people realize that, like, you have a choice in your employment. And sometimes, I'm not trying to say everyone has that privilege, but you have a choice sometimes. And yeah, sometimes it comes down to, I don't like the practices of this job, so I'm going to leave it. Okay. Hey, Kilted Ninja. It was nice to see you in John's stream yesterday. Didn't record it, but I was on the lookout while cleaning up the achievements and saw the bird. Ah, yeah. Yep. And thank you. And here's the thing. $8 is still $5. I think I've heard this. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, right now, the total amount of money people have to pay in the US is $9, which I guess feels more like 10 than 5. Yeah, it's really helpful, although you have to keep in mind that sometimes your settings will get cleared. You can export the names if you want, but it's tedious. I never end up importing them. I just mispronounce someone's name again and then rewrite a note. Oh, cool. Thank you, Leslie. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I am still trying to make it through chat. I'm still scrolled up. I will eventually get there. Oh, sorry. Gotcha, Galaxy Inferno. Yeah. And thank you, Samu. Have you considered whether and how speedrunners might approach Skeleseller? Are there interesting speedrun optimization opportunities? Bone mode has a lot of opportunities for that. But story mode wasn't intended to be for speedrunners, really. Okay, I got to the bottom. +1 sale. Thank you, Bacon. Yeah. Whew, okay, so let me see if I missed anything else. No, there's no traffic there. I'm going to put all these things together so that I don't hopefully miss this stuff. And let me take another quick look at this. Oh, and I should probably look at bug reports too. Nice up armor if there's no key slot available. Text says it will produce keys. Yeah. This is intended, but I recognize that the message makes it confusing. Oops, wrong emote. I would have updated it if it didn't involve translating to multiple languages. I'll write a note about it. Yeah, I should definitely do that. Okay, so change the text on extractors and the key grinder to make overflow even clearer. You need an open slot for it to even accept the potion / armor. When's the next stream? Tomorrow. Yeah. I'll stream tomorrow. We'll talk about the sales number because right now you can only see this public stuff here, but I'll actually share the real number tomorrow. Yeah, the number of players is quite good. Let me see. Yeah, we're number 4 on popular or new and trending. Now, will we stay there? I don't know. We have a lot of momentum behind launch, but what about afterward? Is anyone else covering the game right now? Oh, Spicy Brick. I have not seen them before, but neat. Yeah, I want to watch these VODs. I don't know if I'll even have time. Like I said, if 10 people play the game, then that's like 30 to 50 hours of VODs to watch. And yeah, I can't watch 2 at a time. So the only way to speed it up is to watch it faster. And I can only listen and understand so quickly. Hey, Gotharella, just got it. Excited to give it a try. I hope you like it. I hope you like it. I do want to set expectations. Story mode, if you did not read on the Steam page, is like 4 to 5 hours of content. Some people start the game and they're expecting like 40 hours, so they start idling pretty early on. If you hit anything that feels slow in the game, you can probably optimize your town a little bit. So just keep that in mind. Do you have plans about ads somewhere? Yeah, I do. I haven't. I want to look at some sales numbers first, but like consider ads. I think I have that in my notes somewhere, so I'll just keep this on the list for now. Number 4 is a big deal. So thank you. I think this is weighted somehow based on time since launch and also how popular your game is. So probably, I think you can't be on there for too long. Just point one eye at each screen like a chameleon. Nearly 800 players. Yeah. Oh, and hey, Villager. Sorry. I'm only like occasionally monitoring Steam chat. In fact, actually, you know what we could find out is if we just click the broadcast, you can see how many people are on the page right now. 646. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I've just been hanging out here. I don't know how many people care about the stream. Feel free to say hi if you want to. Ask me any questions if you have any. Did I make the game in C++? No, I used Godot and C#. Would have had double the players if not for Thomas. That stupid jerk tank engine. Leave your girl. I meant new viewers. Okay, let me read the Reddit threads again and see if there's anything new here. I don't think this is like rising super fast or anything. Oh, hey, there's Oogly Booglies. Have a mechanic that highlights in some way the adventurers that can currently upgrade with sludge so don't have to guess or miss out on timely upgrades. Everything else turns green when an upgrade is available. Let's favorite or star adventurers so we know when they're ready. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. For auto purchase of chests, let me set a limit so I can have other financial goals. Yeah, so I'm just going to respond to this on stream for now. I did talk about this one on stream already. But for the auto purchase of chests, the general philosophy that I had for the game was that there are some things that you just have to do as a player. And the reason I think that's okay is because this is not meant to be the kind of game of like, get all your automation perfect, step away for 2 hours. So if you occasionally have to if you occasionally have to toggle a lever, for example, or click a button, like one of the things people run into is they get the fishing pond eventually, and then all their potions are going into here. You should just turn this off at some point. So it's kind of the same with treasure chests. And I don't say this as a cop out, like that was the goal, because if we didn't have that in the game, then you would want like filtering and priorities and all this other stuff. It's not intended to be that level of game. So yeah, you would need to look at your finances and be like, oh, I only have 2,000 gold. Let me go turn off auto purchasing. But I'm not going to type that in Reddit. It's going to sound defensive, and it's not meant to be defensive. And now you can hear my tone of voice. But I want it all. You can't have it all. Glad to hear it, Thoros. Hey, DXG. About your game, it is amazing, truly spectacular. Haven't had this much fun in a long time. Always looking to support indie game developers, bring real passion to the gaming industry. Thanks. You know, one of the things that I can't communicate through a forum without sounding like I'm stuck up or cocky about my game is that I don't think, like, not all fun is equal, right? If I sit down and I'm like watching an old TV show, I'm enjoying it, right? It's probably like a 4 out of 10. It's not like I'm being forced to watch it or something. But if I'm watching a movie I had hyped up for months, I might be at like a 9 out of 10. So I look at Skeleseller as like densely packed fun. And I know not everyone would agree. It's not everyone's game. That's fine. But I can't communicate that to people. I can't be like, look, it's 4 to 5 hours, but you're actually having fun for that time. Like you're paying attention, you're engaged, you're finding new mechanics. There's a lot of small touches that I put in the game. So instead, I just had to be like, yeah, sorry. It seems like it's a short game to you. Yeah, it might not be up your alley. Good sales so far. I have not looked into it. I assume from the number of concurrent players that it's probably good sales, but yeah, I have not seen it. It says number 186 in top sellers, though. I wonder how they calculate that. But yeah, we took a bunch of guesses yesterday on how many sales there would be. And I guessed 2,222. And some people guessed very large numbers. Like, I don't know if Freak Technic meant this, but yeah, 45,000 sales would be nuts in 24 hours. Nuts. Do concurrent players include the demo? No, that's a different page. That's this page. Number of concurrent demo players is 72. And actually, that's been shooting up. I think people have seen the game and are like, oh, let me try this out first. And hopefully they're liking it. You didn't put mine up there? 14? Yeah, let me add yours right away. Yeah, more concurrent players than Ashes of Creation, which cost hundreds of millions of dollars to make. But when did that come out? I don't know anything about Ashes of Creation, but I assume it was launched, yeah, December 2025. Okay. Yeah. It's not totally fair to judge your day one playtime against a game that's been out for months. I'm sure Skeleseller in like a week is going to have 20 players playing or something. It's just not a game with like Slay the Spire 2 lasting appeal. By the way, I have not talked too much about my next game, but I will say this. It's meant to be in the same vein of monetization. Like it'll be a one-time purchase and it'll probably be a play it once kind of game. Because it's going to be somewhat story driven. And honestly, I wouldn't say Undertale is inspiring the gameplay, but it's kind of inspiring the feel of it. So don't expect it to look like or be like Undertale exactly. Yeah. Try your new game with Claude in 2 days. I debated on using AI pretty heavily for the new game, but I kind of don't want to. So what I might do as a middle ground is I might try it for just prototyping. And even then, I'm not totally sure. I'm going to create under 2. Yeah, but I'll call it Delta Rune. How many hours game time are you shooting for in the new game? I haven't even thought of that yet. Here's what I've done so far. I have come up with a code name for the new game, which I actually have shared on stream before. It is probably going to be the final name. And I have spewed a ton of ideas into a note and then just left them that way. So I don't have a lot figured out yet. And I will probably design this on stream, but I don't know when that'll be because I want to see how Skeleseller goes. And thanks, Smith. Yeah. And Adam's somewhat Undertale experience. Yeah, there's been a lot of hype in chat in the last couple of weeks of like, okay, what are you doing after this? What's the next game going to be? And I do want to talk about it. I'm going to eventually bore everyone to tears by being in documents all the time, but I really want to like plan this game. Landbot. How open are you about the number of wish lists? That I don't mind sharing. Let me go figure out how to get that without hopefully seeing any extra information. Actually, wait, I should check this on my phone. I think I can see this without seeing the sales. I really hope this doesn't show the sales, but I'm going to refresh this page. Please don't show me the sales. Oh my God. Wishlist editions for today is at 2,400. Oh no, it is showing. Okay, hold on. I can't look at this. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. Yeah, the UI changes. I had it. Oh, man, I kind of didn't want to see that. So I can't report wish lists, but I will tomorrow. But yeah, the wish list page from yesterday has a conversions stat. And yesterday it was 0 because the game wasn't out. And now it's a number greater than 0. Well, whoops. I highly recommend prototyping the Claude code. Tons of value in such a short amount of time. Plugin I can send you that interviews you for questions and implements everything for you. It's slop code, but great at rapid prototyping. Yeah. I'm still kind of debating. Oh, an ad break just kicked off. Okay, I'm going to take another quick break. I'll answer this question when I get back. And anyone else who had a question that they want me to see, just retype when I get back. But I'll be back in a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Hello again. Close the game. Okay, let me close out all these tabs. Almost 800 players in the game at once right now. Another 100 in the demo. Looks good. Yeah. I don't know what these numbers look like for other new games. So I don't have a gauge in my own head of like, okay, I played Vampire Survivors. What was that on day one? Or I played Terraria. What was that on day one? I imagine those games are much higher than this. And actually, I guess I could just check now. But yeah, I'm happy with this. I think this is good. I believe indie developers truly deserve more support than AAA studios. They bring fresh ideas and genuine life to gaming. Wishing you all the best. Thanks, DXG. I think they both have their place in gaming. And when you look at the scope of some AAA games, and not all of them, but even sometimes scope in terms of, I guess you consider it in terms of gameplay, consider it in terms of art or story or just technology sometimes. Like, think of voice acting wasn't, I'm not going to go off on some super huge tangent here. Anyway, AAA games can tackle a scope that indie games cannot. And if you didn't have those games, you wouldn't get to see certain things come to life. It's just very, very difficult for an indie game developer to do some of the things that AAA games do. Like, I played Final Fantasy VII. What's the first one called? I guess just Remake, because the second one is Rebirth, right? But anyway, I played the first episode of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I was blown away by that just how much they did in terms of custom animations. Now, I imagine, because they all look pretty natural, that they must have had some like motion detection actors doing something rigged up in a suit. I don't know, but they probably didn't like hand model every single motion and still make it look pretty natural. And maybe there was AI involved, but it was kind of before that would have been super popular in workflows. So it's like, could an indie dev have done that stuff? No way. Just no way. Yeah, I don't think it's, yeah, I just don't want to get reductive with like indie dev good, big game bad. I think they both have their place. How was Terraria's first 24 hours? I imagine it was pretty good, because I found this game pretty early on. Max. Steam. Oh, wait. Steam release. Players, 26,000. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is quite crazy. Yeah. And after all this time, like if you look at the last week, there, why is it not showing? Oh, anyway, it says 10K over there. It's like you still have 10,000 after 12 years of time. Like, yeah, that's nuts. You can catch up. Yeah, 2011. I think 2011 Steam was probably easier to get some traction on. Like, let's say Steam decided to just keep funneling people into the Skeleseller page. It would probably do pretty well. I'm not saying it would do as well as like a Terraria kind of game would do. But yeah, I think it can like handle some traffic pretty much. It's not like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's not like the algorithm would reject it entirely. Oh yeah, sorry. I never actually answered your question. I copied it in my thing, so my bad. What are your goals for Skeleseller? What would you consider a success? So in terms of a success, I think we still have to split this up into different things. In terms of just like game dev, it was already a success. We released it. I stuck through a bunch of hard times and problems, and I learned a ton. This is a resounding success in my mind. In terms of business, I will say day one is looking good, but my sort of minimum target that I had was divided into a couple of tiers. There was like the minimum wage bucket. That would have been, it would have been 8,500 sales at the old price, but now we're getting what? Well, there's a discount, but let's say we sold it at the regular price. We'd be getting $7 per copy, and minimum wage over 2 years. This is going to sound ridiculous to some people watching, but my area is pretty expensive. It'd be like $84,000. So this would have been, yeah, 12,000 copies. And then I think what is the like actual target would have been 2x the minimum. So probably 24,000 copies. Now, is that reasonable? I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. But this would have earned me minimum wage for this game, right? And then wouldn't technically fund any development beyond this, which is why I said at least 2x the minimum. And even then, it's like, I'm just going to pay more money out for the current game. Like all the translators volunteered their time, and I really appreciate it. But if Skeleseller makes enough money, I want to then pay all those translators for the time that they did. And yeah, I just, I don't know. It's just crazy. I always talk about game dev economics, and it never makes any sense. You need to sell a billion copies and price your game super low and get everyone to be happy in the Steam reviews. Mocap suits are not that expensive. You have to start jumping around and doing T poses. Well, and hold a buster sword. Those are pretty heavy. What do you wish you had done differently? So the first thing that comes to mind isn't necessarily something I do differently, but I think the Godot expertise that I have now is certainly much more than at the beginning. So I think I would still have chosen Godot, but I'd be able to go faster now. And that's not really something I do differently, because you can't gain expertise without gaining the expertise, right? Like, now that I have it, sure, I can use it. I would still pick Godot. I'd still pick C#, I think. I'd probably try using riders sooner, because I had so many problems with VS Code. In fact, the most common one that I had is I just had to restart, like at some points it was 5 to 7 times per day. This bothered me so much. And I don't think Mac OS is the problem, but Visual Studio is now no longer available on Mac OS. It's been sunset as of like a year or a year and a half ago. So it's like, okay, well, maybe I could have switched to Windows, but I didn't really want to do that. I like the hardware I'm using. Would I still pick Godot? Yeah. In fact, I'm planning on doing the next game in the same tech stack, Godot and C#. I like VS Code, by the way. Just C# and VS Code is not that great. 24,000 copies over what period of time? Let's say a year, or like 6 months, maybe. I'm not sure. I hope for your sake this game blows up like crazy. I mean, I do too. Yeah. And hey, about the journey, this sounds almost like a joke for me to say this, but some people have looked through all the VODs. I mean, I'm not recommending that anybody do that, but yeah, some people are like, oh, Adam's on online for the weekend. I'll go watch, day 1 and day 2. And then, oh, hey, he took Tuesday off. I'll watch day 2, part 2 or something like that. And they slowly make their way through this list, and they eventually catch up to the current day. And there have been like 2-3 people who've done that. So if you want to watch the journey, you still could. You planning a new game? Yeah. I have a next game command there. We'd be streaming development in the next one? Yep, that's the plan. Basically made VS Code unavailable on Mac. Not really. I guess maybe they control the extensions. I'm not sure if you're trying to imply that, like, since they're a C# extension and that's what's actually causing the issue, and Microsoft actually, does Microsoft run that? Let's just find out. Yeah, it is Microsoft. So I guess maybe, kind of, sort of, but I don't think it was intentionally done. Never real VS, just glorified Xamarin Studio. Yeah, but still, I think it's better for C# than VS Code probably is. Yeah. How do you even live when you don't have a job and make games? So I was working at Google before this. Google pays pretty well, and I have some savings from that, and my wife also works. And I make that 6 streamer salary of like $200 a month. All right, let's take a look. Is there another comment in here? Okay. 6 streamer salary over here. Reese, thanks for subbing. Welcome in. Yeah, so I'm excited to try Rider some more. I have a comment here. Oh, hey, that's out of date. I have a comment here about what, JetBrains? Yeah. So I reached out to JetBrains and I said, hey, would you mind giving me a free product license? And they said, yeah, sure. So I haven't actually used it heavily yet because I've been so far in launch mode, and what I was doing is like writing emails and watching videos and stuff, and an ID wouldn't have helped me at all. But I plan to start using it. In fact, maybe that's something we do as kind of a cool down stream at some point. I just like customize the editor and that's it. And maybe do some light Skeleseller work. It's supposed to work pretty well with Godot. One of the things I would like to try, and I have it on my list, is to try out hot reloading in Rider, because it didn't work very well in VS Code, and I want to see, because yeah, I actually do lose a decent amount of time just reloading the game. And yeah, thank you, Reese. Did you name it Abbott because of the About Time film? No, I named it Abbott for a very silly pun. It's a bot. I can help translate it to Turkish in my free time if you want. I'll write that down. Yeah. And thank you. Yeah, I got some people for Russian and ZHCN, which I assume is simplified Chinese, but I don't know what you classify traditional Chinese as. So anyway, I got some people reaching out about this. One of them quoted a very, very low price, such that I don't even know if, like, it sounds too low. You know, if it's too good to be true, it's probably not true. Wouldn't it be a Babat? Yes, it would be. If you need PTBR help, I don't think I do, but I'll write that down too. As in, we already got all the strings translated, but if I ever need like a string here or there, I might reach out. So yeah, I'll write that down. So I'll write offers. Bro, hey, Mr. D-Boy. Hey, I actually wanted to talk to you. So I had something kind of interesting happen over the weekend. I don't know if I mentioned this yesterday, but on Sunday, there was a YouTube review of Skeleseller. And I'll say this like nicely and sort of neutrally. It was largely about the price. And the price back then was going to be $15. And actually, that didn't sway me as much as it was like the sixth person to say they didn't care for bone mode. And that's what did it. I was like, okay, you know what? If enough people don't like this, I don't want them to feel like they paid for it. So I lowered the price down to $10. And yeah, I haven't looked at sales. I kind of accidentally did because I was trying to look at wish list. But concurrent players is pretty high right now. So yeah, in fact, we just hit a new peak apparently. Well, I guess it didn't really drop too much. But yeah, it's looking good. Price complaints are always a whatever. Don't pay much attention to this. I think it's a whatever in small amounts. I think you have like 1 out of 100 people complaining about price, that it's probably like, yeah, whatever. That's something you can shake off. If you had 90 out of 100 people complaining, I think that is a problem. So where do you draw the line? I don't know, but probably at like 20% of your player base complaining about the price. I think 10 is a better price. Yeah. I agree. By the way, there are certain things that I think are tough to grapple with. So if here's something that was very tough for me. Like, Botland isn't going to succeed. This took me months. I had to go through all the stages of grief, and I came out at acceptance, and I'm fine with it now looking back. But Skeleseller is priced too high. This was one that did not take as long for me to grapple with. And then once I lowered the price, I was just like, I feel fine now. Because I want people to enjoy the game. I like cannot stress this enough. This is not an endeavor that was done for money. Yes, I'm selling the game. I would like to get some money, but that was not the sole purpose. And yeah, so once I came to terms with like, okay, you know what, if people are going to be upset with the value, then yeah, I'll lower it. And actually some people are still complaining. So like, you can't please everybody. I mean, you probably could if you made it free, but then I wouldn't please myself. But yeah, some people commented on the price here. Way too short for the price tag. Same thing here. Going to be over too quickly for this price tag. Some people commented specifically for certain countries. I really want to keep an eye on that. And First Crimson chimed in earlier with some very important advice. Where is that advice? I wrote it down somewhere. Here it is. Yeah, you should be able to change it after the release discount. Not sure about during, but it could be worth messaging Steam support. I had to change a bunch of regions because unfortunately Steam does automatically put them into some pretty high dollar amounts. I did not know this. So I thought I was doing right by the community and saying like, oh, hey, Steam, taking my $10 and convert it to reals, convert it to rupees, convert it to anything, right? And it came up with prices that are, I mean, probably Steam has data on this stuff, so it probably knew that it was good. But it came up with some prices that some people are saying are a little bit high. So I do want to lower those. I think the US dollar amount is fine. $10 with a 10% discount. Like, this is not the steepest discount it's going to be at. it's pretty safe to say for any game that's successful, their launch discount is not going to be the cheapest price. This is not how digital products work. So yeah, it'll eventually go down farther, and in that time, inflation will also chip away at the cost a little bit too. So 5 years from now, if the game still has players somehow, then they'll be paying, I don't know, $5 or something to play it due to sales and inflation. So yeah, took me 5 hours to beat the game because of the Yeti. Did you have fun doing that though? Because the Yeti is supposed to be a little bit of a puzzle. Is Orp $10 less than a cinema ticket? You get up to 3 hours of fun. Yeah, you know what I found though? Like, gamers don't care about comparisons to other products. And if they did, then simply looking at coffee or a meal or a movie would probably convince them to buy a lot more games. And I'm not saying this really as a deep complaint here. Like, it's normal. You compare within the product category you're looking at. Game A gave me 50 hours of value. Game B gave me 10 hours of value. I would pay more for game A than game B. That's fine, but it is kind of weird when it's like, oh, I'll pay $200 for the upgraded set of headphones that I would have had, and they have like slightly better sound quality. I don't know. But yeah, those, yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, Skitter Cat said pretty much the same thing, I guess. It's fine, to be honest. It's the average indie game price. Yeah, I might still lower it for Brazil. It was very satisfying. Well, the big power up grind. Well, hey, maybe I'll keep that achievement in the game then. I just level to a high level. Okay, so there are a lot of strategies. Well, maybe not a lot of strategies, but there are definitely some strategies you can apply to that fight. But they involve looking through your characters, and some people love that idea, and some people just power level, and that's fine. What I don't get with these people, they gift like 100 subs to a streamer, but then complain that 10 euros or dollars is too much for a game. Or they're like, wow, $25 a year is too high. Yeah, I think what you end up realizing is just some consumers don't act rationally. And I don't say this as an insult. It's just, yeah, you have an emotional response to seeing a $12 price tag on something you think should be $7. And then you think, okay, well, I'm not going to get that. I love the creativity you put in the game. Thanks. Yeah, there were a couple of features in the last couple of weeks. Actually, one of them no one has really seemed to notice in any of the playthroughs I've watched. When you beat the dragon, and I can't show this easily without changing the code because otherwise it'll take too long. When you beat the dragon, a goblin can appear. Actually, I'll just leave it at that. If anyone's playing the game, just look out for a goblin in your town. And if you already have the game loaded up and you've beaten the dragon, the goblin is probably there now. See if you can spot them. It's just a fun little thing. I just did it because I thought, oh, this will be cool for people who spot it. And then no one spotted it. And I never made it more obvious. Caught him 3 times. Did see him once. All right. Yeah. Nice. Right after I beat the rest of the levels in 1 minute. Yeah. The Yeti's the only one that does damage regardless of your health. So it actually made me wonder, based on people getting stuck there, if I should have put it at like the end of the game. Well, I guess just giving the snake that ability pretty much. Did someone make the Phoenix dish? What? I'm not sure what you mean, Liza Man. I don't know if I got lucky. I basically made it die on its own, trying to avoid spoilers. Wait, what? How? Oh, wait, no. Yeah, how did you do that? Is it the witch doctor? Have you added any Easter eggs? Oh yeah, tons of Easter eggs. In fact, there's an Easter egg in December that I added now, even though we're launching in March. If you play the game between, I think, December like 20th to the 27th or something, it changes all the graphics. Let me see if I can show you what this is. All right, so is holiday season, we'll just set to true. It's the 22nd to the 28th. Okay. Yeah, so here's what the game looks like if you launch the game in late December. And like I said, this is an Easter egg that just no one could possibly have seen unless they changed their system clock. So your town looks the same, but the customers are all elves. It's just a cosmetic change. And then I'm in the game, but I turn into Santa Claus. So if we make my spawn chance be 100%. Yeah. Current player count? Yeah, it's about 800. Yeah, yeah. However, can I feed my slime a crop? You'll have to figure that out. I can spoil it for you afterward. Yeah, so there's me. And you know that's me because I'm the one who always tips. So yeah, I added an Easter egg like that. I put a bunch of other little things in the game. I mean, I don't want to go through like all of them and spoil them for you. But yeah, there are a bunch of little things that some people just never discover. Some people will discover. Some of them are more in your face than other ones. Yeah. But yeah, I like doing that. And I think that was another important lesson for this game is like take some time to just add some fun stuff. Maybe people will discover it, maybe they won't. But oh yeah, there's another thing. All right, I'll show this off too, and then that's it in terms of little stupid things that I did. This one, I just was bored one day and I was like, I should probably do some code, but I didn't want to do code on anything real. So what I did instead is I coded this. And some people naturally see this, but it's pretty rare. If you start a new game and you get into the tutorial, your character says, I've got the land for Skeleton, I need a guild. If you just wait here for long enough, I'll speed up the game. Then a bunch of hands will start pointing at the sign because that's the next thing you have to do. And they'll just keep spawning in until there are 75 of them there. And when someone accidentally discovers this, it's very funny seeing their reaction. I saw 2 different streamers cover it. And yeah. This is just some like goofy idea that struck me one day. But yeah, I love doing stuff like this. This is my kind of humor. I saw this when I loaded up and walked away. Yeah. Anywhere between 5,000 and 10,000 sales, that would be nuts. Nuts. Oh, reposting my question. I was wondering how you're doing data binding to UI, such as money in your sludge, paying for stuff, having money buttons disabled. Yeah, so that is all just listening to a signal. So for example, in the town menu, we have a money changed event right here. So when the money changes in the town, we get an event and we just call update on all the buttons. So yeah, it's just in this case, a one-way signal that we have. Town updates money, we update anything that's based on it. And that way too, I mean, there's pretty tight coupling between the town and like everything. But if it were on a different component, like sometimes, I don't know, sometimes like quest progress, for example, maybe you update this and something happens. So by just having a signal come out of it, I mean, you know, coding well enough. I shouldn't need to tell you this. So sorry if it sounds like I'm talking down, I'm not trying to. But yeah, you would properly encapsulate something so you're not coupling it to something else. Take care, Mr. D-Boy. Thank you for streaming it. I do want to watch your stream, but there are so many people who've now covered it that I don't know if I'll have time to look at everyone's stream. So yeah, I hope you had fun. I hope you're not mad at the Yeti, that you dream non-Yeti dreams. All right, so let's disable that. Cake's got the notification for auto enchanting, saved him it in the end. Yeah, yeah, that's one that I watched a bunch of people play, and I'm like, man, no one's seeing that this is a thing. And I can't just enable it for people because what if it picks the wrong one? Does the goblin move? The goblin does move, yes. What if it's some kind of data binding system? No. It is pretty primitive, yeah. And part of it is I just don't think you need something more than that. And if you do in those cases, I would probably just write something custom. But by the full version, we'll recognize it. Yeah, let me reply to this. It will. A few people have verified that this is the case now that it's launched. It isn't just based on my own testing. All right, upvote. Someone edited their comment somewhere. Where was that? Ah, here it is. Editing the ad since I was probably getting too much of a feedback mindset. Congratulations. It was a ton of work. Most people don't even cross the finish line. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah. Anything else I have not looked at yet? Nope, that's everything. And then what about over here? Only issue I had was the Yeti. The rest of the game was beautiful and ran well. Yeah, man, I wonder how many people are going to get like stuck on the Yeti in a bad way. Because a lot of people get stuck in a good way. Like they're like, oh, cool, a fight I need to figure out. And they experiment and they eventually win through strategy. Mr. D-Boy took a rock and is like, I hurl this at Yeti. But hey, it works if you end up having fun. But it doesn't sound like that part in particular was fun for you. All right, any other discussion topics? It's 31 minutes ago. I think we're good there. And then let's look at the reviews again. Just trying to keep an eye on this stuff. Again, I've done, this is mostly for all the new people. People who've been here for a while know this, but for the last month or two, I've been in launch mode. And I've just been working so much and trying to make sure everything's perfect. And I just wanted to take a bit of a break. And that's why today is not like a lot of development or anything. It's just me looking at numbers and reviews and stuff. So let's look at more numbers and reviews and stuff. Ah, what a review. Good. Okay. Short but very fun. Just wish I had a few more levels to it. There's a bit of extra content at the end. The form of challenges are kind of interesting going through, but not enough for me to try to beat the optional timer. And that game's polished and runs well on Linux. Nice. The Yeti sucks. It's a good game. Super good. You also get sheet music. Nice, nice, nice. Don't know what this says. Very promising. It's worth the price. Okay. Addicting little game. Cozy. Pay attention as much or as little as you want. Let your adventurers battle. Micromanage your inventory to your own desired level. Let your skeleton workers do it all for you. Bosses are unique enough where you either can choose to swap skills and talents with different variations of your party, or farm and sell more in order to level up your adventures if you're stuck. Once finished with the main mode, you'll unlock a new mode. Not a full idle game like Cookie Clicker. You'd still be encouraged to be a little more involved. However, if you do step away for a bit, nothing will fall apart or break. Could have received a free key helping with some playtesting and submitting bugs and ideas and user experience feedback. Add in the dev clear, put a lot of work. How nice. That is very nice. I'm not going to cry again on stream. Played the demo during the next fest. Had a great time. Instant buy from me. Awesome game. Just finished story mode. Heading to bone mode. Keep it up, guys. Great job developing this fun game. Just saw it a week ago on Idle Cub's channel. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Good soup. I love it. Might be short, but it's sweet. Nice looking idle game with good progression. Doesn't feel too steep. It gives playable content for a lot more than 4 hours. Still some bosses to complete. All right, cool. Just beat Skeleseller. Congratulations. The discussions don't have a lot of activity in it, which I don't know if that's a good or bad thing. In fact, actually, most of the time I see more bug reports on newly launched games. This was a godsend. Oh man, if this person's in stream, please let me know. You deserve a point or 2 points. I don't know, but this was the greatest thing I saw last night. Someone found a crash in the game that, wait a second, looking back now, hold on a second. So what happened is I was accessing a disposed object. In dev mode, this prints a stack trace. In release mode, this crashes. I'm guessing it's something in Godot that triggers this difference, because it's not just a stack trace causes a crash. It's that specific kind of stack trace. And it was due to such a stupid reason too. There is a tween that I create here, and I had this as just create tween, and it should have been on the graphic that's getting deleted. So what's happening is we loop this tween forever down here. It's an infinite loop, and then we add a graphic to the scene. Then that graphic gets freed later, but the tween is still trying to access this thing forever. And like I said, that caused a crash. And I just missed this because, actually just because I didn't see the stack trace. So that made me think of an idea. I should have it play a sound when there's a stack trace that prints out. So like imagine you're in dev mode and instead of a stack printing out and you needing to go to the console to see it, it just plays like actually it could even be your own voice. It could just say, hey, Adam, you have an error. And I would have been like, oh, thanks, past Adam. So I wrote that as an idea for the next game. Yeah, that the Bane of my Godot existence. They're pretty difficult to track down until you've found like 4 or 5 of them. And then they're not as bad. But those first 4 or 5 are pretty rough. Yeah. Currently playing story mode and it's hard to turn off. That's a good sign, I guess. One feedback, and maybe I'm just blind. Be nice to see which adventures and which battle are zoned at the moment. Yeah. For now, what you've got is, I'm in the tutorial. For now, what you've got is just a name of this thing at the top that says forest, and you can hover over it to see which adventures are in that battle. I know that's not what you're looking for exactly, but that's the best thing that's in the game right now. Trying to send a specific party, one that's battling in a lower zone, to another one. It'd be easier to find who's like, oh, wait, sorry. I should have read the rest of your message first. Okay, that is a totally easier problem to solve. So let's say you've got a party fighting over here and you got a party fighting over here. And you're like, oh, I want to move the volcano party somewhere else. Just go to that volcano party, end their battle, and click the edit button. And then just move them somewhere else. You can also click any of their portraits to do that. Although the game doesn't tell you that. So yeah, if you want to just click their portrait, you can just move them somewhere else. You can change the party here too. So yeah, that has been tackled. For some reason, and I don't know why exactly, some people never notice this button. They notice the repeat button early on. They hover over this and they're like, oh, change party members' location. And then they'll just never click it again. I could have made a tutorial specifically for it, but some people use a different flow every time. Like they want to close the window and then go into this. By the way, that's another thing. When you close the window, it will populate your battle party with whatever you last closed because people were missing that button. That's why I coded that. So like I closed this window and now the next party that's chosen is those 4 people. So this is another way to quickly swap your battle location. It's only for the scenario that you were doing where you go to the battle map first and try to figure out, okay, who's where, that I did not accommodate. Yeah. Already bug fixing. I don't think there were any bugs I needed to fix. There was a crash, but I don't know what the cause was and no one else has reported one. So it might just be some like super weird edge case that I'll never find. Yeah. You think you're going to get any sleep tonight? Oh yeah, definitely. I'm going to sleep like a baby. Man, the amount of stress on me today compared to yesterday, this is nothing. And I've been talking nonstop all day. But yeah, I'm going to, at some point, I mean, it's not dinner time yet, but I'm going to go to dinner with my wife. We're going to celebrate getting sushi. So I think it's best to do get tree, create tween for tweens instead. Yeah, I guess you could always, wait, no. That wouldn't have helped in this case, I think. Because the problem is, like, the tree will always exist, but the thing we're tweening won't. So what happened is the tween tries to forever, like, move a thing that, node that we later delete. Treat yourself. That's what I'm going to do. Finally done with work. Actually started on the game now. Remember watching the streams early on, but missed out on a lot of later development. Excited to see how it all ended up. Yeah, I hope you like it. Is there a stat on which platforms are playing Skeleseller? Maybe, but I'm going to be very careful about looking at stats because I don't want to spoil the sales number for myself. We're going to do a reveal tomorrow at 9. And as a frame of reference, it is currently 2 for me. So it'll be 5 hours ago tomorrow or 19 hours from now, whatever you prefer. And I'm not just going to share it and then never talk about it again. So if you come in at 10 or something, feel free to ask me. I don't mind sharing it. I'll probably just make a command or something. In fact, actually, how about this? Let's just preface it with type the today command tomorrow. Or the tomorrow command today to find out what it's going to be before I even know. Yeah. And thank you, Snay. Congrats on the launch. I think, and I'm certainly guilty of not reading the tooltip, the button is a bit misleading since it looks like a reload or refresh. Yeah, that's fair. I think if enough people run into a problem, it doesn't really matter what's in the game. It's considered a game problem at that point. It's just like if people are driving unsafely on a road, it's probably the road design or the speed limit or something like that. It's probably not all of the drivers who are on that road. Where are you even from? I live in Washington State, so Western US. Hey, Vile, did you get everything you wanted to do done before launch? I think so, yeah. I wasn't like scrambling last night. Oh, in fact, you know what I did not look at? Is the YouTube comments. I made a YouTube short last night. Did this do well? No. Okay, well, whatever. Did it get comments? All right, there we go. I also posted this on TikTok, but I don't have TikTok on my computer, so um I don't have an account that I can go look at this. Next game. Yeah, take a look at this. Did more big YouTubers besides Idle Cup cover it? I don't think so. But maybe by now some have. I'm not sure. I mean, Idle Cup's video has a lot, about 100,000 views. I don't see any other big videos. Yeah, I think the next biggest one is the Brazilian guy. Yeah, this one, 3.5 thousand. Yeah, so it's quite a big jump from the #1 video to the #2 video. There was another streamer who, I'm not going to say their name just in case they don't end up playing. I don't want anyone to think worse of them. But there was another person who said they'd make a video, and I don't know if they're still going to. They're a big enough YouTuber, and I don't know them that I don't want to be like pushy or anything. I demand you answer my very important question. Let me take a look. What's the current sushi roll amount? It's still 2. I'm going to strut into that restaurant. 2 sushis, please. Sir, yes, sir. TikTok, 1.4 thousand views. Okay. Oh, hey, there are some comments here. Thanks. Just picked it up. Excited to run this throughout my boring work day at work. That looked cute, but it was the sheet music that sold me. Such a cool pack-in. Thank you for making it for Mac. Gonna check out the demo. Oh, nice. Hey, and there's Kaiza. Yeah. Thanks for sharing that, Letitia. Yeah. Like things you use in game dev journey that you also use in software dev. Oh, what I'm curious about is how this translates into software dev, but also vice versa. Okay, so I would say general software dev has like fewer creative elements compared to games. But in terms of the coding itself, the coding is like practically the same, but it does depend on the domain. So as an example, there are very, very performance intensive software applications. So imagine anything that needs to be done in real time, for example, let's say like a pacemaker or something like that. Like you can't have that mess up, right? There's software that you need to have be air locked or air gapped or whatever it's called away from other things. So something NASA might do. You'll find the same elements in some of these cases in game dev. Like the air gap exists in the form of any physical games that you ship, which is now no longer as much of an issue, but like you couldn't update an N64. And in terms of performance, I mean, performance is obviously pretty important for games. And games also now encompass kind of like almost anything, right? If you think about it, all the simulator games that exist, like Power Washing Simulator, or the ones that try to be more real, maybe like driving simulators, they might even use real world physics for some of that stuff. So it's not even just like, well, it's a game simplification or something. It's like they try to approximate pretty closely. So yeah, I think the biggest difference to me is the just the creative elements. Like if you're making another CRUD application, CRUD application number 713, you're not creative with it, right? There's nothing creative to do. It's another CRUD application. It's not going to be interesting or fun. It's just going to be work. Whereas a game has a lot of like, well, how is this going to look? How's it going to feel? How are players going to experience it? Because fun is one of the purposes. Next game is sushi based. I actually have no plans to put sushi in the next game. I wonder if I should put it in. Okay. What else do I have on my list? There's a whole lot. I guess we can delete this stuff now. Record video. I did that. Play the game a bit. Check out this person. I did watch this. This person who did the German playthrough on their stream of the demo. It was very entertaining, even though I couldn't understand very much. Also, something that's kind of funny whenever I watch streamers of a different language is which English words they use. Like the German streamer said perfect. I assume that's not the German word for perfect. Okay, it is. Oh, it's got a K in it. All right, that's a bad example, but there are definitely other English words. It is. So I had an imperfect example. Oh, they were saying some other stuff. They said cool. Do German people normally say cool? Would you ever expand your team for future games? Yeah, I probably would. One of the things I want to do though is kind of minimize monetary risk. So I don't want to have like 40 employees eventually, and we have to make the next hit game every single time, or else people are going to lose their jobs. So I think it's going to stick to indie game territory. Sushi seller, require your strongest sushi. I'm going into restaurant. Cool is used in German, but you use it as like, I don't know how to say this. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, I kind of meant what Vile's asking, I guess. Is it a German word or is it just taken from English? I'm not saying English doesn't do the same thing. There are a lot of loan words. Hey, Carbon. Can you link the German VOD? Yeah. I thought it was really good. I think this streamer also has a really good audio setup. Their name is Aries LPs, I think. I don't know if they're live now, so let me not show their stream. No, they're not live. Yeah, so here's their channel. They get a lot of views, by the way. And when they were playing Skeleseller, people in their chat actually asked about it, which was pretty nice. So yeah, I linked it in the chat. Who is playing? Oh, why didn't that do what I thought it should do? Oh, I see. Just borrowed. Gotcha. Oh, wow. What is that title? Huh. Well, let's take a look at these. Love Skeleseller. Cannot wait to play more. Amount of passion you can clearly see invested in the game. Speak so loudly. I hope it does well. How nice. I can't heart the creators' comments. But yeah, how nice. I think I responded to all of these already. Okay, yeah. Oh. Okay, so let's delete this. I did the journal yesterday. Let's fill out the journal for today. I gotta find a way to speed this up. I've got to be running like the world's most inefficient script. Launch the game on itch and Steam. It was a... I was going to say a roller coaster, but it wasn't really a roller coaster. Just sort of hung out on stream. A lot of fun, and people were very excited. Congrats on the release. Thank you, Hyper. Let's record what we are at now. 790 or 770 right now. Hit the high 700s for concurrent players. I cried in joy. I don't need to write that on my journal. That's for my diary. How are you feeling now that it's done? I'm feeling pretty good. I was telling my wife last night that I was like riding the hype wave. It was, I don't know, I was just excited. I couldn't believe that back in December, I set the launch date and now it's actually here. It's today. It's almost done, in fact. For some of you, it probably is done. No, not quite yet. So yeah, time flies. And I was joking that, you know, a year from now, I'm going to think, when did I launch Skeleseller? Was that March? Was that 2026? And it's kind of sad. I mean, that's life. But yeah, your worst mistakes, your best successes, time will inexorably move on from those. So yeah, I want to celebrate this. And that's why today was what it was. I mean, I'm not done streaming, but I'm probably pretty close to done streaming. And yeah, I wrote this here too. I really do want to thank everyone. Like, you've supported me. You brought a lot of color to my life. You've kept me sane. You've provided some really good ideas. It's been a nice time. If it's this hour at 800 players and next 2 hours 600, 400 might have closed the game and 200 new have purchased. Yeah. I mean, tomorrow we'll see kind of how this changes. I expect this will probably be the peak of all time. That's my guess. Like, I think it's probably going to go down from here. I'm not saying that as a defeatist thing. I just think I didn't put so much into the launch marketing of the game. We didn't have like some gigantic streamers lined up to play it. A streamer that I watch, Redbeard, is going to be streaming it, I think, tonight. I'm very much looking forward to him playing it. Let me link his channel in. There it is. He normally streams Hearthstone, but he's been rooting for me. And yeah, I want to see how he enjoys it. Someone asked about Sleep Well tonight. I think so, yeah. And then some video goes viral to the moon. I mean, maybe. I don't know how big of an influencer needs to cover the game for it to go higher up than this. You know what I mean? Like, if you had 20,000 viewers, do you think this would reach a higher number? Because this is the number of people playing the paid game. So if you had 20,000 viewers and you got 1,000 people to play the game, that's a 5% watch to buy conversion rate within a short amount of time. Because remember, this is concurrent. So it's not just like 1,000 people bought it, which I think would still be a lot. It's 1,000 people bought it and then played it concurrently. It seems pretty good though. Yeah. Oh yeah, it seems pretty good. Yeah, I'm not complaining, and that's why I was saying I don't feel defeatist about this either. I think hitting 800 is good. Yeah, it's no Thomas the Tank Engine. Sure, maybe I'm a little bitter about that. I'm not, by the way. I don't care. This is all just a joke. I hope other games see success too, even if they're based on 80-year-old IPs. That will not be the peak. Seriously, I wish peak will at least quadruple. Thank you. Yeah. Been here since Botland. Hey, Devkin. Yeah, thank you. Your game is voted to be played on Sunday by a certain big streamer. Then that player's number will be low. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible. So yeah, thank you all. Yeah, I don't want to get super emotional again, but I think a lot of streamers are in a mode of like constantly thanking their viewers and saying, oh, you're the best community and all this stuff. So, I mean, people have heard that a bunch of times, but I do like taking these moments to just show some gratitude. Anyway, I said don't look at sales today. I did accidentally see it. Look into reviews and coverage. Oh, coverage. I never looked at coverage. Is Skeleseller at all on Google somewhere last 24 hours? The Reddit post I made, the itch post I made, a YouTuber I reached out to, which I still want to watch. The Steam post I made. So there's no like organic, I guess YouTube counts. But there's no organic like here's, oh hey, 1 hour ago. Comfy Cozy Gaming. Oh, it's just a line item in here. I find that when there's an article like this, that nobody focuses on Skeleseller for some reason. Anything else? Indie Mag. Is this an actual like written article? No. That's too bad. Oh, hey, download full PC free. Hey, nice. I always wanted to pirate my own game. Is this real? Indie Nova? Let me load this off screen for a sec, because I don't know what any of that says. Is Skeleseller on here? Thomas the Tank Engine. Skeleseller. This looks like an automatically written thing. Can I translate you? No, yeah, it's automatically written, I think. Okay, well, no like organic press coverage, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Pressel. Is the game playable on Linux? I'm getting this. Compatibility tool failed. It should be playable on Linux, yeah. And I tested on the Steam Deck. Are you on any unusual flavor of Linux or have some virtualization going on? Yeah, Rough Cookie said just play it on Linux. I think Blub tested on Linux and Xyletics. So yeah, a bunch of people have tried it, but yeah. How is it already pirated? Is it done automatically? I don't know for sure that it is pirated. I'm not going to go to that site. But it wouldn't be hard to pirate a game because there's no anti-cheat. So like you could just take the game files and put them on another site. Thank you by going to pirate the game. Does the game need any servers? Or all based on Steam Cloud? It does not need any servers. Well, I mean, Steam Cloud needs Steam servers, but not any of my servers. And yeah, you shouldn't need Proton. It should run native. It uses 1% of my RAM. I actually probably have a lot of RAM then. Oh, okay, so yeah, no coverage. Fix any major bugs. I mean, there wasn't anything like super important, I think. And I said with any extra time, I just want to organize my life, plan, figure out this list, etc. Ideally, there'll be time in X months to get as close as possible to a clean slate. 1 second. Well, let's see. Yeah, if Rain Over Sky gets it to work without Proton, that might be fine. Oh yeah, I had some videos I wanted to make too. I think a lot of this comes down to how busy do I want to be in the next like week. I think the answer is not very busy. Yeah. Oh, I want to put the soundtrack on YouTube. Main goal, prep for launch. Finish pre-launch and launch tasks, launch. And then what's this? The post-launch stuff? Yeah. Or the low priority stuff. Ooh. So roadmap revision is going to be figure out what's going on with Skeleseller. Gonna base this on sales and reviews. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Did I have some ad thing written here? I'll just write this here. Anything else? I celebrated. I celebrated. Wow. Love your energy. You feel like a nice guy. Got some nice streams. Definitely going to be there for your future games. Thanks. Yeah, I was kind of talking about this again yesterday with my wife, and I was just thinking about like if you click Extonomous on Steam, it doesn't even show the other game I made because I apparently put it on the wrong account. But there are only 2 games and one of them is not available. So now it's just Skeleseller. But someday you might see a library here that people are like, oh, I can't wait for the next Extonomous game. And that'd be really cool. Because yeah, it's the company's been alive for 11 years now. With just me. We believe. We believe. All right, let's do one more round of this stuff. And then I should probably go take a nap or something before dinner. I am like kind of wiped out from today. It's not even a crazy amount of stream time. I don't know how long Cake streamed on his launch day, but it's been, yeah, only 6 hours. And I'm like, no, that's it. So let's see if there are any more comments here that I haven't seen. Oh, here we go. You might have misunderstood. The problem isn't that I have too much loot. It's that customers keep turning up, specifically searching from loot for past zones. My potion shop is stocked with all red potions. Customers keep coming. Oh. Sorry. Yes, I did misunderstand you. There are a couple of things in the... They did play on the demo, right? A couple things in the full version of the game to help address that. There's a goblin and a particular spell perk. Not fully spoil things. They're not full solutions, though. There used to be a vault in the game for this purpose that you could bring items to, but workers couldn't touch. I will write a note to consider adding this back in. Yeah, where, whoops, I just collapsed that, didn't I? Okay, yeah, let me write that down. From this comment. Consider adding the vault back in. We have all the code for the vault in the game. It just doesn't exist in the game. In fact, I think we even have strings for this. Maybe not. No, we don't. Okay, I didn't translate the string, so we can't just put it in the game now and push a build. Not that I would want to do that anyway, because I think there are concerns with the quick move menu there. We don't have strings and we don't have QMM entries. Not that we probably need them. Thank you, Cosmic. You also haven't eaten, have you? I had like half a meal replacement drink. Hey, Wadey. I'm even emotional for you. I'm a silent lurker, but man, enjoy this feeling for sure. Yeah. Yeah. And people talk about 15 minutes of fame. I feel like these sorts of events aren't going to happen too much more. I've talked about this article I read a while ago that laid out their life in terms of weeks. So when you say something like, hey, I'm X years old, I probably have Y years left on average. It feels like a long time because you're talking in years. But if you say I have Z weeks left on average, and then you look back at the past weeks that you've done, it's kind of alarming. And that's weeks, right? Think of how many like launch events I'm going to have in my life, even if I make games the rest of my life. Like how many games could I finish and launch? I'm not talking like, week-long game jam sorts of things. Like games like this. It's not many. And probably at some point I won't be able to make them anymore. And then probably maybe even sooner than that, I just won't be able to make games that people want to play. Like what happens if people are making games of like 10 times the scale because of AI? So yeah, I'm grateful for this. It's nice. It's fun. I'm glad I've shared this with everybody. Thank you for the gifted sub. Person whose name I can't read. Blue Pulsar, I figured. Because I was going to say you're one of the only people with a name like that in chat. Yeah, I appreciate it. Definitely the way I feel about my age in general. Does anyone know what blog post I'm talking about? Someone made a journal based on the weeks of their lives and not based on the years or the days. And it was like, wow, yeah, that's a whole year laid out like that. Like I do a journal, a daily one. Someone, by the way, asked if I have a diary. I do not have a diary. I do occasionally write some like more personal things, which I guess you'd call a diary, but it's not like a regular thing. Anyway, I've written down every day that I've streamed last year and what I did. I mean, it's not just Skeleseller, but it's like, okay, launch prep, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, Cavino, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. 4,000 weeks to book. No, not that. That one was about how we're, mortal creatures that have to prioritize our time correctly. It was more just someone, I think it was a woman who like journaled for the last few years and had just written out all the weeks. But yeah, welcome in Cavino viewers. Hey, Samikins. We just launched Skeleseller about 6 hours ago. Yeah. So it's on Steam now. I think that the stats were looking, pretty decent. They're starting to drop now, but we've got 738 people playing right now. I'm just doing one more round of going through Reddit and Steam discussions and Steam reviews and seeing if there's anything I missed. Oh yeah, I've seen these. This is kind of cool. Yeah. But this is a thing that you type in yourself, right? Someone had like plotted out what they had done in that time. No longer wishlisting. Oh yeah, thank you. Skeleseller is available on Steam for $10. There's a free demo if you'd like to try it out. It's available on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, including Steam Deck. Hey, Tiburon, thank you. Finally beat the game. Took me about 4 to 5 hours. Left my review on the store page reflecting my experience. Genre I didn't know I wanted, but now I crave more. Hope you get a successful result. Thank you, kiddo. Congrats on the launch. Thanks, Weasel. Would you change engine to Unity if you were making 3D games? Probably not. No. 4 times I told you about it, you didn't see it. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Things are going kind of crazy here. Let me see if I can find it. Happy launch. Oh, I don't know if you want me to read this on stream. So let me read it to myself first. And then if there's nothing private here. I don't see anything private. Yeah, okay. Anyway, sorry first for missing your messages. It is very, very hard to respond to everybody, even with the speed I'm trying to apply to things. So yeah, I did not mean to miss that. The Steam compatibility thing. So there are, as far as I know, 2 routes for getting marked compatible. And one is going through a survey that has like software requirements for you. So like, do you show game icons or controller icons? Do you do whatever, X, Y, whatever else? And then the other is for Steam to just learn from players playing the game. And yeah, this is the route that we're going for. So at some point, it's probably going to show that there's Steam Deck compatibility. But we don't have that yet. And I do agree that it would help. My internet exploded there. Congrats again. Thank you. Thank you, Kavino. And thank you. I think it's crazy how calm this launch has been. No crazy bugs or releases. I wish all launches were this smooth. There was a crash that had happened for somebody, but I think it was hopefully isolated. All right. Is there anything else that I have not seen here? Wait, what's this? No, that's very strange. Thank you for your documentation quote. Never realized it's a Steam recommendation. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm always happy to link stuff like that. That's why I keep reference links. All right, nice. And then what about this thread? This one I don't think got as much traction. I don't mind. Anything is fine. And yeah. Okay, and then discussions. Anything in here? Yeti is tough. Whole team frozen executed. What I miss here? So hints. Do you want hints or spoilers? I'll give hints here, but if you want spoilers, feel free to ping me on Discord. Is there spoiler text? Oh, there is. Oh, then I can just put both in this message. I'm going to include hints first and then spoilers below. Hints. Think of how to prevent damage in the first place. Also think of how do I say this in a good hint? Or how to recover from that damage. That's pretty good. Spoilers. Mushy is your best friend, as is any character who can dodge. Okay. This comment is awaiting analysis by our automated content check system. Okay. And family share. Weird, it shows up fine now. When I first checked the game earlier, it had the big, this game does not support family sharing. Okay, cool. Yeah, as long as I got their answer. All right, nice. I mean, that's good. I mean, no one's really been like super negative in the discussions, which is nice. Yeah. Yeah, get good. Spoiler, you suck. Hey, Hilden. Okay, so next I just want to look at the reviews one more time, see if there's anything jarring here. Okay, we're still at 100% positive. That's good. Let's go look at the new ones now. Where did I leave off? Here. Nice, fun game. Good game, but too short for the price. €1 should be at least 1 hour of playtime. By the way, this is what I was talking about. I think I started seeing this since about a decade ago, and just inflation should pretty much dictate that can't be the price anymore, right? Imagine if people are still saying this a decade from now. It's going to steer people toward making certain kinds of games. Now, with that said, I'm still going to mark this as helpful because I think it's worth people knowing this, and even if they'd left a negative review. But hopefully they try out Bone Mode. I mean, they did end up playing for another half hour. Either they left it open or maybe they want to get achievements or something. Overall, a great game. I've seen and heard people mention the game is short for a $10 title. I'd like to compare Firewatch from 2016. That was a $20 game with about 2 to 4 hours. Out of curiosity, okay, because I've been thinking about this too. There's a game called Turnip Boy Robs a Bank. And that game it was launched in 2024. It's currently $15. And the playtime is like 3 hours. All right, is anyone complaining about the length of the game here? Short. Okay, well, this review might be. Yeah, very short game. Why is it so short? The price is too much. But like overall, this is overwhelmingly positive. So what I was curious about is, has this developer made enough games where people trust? No, it's just 2. Yeah, so I think some people are happy to pay a decent amount of money for a game. So is Firewatch in that category too? Okay, this I cannot look at on stream. Hang on a second. Firewatch is by a developer who only made Firewatch, it seems like. And it is $20. Huh. Had a following and people liked it? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying it's a bad game, by the way. That wasn't the point of this. It was just, why do other games get a pass? Yeah, I don't know. Okay, well. All right, on the gameplay itself, I do like that a casual game like Skeleseller can appeal to someone like me who likes micromanagement and speedrunning. Try finding the optimal path of progression, finding out ways to semi-automate the gameplay. Being a game with nothing about automation, I was surprised how many various ways you could find yourself optimizing progression. I love the variety. Toward the end of the game, about 75% through, just so you know, this is not actually spoiled. I don't know why though. It looks like it was done correctly. Spoiler. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Am I missing something here? Maybe you can't use BB code inside of a Steam review? That doesn't make sense though. Spoiler. Yeah, weird. Got absolutely demolished. At this point, I decided to progress my adventures. Got stuck optimizing the level up currency for about an hour before realizing I'm probably strong enough to kill the boss. Tried Bone Mode for about 5 minutes, so I do see the appeal. I have 2 obstacles, thoughts about it. Menu, which you pick upgrades, has a white background. I did throw me by surprise, and someone who often prefers dark mode. This is partially blinding. Partially dependent on the previous point, but there's a surprising amount of reading in Bone Mode compared to story mode. I feel it's easier there because you learn what each thing is. Yeah. As for story mode, some obstacles I have is minor but worth mentioning. Whenever you're in the building's quick menu, it being an incremental type game, I wish there's a way for me to just click the buttons to upgrade. Repeatedly, the "Are you sure?" pop up. Either add a setting to do this. Yeah. So for anyone who is curious about this, you can press enter on your keyboard and it'll pick it for you. But yeah, I don't ever advertise that in the game. When I lock the wheel menu and moving items around, it didn't occur to me that the numbers on the destination is a hotkey because the number shown doesn't look like a keyboard key, but instead like a notification badge. Well, that's kind of interesting. I hadn't thought of putting a keyboard key thing on there. Oh, I guess on controller would look a little bit different. Consider changing QMM hotkeys to look like keyboard buttons to make it more obvious. You can press the keys. Shows correctly on your end? Oh, okay, gotcha. And didn't happen to me, but I did notice continuing the game after being on the main menu that new game is the first leftmost button on play game. Oh, and just to be clear about this, when you do click new game, it doesn't actually delete your old game. So like here, I have a battle window open here and a battle window open here. If I were to load game, you'd see those same windows. Well, no, you don't see the windows because I didn't have ongoing battles. But anyway, you can see I have all the adventures I had. If you do accidentally go in to make a new game, it doesn't even let you save the game until you beat the tutorial. So you can't accidentally delete your save data unless you went through the whole tutorial again, at which point yeah, you'd have lost your game. But otherwise, you can just go back and continue. And yeah, they're all my adventures again. So I recognize it looks like it's very destructive. It's not actually as destructive. You could just back out. All in all, I like the game. Recommend. I'm happy with the price. There's some obstacles I could think of, but it's all the things that can be fixed. Plays entirely on Linux. Runs really well. Specs mentioned 1 GB of RAM. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I'll edit that out of the review. It's up to you. I'm not asking you to change your review. I think this is good. I think it's fine. Yeah. And it shows you put thought into everything. So I do appreciate it. Deceptively enticing. One of those games where it's hard to step away. Nice. Great game. One of the most well-constructed adventure shop city economies in these kinds of games. Just some feedback for devs. Great depth in all game mechanics. Economy, character stats, skills, city perks. Each upgrade was felt in a good way. No meaningless depth. Each system was interconnected cleanly. A shining point of the game, 10 out of 10. Story mode was quite short, but the progression was buttery. I feel like if one idle farmed for like a day or something, they'd miss out on the feel of the progression. So maybe some sort of economic cap. Wouldn't want players to miss the rewarding feel. You know, we had this originally, and I took it out. And I did see someone play the game recently where they like idled practically the whole game. I don't think they found it fun after that. But it's kind of weird because I feel like if they'd idled the whole game and then came back and they're like, oh, I hit a money cap. Why would you cap my money? They'd get mad too. So I feel like there's no winning there. It's almost 10 years. Wow. Yeah. Carry him away to nap. Feel like my reviews reflect the actual state of the game. Last point was assumption, which you clarified. Okay. Yeah, sure. Loved it. Music, humor, and style are outstanding. Congratulations. Thanks. So very sour. Yeah. All right. Started to feel like the bosses were being too intentionally gated towards certain team compositions. No dodging, no poison, no summons, which made the creative team building process a bit shallower than the system actually allowed. And I didn't try bone mode, as at face value, it just felt like randomizing story mode, which is a bit meh. I'd be curious to see how devs implement a fulfilling replayability component for this, or a future game. Some city versus city economics or other players. Maybe not true multiplayer like Bazaar, where city production rates can battle an instant shadow city. Then a new perk tree for commerce could open up, tariffs, embargoes. Oh, awesome. Oh, that's very nice. Yeah. Taxman arriving to take 50% of all money once money cap is reached. That'd feel even worse, right? I think a character just come over and rob you. They just get into a battle. They're impossible to beat. Your adventurers lose and you lose all your money. Your wallet is capped, but the spillover lands in your bank and you can withdraw as much as you like. And multiplayer may be tough without servers. Oh yeah, I don't look at this and think I need to add multiplayer. I think it's important to process this through the lens of both the game developer and the player. So if you ask a player, do you want multiplayer in this game? Probably they're just gonna be like, yeah, why not? If you ask a dev, do you want to add multiplayer to the game? They're gonna say, no way, Jose. And you might not even be Spanish. I don't think it's just an effort thing, though, by the way. I think it's also, does it make sense with the game? So in Skeleseller, I've said this from the beginning, I don't think multiplayer makes sense. And I'm not trying to harp on this review. I should just take that off the screen. It's not like this is about that. I don't think it makes sense because it's meant to be casual and like relatively short, and that there are new systems and everything. And you'd have to fight like sort of 2 learning curves and cooperative play somehow. And yeah, it would be a reimagining. So yeah, that could be like a Skeleseller 2 if there ever were to be one. Is feedback like this going toward the next game, or have thoughts of adding high effort content to Skeleseller occurred? My gut feeling is I don't think like high effort Skeleseller content is probably not going to happen unless the game does very well. Like it's been 2 years of full-time work. So I've talked about this before, but any amount of money that you make now, you have to sort of portion out over the number of hours I put in to figure out what's your hourly wage. So right now I have made $0 from Skeleseller. The game has sold copies. So eventually that will be my money. But at this point, it's not my money. It's Valve's money. And I don't even know when I'd be able to access it, maybe in a month or something. But yeah, so $0 over how many hours it's been, 4,000 hours or something, probably more than that, is $0 per hour. But let's say it makes, $12,000. It's like, all right, I get $3 per hour at that point. Like, I can't work on new features for the current game at a certain monetary rate, because I would like to keep making games, and at some point I need to consider the monetary input and output of them. Is there an objective metric to say if it does? I think you probably meant to keep typing. Spend about 30 minutes to an hour repeatedly purchasing new chests before realizing how to auto buy them. Technically should have known, because every previous feature had the same auto feature. It's kind of funny when I realized. Yeah, I was thinking there should be some diegetic way of auto buying and not just like a dialogue box. Maybe some lever or something. It'd probably help people. To say if it does really well. I don't know. It's always a little bit tough, because if you're selling anything, your philosophy is probably gonna be like more is better. So what is the lowest amount of more that I need to hit? And the way I've been saying this is it's about like 24,000 sales, I would say, is like, okay, we're in good territory now. Am I writing a launch post on the Skeleseller Twitter? I see you didn't do one on its account. Oh yeah, I did not. I don't ever get any traction there. I'm not sure I even logged into that account. Okay, I am logged into the account. Yeah, it's kind of an afterthought for me though, huh? All right, well, let's go post. How do I stop this from playing? How do I stop all of this stuff from playing? There, great. We found a video we can pause. Okay, so hey everyone, I just released Skeleseller on itch and Steam. It's $10 with a 10% discount. Free demo available, playable on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, including Steam Deck. Comes with sheet music for the entire soundtrack. Four to 5 hours of playtime. Oh, that won't fit. What do we cut out now? My flower emote? No. No. All right, whatever. I should probably make like some kind of indie game thing here, right? How about this? Indie game. When you know, is it objectively really well or more of a subjective judgment? Oh, I don't think really. Well, okay, so the only objective measure, like well, doesn't factor into that, right? It'd just be number of sales. I will share the number of sales tomorrow, and then people can decide for themselves. My subjective measure is probably like 24,000 as the number of sales. Hey, Quilly. Bit weird, but after your first stream, I took a deep nap and woke up thinking the Skeleseller release was a fever dream. Now I got the flower emote back. Yeah, you're right. Okay, now let's click edit. I can't do that. I was going to post a blue sky and just pretty much have the same thing there. Bloop. This isn't some Twitter link, right? I'm kind of surprised I copied correctly. I'm still going to retype it. There we go. Cool. Post. Link in the first post, you get deprioritization, supposedly. People usually reply to the link. Yeah, I've never really had traction on Twitter to begin with, so that's probably a good tip, G, and I appreciate it. I just probably am not going to change it now. Because, yeah, I don't expect this to do well. Although I guess I'm hurting my chances anyway. Self-fulfilling prophecy and all that. Give me your copy tomorrow. Nice. Anything before 24K will mean you start working on a new game earlier. It's almost an incentive if you're very curious for the next game. I don't know, actually. A lot of this is still up in the air because it's like anything else that's speculative. You might know how you feel. Like, let's say I said something like, hey, if someone, what's the smallest amount of money someone would have to give you to quit working forever? Like, you pick a number, right? $1 million. Then if this happened, which this particular hypothetical doesn't ever happen, but if this happened, you might be like, oh, actually, I'm not comfortable, but I didn't realize it until I was in this scenario. So I don't know what's going to happen in the future for this. We are currently just going to kind of see how sales and reviews go, see how feedback is, and probably do some work on Skeleseller. And it's just a question of how long. And yeah, I don't know how long this is going to be. See you, nerds, to everyone. What about the 8-month-old? Blue Sky isn't a different name for Twitter. I always assumed they were the same when people talked about them. No, they're different websites. And they're different kind of structures too, although I'm not super certain on this because I don't really use Blue Sky. But I think Blue Sky is federated. I know Mastodon is. But Blue Sky has some like AT proto thing behind it that, again, I just never really looked into. Decentralized protocol. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, federated network architecture. Anyway, that's a big difference. Like, Twitter has an algorithm and chooses how to show you content. Blue Sky, you're supposed to be able to sort of customize that and see things you want. I just do not care for either. I've never personally understood the appeal to like looking through a bunch of this stuff. And I've tried. I'm like, oh, this is how I'll network with other game devs or something. And I get bored so quickly. So yeah, I've just never spent a lot of time. I know some people are like addicted to those sites. But I don't know. I just don't have that. I'm not saying I'm immune to it. I like Reddit. That's where you get most of your horrible news from. I didn't know they were compatible. Interesting. And yeah, I think the name Blue Sky was probably very intentionally chosen based on Twitter's branding, the blue bird image that they used to have. And yeah, just evoke the same feeling. When we see it on speedrun.com, I don't know. I'd be curious if speedrunning ever popped up. Uh-oh. Oh, is it Steam maintenance time? Does that mean... Well, no, the game page should still work, right? What? I'm not signed in anymore? Uh-oh. I can't even go to Skeleseller. Can anyone else? Yeah, you can't even click my game on Steam. No. Well, I think we pack it in for today. So popular, you crash stream. Well, this should still be up, right? Yeah. Players dipping. Game dead. Move on, everyone. Works fine for me. Okay, at least it's working for some people. Maybe it's because I'm logged in. Banned me for posting on X. Oh yeah, it's working when I'm not logged in. Okay, well, look, I'm going to leave you all with a couple things. One, thank you again. I really appreciate it. Two, if you'd still like to do something to help out and you've already bought the game, leaving a review on Steam is really important. Again, I'm not asking for positive reviews, just reviews. Just the only way to hit certain aggregate thresholds is to get a certain number of reviews. And then three is I'm going to find somebody to raid on Twitch, and I want to make it someone who's playing Skeleseller. So let's see. We have this person, and I don't think Cakes is playing anymore. Are they in my stream, this person? Hang on, let me take a look. Is that 2 underscores? They are not on my stream. Okay, well, I don't know. Let's check out their stream. I don't know if they bought the game or not, and I'm going to raid them with like 300 something people. So We'll find out what's going on there. Invalid username. I copied the whole link. Yeah, I'll try to take pictures of the sushi. Again, thank you, everyone. I really, really appreciate it. Today was great. I hope you all enjoyed. You've been along for this journey too. Let's go check out this person and yeah, see what their stream's like. Bye, everyone. I'll be back tomorrow. We'll share the sales numbers.